Oh, I didn't make it the intro video. All right. Well, I'll play it real quick. I got it.
You got it.
Better leave it to the professional.
Blessed by Gandhi, blah, blah, blah.
Started off with a bit, now I got coin. I see where y'all going. Been poppin' since Web 1, hella hope on Web 2. I was living a dream, now I'm on Web 3. And it is what it seems, topping the pyramid schemes, I'm telling you. I'll sell you a percentage on Nebula. Shout out to Vince, he'll set it up.
Surfing on the web and I'm shooting at 3. I've been goated when I got my G. I'm an alien boy from a different planet, yeah. So I got my drink, I'm riding in the 1920s Model T Ford. Call her Era Lord. Call me Levi, playing on the keys, boy. And I'm about to put my gloves on. If I said it, then I meant that. Yeah, I like that one, I'm about to get that. Crash that whip for the drumsticks, whiplash. I'm about to get them all. Are you with that? In a white boat, surrounded by blue. I want one, but I got a cop too. I wanna fly high in the sky, arms out wide, trying to soar from a bird's eye view. I'm on fire, Ricky, Bobby, cracking the pavement, Whitney, Bobby. I'm a Saki bomb, Hiroshima, Nagasaki. Bruce Wayne been a dog, and I keep it 101, cause I'm feeling kinda spotty. You sipping on some rock, and I'm sipping on octane. The only thing around my neck is the
Started off with a
blockchain.
bit, now I got coin. I see where y'all going. Been poppin' since Web 1, hella hope on Web 2. I was living a dream, now I'm on Web 3. And it is what it seems, topping the pyramid schemes, I'm telling you. I'll sell you a percentage on Nebula. Shout out to Vince, he'll set it up.
NFT, Twitter, blockchain. Seeing with the ghosts and we ballin' like the Brown James. Crypto. We can make a trade, get the memo. Reviews not falling for the FOMO. Listening to Coffee with Captain. You know we worldwide, they loco. I ain't never gonna stop rapping. Orlando, yeah, we working magic. We rocking Ethereum entities. I just went and caught me a half base. Man, I gotta shout out
Started
the
off with a
party.
bit, now I got coin. I see where y'all going. Been poppin' since Web 1, hella hope on Web 2. I was living a dream, now I'm on Web 3. And it is what it seems, topping the pyramid schemes, I'm telling you. I'll sell you a percentage on Nebula. Shout out to Vince, he'll set it up.
Freaking the mood to choose one, but they got knowledge to move, son. I'm shocking in shades with my brother in shoes. Yeah, them blues is coming. Even though it's hard to pick, eeny, mighty, mo, soda on the mix, no biting lips, it's time to go. Index number 1, no thumbs up, you gotta scroll. Looking at the ghost in studio, it's time to go. Had a helmet on by myself until I met a mask that wanted to have a face off. Had to bring my chainsaw, full tank of gas in the ride with my brakes off. I'm A1, but a different kind of steak sauce.
Welcome to Coffee with Captain, powered by APECON, where we dive into all things crypto, NFTs, Web3, and cutting-edge technology. Remember, nothing here is financial advice. Early-stage tech can be exceptionally volatile and risky. So grab your coffee and join Cap and Steve for today's conversation.
Welcome to the future.
Welcome to Coffee with Captain GM. Thanks so much for joining us. If you haven't done so, do us a favor, drop us a GM in the chat down below, then head up top, smash that like, repost, a bookmark on today's space. We greatly appreciate it. Warms up the algo, lets everyone know we're here. And today is an extra special one for us. We're doing pregame for APECON this morning on Coffee with Captain in a bridge version. We're just going to go 60 minutes today and then roll right into APECON, opening things up with Garga joining us for the opening keynote and interview. So please do us a solid. Drop us those GMs in all the chats. Also pinned up top is going to be the X video feed. We actually are live over the YouTube streets as well, and on Steve's Abstract. The best GMers drop those GMs in all those chats. And again, really appreciate their support today. Just to clarify, APECON is open for everyone, so we'd love for all of you to hang out with us the rest of the day, or keep us open, jump in when you can. We understand people, many of you will have to get work and in real life things done today, but if you're able to hang out with us for the day, we would love to invite you. And really looking forward to it. So appreciate all the love and support getting things warmed up this morning. And like I said, regular show this morning for about the first 60 minutes, and then we will roll into APECON. As always, I'm Cap, Jim, I'm my co-host Steve. Never any financial advice in the show. Crypto is risky, NFTs are risky, meme coins are exceptionally risky, and go to zero to moments notice, especially those pumped by Jesse from Base. I kid, but
It's cooking again. It's cooking again.
Never put any, whether it's regardless of who's tweeting out, never put any money in you can't afford to lose. Know that it can go to zero to moments notice. And we are not financial advisors, certainly not your financial advisors. Just join us for some fun, some information, and some education along the way. GM Steve, how you doing, sir?
GM, yeah, just a reminder, I see some of our chatters out there asking about APECON. So Just for reference on the schedule, we're going to do Coffee with Captain, as mentioned, for about an hour. So we're going to go about till 9. We're going to give a little bit of an APECON preview tee up at 9. Garga is going to come on and speak there. Then we have our startup competition starting in a couple of hours from now. So should be a fun one for sure. GM to all of our friends out there who are hitting us with all the GMs in the different chats. Von Frunten, Beastling, Bordo Saka, RDL, Machiavelli. Always good to see you out there. Hizzy, appreciate you. Mesh Thomas, Teacher Katie. We got General Wags as per usual. And again, as we mentioned, we haven't sold anything. In fact, we give stuff away. We gave away several BZ cards recently. We're giving away 25, basically 5,000 ape today to one startup.
And I've got NFTs rolling in from founders on Ape Chain. I know we've got like 5 dings. We've got, Rita just got back to me. He's going to give away a G's on Ape later. So we will be doing a raffle during APECON as well for even more prizes.
Is that open yet? Because if that is open, we probably should. I was going to say we should give our listeners a chance to jump in early. But
it goes live at 9. So we'll pin the link, and yeah, since you guys are here early, you'll have first dibs at it. But free mint goes live at 9.
Yeah, stick around till 9. So at 9 o'clock, we'll have that free mint, as well as the kickoff of APECON. We'll talk for about 20 minutes after we yammer. Laura Rodriguez will join us, another great ape and friend. And then we will have Garga come on shortly after that. But when you mint that free NFT, again, free NFT, we're not charging anything. You're going to have the opportunity to win a variety of things. So looking forward to getting everybody going on that. So if you are a regular listener and you are one of the early birds, don't jump out, or make sure you jump back in by 9, and we'll pin that link to the top and you'll be able to do that. But as we mentioned, not sellers of things. So give us a like or retweet, a comment on the room, bookmark it. Let us know. Say GM. Kazi, appreciate you out there. A lot of folks already GM too. Mel, glad to have you out as always. Micro, welcome to the future. Baron Von hustle early, but he is up. Dobbins, Alpha Minor, Mars, good to see you out there as always. I tell a story about Mars and his dad with the everything token all the time behind closed doors. Wajda probably pumping out some deadlifts in the chat. Clay, Shimmy, all of our good friends, Brick It All, as we go out there. But Cap, I know that we have ApeCon, and again, ApeCon's going to be live streamed everywhere. So assuming we don't have tech difficulties, knock on wood, but even if we do, we will be back live on my abstract. We will be live on my X, but we're hoping that everything holds as we get together and get this thing rolling. But Cap, I know we want the room to warm up again. Like, retweet, comment on the room. We would appreciate everybody helping us get that rolling. But in the meantime, I don't know if we want to hop right into it. I mean, I have some minor cold open stuff. I know you probably do as well, but then we should probably rock right into it.
Yeah, we can get rolling quickly. 2 important things, though. Talking of winners, and whoever guessed today is the day that Steve and I, are you rocking the OG hoodie as well? So anyone that guessed today is the day that Steve and I would rock matching hoodies. Congratulations, GG. We don't plan this. It is we do. If you're new here, Steve and I have like 4 or 5 NFT hoodies that we cycle through a regular rotation. And so there's like a 16% odd we end up wearing them the same day. May not even be that high. I'm not sure anymore. But anyways, congratulations, everyone who picked April 17th as the day. You all win 100 bonus points. And I shared this with Steve earlier, but I had to share that before I mute my video here for a second. I'm going to, long day today. Joey reminded me we should probably plan for food. I did not do that, but I just recently got the Factor meals. So I've got one of those I can pop in and smash during a quick break. But long day today, so I'm going to take the doggo out on a walk before APECON as we warm up the room here with Coffee with Captain. So I will jump on from the bat phone. You'll just have Steve's beautiful face, and I'm going to disappear on video, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to be audio only for about 20-30 minutes as Doggy needs to get his doggy business done before APECON. Otherwise, I might have some post APECON cleaning duties that I'm doing my best to avoid, because I do believe there's something there, Steve, with if the dog never has an accident account in a house, I think it stays like that. I think the minute they do, you increase the odds of subsequent accidents. So we're running pure. We're gonna keep it that way, and I'm gonna take the good boy around the block here in a minute. Also, real quick cold open, and then take it wherever you'd like. This morning, we were talking about just like prep, and I mentioned a bunch of. We do not have our AI with Bunchy today. We'll return with that next Thursday for everyone that enjoys that AI with Bunchy segment. That'll be back next Thursday. My AI with Cap segment this morning, Steve, I was beating my head against the wall like getting so frustrated with Chat GPT yesterday. I was asking to do relatively basic stuff that I know it could help me. I know it would be more efficient than me manually doing myself. It had done it before. And it was like a comedy of errors. Long story short, I closed the laptop, went to bed last night, and I shared with you, I'm up at 4 to finish a few finishing touches. And as soon as I opened my computer this morning, you want to guess what I saw in my Chat GPT?
What's that?
Just logged into the wrong Google account. So the reason I was having issues is it was like basically what it confirmed to me is it was funny because Payne clipped that the $20 Chat GPT subscription is about all you need if you're gonna land on one. It convinced me that the free Chat GPT version is nearly it's not worthless. I think the free version is going to lead to many, especially people who aren't like deep in AI. It's just going to lead to more and more frustration, and they're going to like, this isn't ready yet. The reality is, it is. You just need to pay for the paid version to get it's so much better. Like it did the stuff I was like going back and forth and changing how I was wording my prompts, and then this morning once I logged into the right account, which I'm the paid account, one shot it. Like it's just such a difference in the $20 version versus the free version, and I learned that the hard way yesterday.
I can only imagine what the $200 version is worth. No, my daughter actually was having some braces issues, and she used the free version because we were trying to figure out what to do with some things because her orthodontist is closed because of the Easter holiday today, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, and I believe Monday. And so they might be back on Monday, but basically she had something happen with her braces where a bracket popped off and she was not sure what to do and worked it through with ChatGPT, the non-paid version. It worked just fine for her, and we got it all spun up and set up. So she's going to power through it and make it work. And she shall persevere. But again, last ask, give us a like, a retweet, a comment on the room, a bookmark, help us get it going. We got a long day with APECON today. Excited for that. We're going to do some giveaways, some NFTs. We're going to give away some cash to a startup, which is pretty exciting. We're going to have some great speakers, and we're really going to tell people how to develop. But we'll talk more about that come the 9:00 a.m. Eastern time hour. Cap, before we get into anything, I think we need to smash or I should say we should start with the big news of the day, which is the base, whatever the hell happened yesterday. So I'm gonna give some commentary on this, and I want to get yours because I think we're gonna have similar point of views. So Jesse drops his tweet, bases for everyone, asterisks, even the haters. The snark. It's like, and then drops his thing that says, by the way, base dropped this content earlier today. It's up 357,000 X, which is a fun way to screenshot something that started at 0 and then pushed it out when you have large marketing efforts behind it. From his initial starting market cap of $22 to 8.1 million as of this tweet. Click if you think it's cool and meaningful. We will coin more, so you don't buy. So don't buy it if you think this is a one-off. So basically trying to say like, look, like this basis for everyone coin drops. Now, to be fair, it ran up to about $15 million market cap, whatever the heck this is, this content coin, as they mentioned. It ran up to a $15 million market cap. It's now 16 million. So it's actually now at an all-time high. It went all the way back and crashed down to 2. Now people are waking up and buying it again. I don't know what to make of this outside of, and there was this sort of thing that they dropped, which I'll share as well, which sort of explains the difference between content coins and meme coins. I don't know, man. I am struggling with this one. Now, it may run. I may miss out on a generational ripper. By the time I saw it, it had already run and crashed. But there's this thing they put out that said the difference between a content coin and a meme coin. I'm like sitting here like, number one, Coinbase sounds like, you know what I'm going to pull up? Coinbase right off the bat, they sound like that Steve Buscemi meme that like, how do you do, fellow kids? Like this, if you're watching the stream, this is Coinbase right now.
Yeah, this is good.
If I can, man, I'll share it in a second here. Right now, Coinbase is this. Like, this is Coinbase right now. They're sitting there. How do you do, fellow kids? We're doing the memes too. It's content. It's different. It's not meme coins. It's content coins. I'm just going to like go off a little bit this morning on this one. Number one, this doesn't feel like base. It feels like they're trying to get like people to, get their transactions on their chain, to run a new product out there, to say like, hey, we're going to be in the culture. But like, I can only imagine, like, when I was in like boardrooms at Fortune 500 multinational companies, when I was at Progressive, when I was at Nestle, if I pitched an idea, there had to be meat and validity and a reason. Like we're judging today sort of the pitches in APECON based on sort of benefit to ApeCoin, ability to execute, all these different things. It's so fascinating to me to think about people sitting around a table at Coinbase and saying, you know what? Instead of meme, they're not meme coins, they're content coins. Like somebody pitched this and a bunch of people in the same room bought it. And it feels like it is a meme coin by another name. It feels like one of those Zora mints. I like, you can sell me on tokenized culture of in the sense of like, if modern market issues moment in times of their interview, that is like owning a print from a event that happened. They can use it to track fandom. They can see who attended. They can use it for all those reasons why NFTs make sense. This doesn't make any sense to me. Meme coins in general, like I feel like tokenized culture is one of the best schemes that anybody has put together over the past few years. They call it tokenized culture. It's not illegal because it's a product. People are delivered that product, which they buy, which is a speculative meme coin. It's a game of hot potato. And it's just such a fascinating dynamic to me. And the fact that Base is like trying to lean all the way in on this, I just do not track this thing at all. I just don't, it just doesn't, like, am I crazy here, or is this like, am I just a total boomer?
I'm not going to give you much of a different opinion. So if anyone is a fan of this, if anyone's holding this token and would like to tell us why it's a good thing, please join us, because I'm more of the meme enjoyer than Steve, and I'm all the way out on this. Like, this has been attempted before too. This isn't even new. It's to me, it's more concerning than this actual token or the tokens that I've already minted. I think it's like a red flag for Base. I think it's a red flag for Zora. Zora went from like an art platform to a meme coin launcher. Come on. Like what the, like Base went from having this great on-ramp of being the professional ones, the serious ones, and they're going to attempt to play the degen game. Like, I get it. I understand there are users there. You can drive some volume. You can drive some transactions. Is that like, I don't know. I have a very different, we were talking about NFT projects this week, and like, what's their vision? Like, what are they building for? I just had a very different vision of Base than a degen casino of tokenized content. Like, I'm all the way out on this. I have zero interest. I hold none, but I'm also not chasing. I'm not even going to be paying attention to this after this initial launch gets out of the news cycle. Like, I have zero, like I'm paying attention to Launch Labs and Radium's launcher. That makes a lot more sense to me than Base playing this game. So yeah, like I said, I'm not going to be able to provide a different opinion because I'm out on this one, Steve.
Yeah, it's a nonsensical, like, again, and I guess, like, to me, part of it is the sort of almost like snark of how it goes about, like, where it's like Base is for everyone, even the haters. It's like, first of all, like to act like Base has this like large group of haters, people in general are rooting for Base to succeed, right? Like I mean, I feel like most people on my timeline feel pretty good and want Base to do what they could do, which is they have the best on ramp possible in Coinbase. So they obviously have a way to get people, money in more than anybody. I forget what the actual number is, but I don't even know if they disclose how many funds does Coinbase have, under management. But it's like, something like, I can't remember the exact number, but I know that it's like an insane. What's that?
Second largest centralized exchange in the world behind Binance.
Yeah, 420 billion assets under management per a recent report. I don't know how accurate that one is, but the point is, a lot of people have money on there who simply went on there to buy Bitcoin or, Ethereum or a coin that they've heard of from a friend that they can hold in a custodial, offline, centralized sort of exchange where they can buy, sell, and trade it and then transfer to other places. So we always thought, like, I remember the Coinbase NFT marketplace. People got really excited. Makes a lot of sense. Cool. Then, like, they just didn't really do much with it. Like, they didn't bring people into ecosystems. They haven't been really expanding, like, with products. There's certain products they have on Base, but, like, I don't know. The other question here is, like, I see someone like Jesse, and I don't know Jesse. I've never met him or had a conversation with him. So, like, I don't want to speak ill of someone I don't know. But I think about the reply he had to Farouk, if you remember, when Farouk sold his Kaido airdrop and said, like, hey, thanks, Kaido. Always good to wake up and get this money just for tweeting. This is awesome. And Jesse, like, scolded him about it. And, that, so, and like, ended up getting ratioed, like, and Farouk ended up responding, being like, hey, do you see how cringe this seems now? So that happens. And then this, which feels kind of cringy, it's like, I don't know. It's like, it feels like base could have an insane amount of market share with insane builders. They're well capitalized. It's a stable American company. Those are the ones this administration's trying to push. And like the product they come out with is like this isn't a meme coin, but it's not an NFT, but it has a market cap, but it goes up. It's content coins. It's like, it's a meme coin. It's a meme coin. You just put a picture on the meme coin. Like all you did was take the upper like left-hand corner picture you see with the meme coin and make it bigger. Like that's not an innovation. And I'll be curious to see how people respond to this. It's up again. So here's my guess. It's just going to be like Kaido. I said Kaido was a fancy marketing tool. Nobody gave me a compelling reply. Or there's maybe a couple, and then I dug into it and realized there wasn't like a ton of stake to the sizzle. And it was the people who were making money on it. Like they were like, hey, I'm making money on Kaido, so don't, like, can we just be cool? Can we just be cool? That's basically what happened.
Bag, Steve. Yeah, that was the response.
Yeah, it was like, it's sort of like when we were talking about the torpedo bats in baseball, and the people betting are like, can we just be cool for like a couple of weeks and let us hit some overs? It's very similar. It's like, I think people who are going to be supportive of this base thing are like, yeah, I got in early. I made some money. I really think this thing has legs. Like, and look, maybe it's a new casino and base is just trying to get into the casino game because they see the opportunity there and they want to make some money. God bless them. Go for it. I'm not poo-pooing anybody who participates. You know the risks when you get into it. I'm not poo-pooing base necessarily outside of the fact that I don't see the value of it. And I think it's a weird attempt to do meme coins and pretend they're not. Like, just say the quiet part out loud. You want people taking, doing things on your chain, and that's that. Like that's what I take away from this. I don't know. Like, and you said no pushback from you, but I just curious if you have any thoughts on that.
Well, the other thought is I think this is setting up Jesse to be the fall guy. If base doesn't work out, like he's putting the target on himself. No.
Yes, I think so. I mean, I think like you see, well, because he is like this public facing figure, and he's had these dust ups.
Which didn't exist with the NFT marketplace. The NFT marketplace fall guys and gals was like the Google execs and the people they hired out of Web 2 and paid them millions of dollars a year in salaries, and they were out of touch with the space. Jesse comes from the space, but is showing that he's, I think, becoming out of touch with the space. And part of it does rub me the wrong way. His I don't know, is it arrogance on the timeline? Like, it just seems like really cringe. And I too have no interaction with him, not for a lack of effort, but he's one of like, I don't know, a half dozen people in this space who, for whatever reason, just simply refuses to acknowledge me, Steve.
Well, like, does he respond? Like, it's like, because you've tried to DM to get him on the show, right? And then you just haven't got an answer.
Won't respond to a comment. Just ignores me. It's like, okay, whatever, dude. way to onboard millions of people to chain. Someone who talks about this space every day for a living, but yeah, don't just completely ignore me and act like you're Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I don't know if it's and the punk doesn't help because we know punks can feel a little bit pretentious.
Oh, yeah, I say that he's one of like the 5 or 6 pretentious punks. When I say punks are pretentious on the timeline, he's like the first one that pops in my head.
Which is interesting, and I don't have the same visceral reaction to you like that. To him that you do. Like I don't like, and not that you're saying this. Like I don't think I need to be acknowledged or anything like that. It's fine if he doesn't want to show or he has his kind of friend.
But it's not like, it's just like been basic stuff that you would think he would want to, like, I don't know. I'll just leave it there. But yeah, it's like, I don't care, but it's like, I'm also not going to, like, it's a compounding matter of events, right? Like had the guy actually been cordial and friendly and responded in the past, I'd maybe give him a little more grace, but he's shown himself to me like his true colors. And it's like, I'm seeing more of that come through in the timeline when he finds himself in a hard spot, instead of like, it's like he's doubling down on the cringeness.
Well, this is also like, we talked about this before. We talked about how these, a lot of the Web3 brands need to figure out how to do communications and PR. This is one of the reasons PR matters. When I was at, so again, led PR Progressive Insurance and proactive PR Progressive Insurance. And it's an insurance company. Think about the companies you hate most in your life. It's probably insurance companies, cable companies. Like there's probably a handful that you really, really don't like. Insurance companies obviously being one of them. So a lot of times things go wrong with the claim, it becomes public, and someone's in an accident, and who's going to be more sympathetic, the big old insurance company or the person who got in an accident? One of the reasons you do proactive PR is you have a relationship with reporters, and your execs are talking to them and other people, so that the reporters just don't go write a crappy story about you. They call you. They give you the benefit of the doubt. They know that you've tried to do the right thing in the past. They understand how your processes work. This is the challenge that I think you see with, when you don't engage, which, to Cap's point, it's like, Jesse doesn't need to come on our show if he doesn't want to come on our show. Like, I don't, personally, I will cover base, and so will Cap, like, we'll cover base as, honest as possible. But the fact that we have no context for vision, mission, things like that, like the person, it does lose you the benefit of the doubt where you might have gotten it otherwise, where it's like, you've seen it with Doodles. Like, I did some consulting work with Doodles. I know Doodles. We've had him on the show a bunch of times. And when they go through transitions, we give them more of the benefit of the doubt because we know who the team is and we've talked to them and they come on and we hear their vision and we're like, oh, okay, there's more context to this thing. That said, I don't know. Like, you mentioned the out of touch thing. It's funny you went that direction. That's a direction that I found myself going as well. So we had this conversation where one of the reasons I'm really excited that, Adam Hollander is CMO over at OpenSea is that it felt like Devin was less in touch with the market, like felt a little bit disconnected based on his comments. Because at first I thought he was like gaslighting us. And it turns out, no. He's running a company. He's out of touch with the day-to-day on the timeline. He needs somebody to help him keep up with the day-to-day timeline on top of helping with his overall marketing. Great. Enter Adam Hollander. That makes sense. I wonder if, Jesse's this public-facing figure for the company and does seem at times like the Kaido, like, cell shaming felt completely out of touch. And there was very few people who came to his defense on that. He got ratioed pretty hard. And it's like, I look at someone like, Farouk, who like was tweeting about it. And I have, some level of, sympathy and to some degree empathy at times when I've had similar situations where it's like, he got an airdrop based on, okay, so Kaido created a brand completely off the backs of creators. Great. They figured out a way to gamify it and create sort of this marketing platform to get people to talk about products. And like somebody pays Kaido, 6 figures to get on a leaderboard. People talk about that leaderboard for TGEs. They're successful. But Kaido builds a TGE on sort of the back of people like Farouk. He doesn't ask to be on the leaderboard. He collects his airdrop. He sells his airdrop. He publicly talks about selling his airdrop and he gets shamed. Flip that, if he didn't talk publicly about selling his airdrop, it'd be like, oh, you got dumped on by this KOLs. Or, like, so I just think it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. And, again, Jesse self-shaming there felt like trying to make some like larger point about supporting people in the ecosystem. By the way, the token dumped shortly after. I think it ended up kicking back up, and it was like, I've gotten burned holding to zero so many times because people want to sell shame me. It's like, no, it's like, I don't think that's necessary. So it's like between the sell shaming and now this like long dissertation about content coins, which it's just what you just described is a meme coin, like, which is with a larger picture associated with it. Fine. But I don't know that this meta is a real meta. And I just, like you try, like, again, you talk about like, this is the type of stuff where he's like trying to use these word salads and I just simply don't buy it. Let me read another tweet from Jesse from yesterday. Trying to argue against content coins from a first principles perspective. If a video on TikTok has millions of views, it has value. Why should a single platform control that value? Why shouldn't that value be explicit? Why shouldn't the creator benefit from that value? Seems good to me. And it's like, that sounds really awesome on paper, but like, there are a million ways to support your favorite creators that aren't. And again, I want to put two things apart. If B-Check and Legendary do an interview with Luca Netz or with Garga or with, Adam Fern from Pirate Nation, and they tokenize that, and you want to buy it as a collectible to support them, that is a way to support them. It's not a market cap meme coin that you're dumping. It is buying a NFT, which really isn't meant to be bought and resold. And if you're B-Check and Legendary, you can see who bought that and say, those are our supporters. So if we're doing breakfast in Dubai, we can give a VIP experience to the person who bought the most. We could send Modern Market merch to the people who bought the most. Like, you could find ways to deliver back value in fandom. That is very different to me than what this is. And I think what he's describing, I generally agree with, but I think that's what B-Check and Legendary are doing. And I think Like that makes sense to me. I can explain that. I can't explain content coins. So I don't know. I'll put the rant down there. You feel free to jump in with other thoughts on that, but that's kind of my sort of like I just feel like we're in a bad spot right now in so many places in the market, and this doesn't help.
It feels desperate in a sense. Like I said, like my biggest takeaway from this is like, is Base in trouble? Is like, are they hurting for users? Are they not successfully onboarding these customers, and so now they feel they need to go after more of the degen crowd here? If so, I guess I get it, but I'd feel a lot better about Base if we also had a more of a vision in terms of, okay, what else are you building on chain? Because so far, I mean, I saw some pretty interesting rants about Base, and for everything they do have in terms of top of funnel and customer acquisition, is there a dApp that you use regularly that's on Base, Steve?
I mean, yeah, I use Ethos every day. I've, played with Kaido. Like, I think there's like I think Base as an infrastructure is fine. I guess it's a thing where it's like, and we got to get Paul on the show from Somnia. I had a
call. My thing is like that. I had even forgotten they're on Base. So it's like, yes, they're on Base, and maybe that's the point, is to hide the tech. I just like I don't know if I could name 5. Like I could name 5 dApps on Base or 5 projects on Base, but I can't name 5 that I use regularly. Or and like Ethos is now, that's a good one. But like, what is on Base that's like branded on Base? Like that's I don't want to say a homegrown or incubated project, but that is almost like co-opted or has like the public knows it's on Base.
Kind of sort of Doodles. But I know that they're coming out with a Solana coin, so that'll be interesting. But Doodles Base, yeah, I mean, Doodles, Ethos, like a couple other ones I'm sure I could think of if I really dug into the bag. But it's one of the reasons why, like, I want to have a conversation with Paul from Somnia. I mentioned, like, so Herman, Improbable, Paul, Somnia have, like, a chain that they, spun up effectively. And they want to actually build consumer dApps and things that matter. And I think that I just don't understand. And we're going to be talking to some builders today for APECON, which I'm excited about. Be Epic Gas is on-chain heroes on Base. No, on-chain heroes is abstract. I don't think it's on Base in any way. But I'm, you can tell me if it's multi-chain. But it says in Interzect 0 on Base. Warpcaster on Base. I don't use Farcaster. It's, doesn't, I think the concept of Farcaster is really cool. I just think it's a big undertaking to try to get done. So I'm not sure. And it feels like, I mean, I think the other part about it is I know there are some very small grants to build on Base that I'm aware of, but I'm not certain that Base hands out grants to builders, which sort of that, like, I don't even think they hand out support from a dev perspective, but other chains do. So that's another one where it's like, no, you got to come to us because we're Base. And again, someone could correct me if they work with Base or if I'm wrong. That's what I heard about. Oh, Epic was kidding about the on-chain heroes joke. I like, if I was Base, I would just be paying grants to get like large companies and other people to onboard onto my system to use the underlying infrastructure for loyalty programs and sort of like other applications that make sense on the blockchain, logistical applications, things like that. Because you have the connections, you have the tie-ins. I'm struggling to see. It just, again, like it's a small thing, but it's a big thing. It's like we're entering an era where the headwinds of crypto are changing to tailwinds because we have a supportive administration towards crypto. I know price isn't going up because of global economic issues and sort of, that's just it is what it is. You're not going to be able to, you're not going to be able to spit into the wind when it comes to, or fight the tide when it comes to global economic issues like the tariffs. So price aside, people can build now without fear of like getting debanked or, and it's like, we talked about it yesterday a little bit. It's like we've gone backwards from like, everybody building and trying new and novel things, whether they're, NFT brands or anybody else who's trying to build on chain to, oh, the regulation shackles are off. Here's a new meme coin. Here's a new way to do meme coins. Here's meme coins with an even bigger picture. Like, it just makes me sad when you're like, the shackles are off. We could really build and make this thing happen. Companies could issue collectibles and loyalty program collectibles without having to worry about being seen as unregistered securities because they're dropping lawsuits and they're not seen as products. And we got meme coins with a slightly bigger picture. I don't know. Like,
coming up why I'm frustrated. It's not about this thing. I don't really care. If you guys want to tokenize coins, fine. I'm more frustrated. Like, if this is the vision, if this is the route they're heading, then who's going to be the adult in the room? Like, honestly, even hearing you talk through it, I think they're setting themselves up here to lose market share to the flows and the polygons of the world. Like, not every chain needs to be a DGen casino. I feel pretty strongly about that. And I feel that those that become this DGen casino, it's a turnoff to serious brands.
Yeah, I would be. I mean, like, and here's why. Like, let me explain it this way, because actually that puts it together a little bit for me. So obviously, like, my interest is in the business applications of the blockchain. So I have a little bit of a bias there. I wrote a best-selling book on it. So I care deeply about how NFTs and the blockchain can be used to create value for consumers and brands through aligned incentive structures. Like, that is my interest. That's what I find, that's what I find to be most interesting. And when I talk to brands, I spoke at USC last year. I've spoken at Harvard a handful of times. I've spoken at, like, large companies. I spoke to some people at Progressive, some people at Nestle. I spoke to people at Edelman. Like, I spoke like various large companies. One of the constant questions I get is like, wait, isn't like crypto a big scam and a big casino? And like, why would I want to build there? And it's like, you explain to them, well, like, think of the blockchain like the internet, even though it's more of an infrastructure layer to the internet. And think of that as like, yeah, there's some bad stuff on the internet, but there's some good stuff on the internet. You can build different things. It's how you use it. Like, it's how you use the tool of blockchain. Just like if you hand me a basketball, I'm going to lay enough bricks to build a house. If you hand LeBron James a basketball, he's going to, go to NBA finals, right? Like, that's just how it works. Michael Jordan with the basketball wins 6 championships. Between me and Michael Jordan combined, we have 6 championships. But like, it's just, if you give me the tool and how I use it matters. And the, use of the blockchain matters. And I see companies like Flow, and I see companies, and not that they don't go into the tokenized culture a little bit, but companies like Flow and companies like Polygon trying to build, like, Polygon brags about their stablecoin usage on chain. They care, right? One of our, sponsors for our show that we do every Tuesday, we give away polls from Beezy, like $30 claw polls that could net out, $200, $300 cards potentially to our listeners. And again, like, built on Flow. Like, it feels like those business applications are ultimately going to be the long-term winners. And the short-term stuff, like, if I'm a company and I'm talking to Base, I'm like, didn't you guys drop that picture with the blue circle that then, like, a lot of people lost money on? Like, again, just to put it in context, I have to be the blockchain guy by default, because even if I don't want to talk about it, people ask me about it. And so it's like my kids, their parents, like their friends' parents, like of my kids, like they're cool. Like, they're cool. They're cool adults. I'm very lucky. My kids have cool friends and their parents are cool, right? And by cool, I mean nerdy cool like me. So it works perfectly. Like, they found this good little niche to the point where, like, we're going to go on a vacation together over the summer, like with like 25 of us in a house or something. When they ask about, like, this world, I can explain Bitcoin, I can explain NFTs, I can explain the blockchain, I can explain taking money across borders if you're leaving a country of unrest, I can explain all of these applications of what makes us good. But if I try to explain meme coins, nobody gets it, and I'd be lying if I said that it was like something that makes sense to the average person. It's why I don't think it's this product market fit where people are like, meme coins will onboard the masses. It's like, most people are not interested in a product where a low investment is like $1,000 and you could lose it or half it in a matter of minutes. Like, most people aren't. And the house always wins. And there's a group of insider people who are always going to beat you first to the exits in this game of musical chairs or hot potato. I can't explain it to them. So if you're Base and you're talking to Budweiser, if you're talking to, hey, Budweiser, you want to get back into NFTs? If you're talking to, Frito-Lay, and this can't be a good look if you're having that conversation. The same way, it's not a good look for me talking about the technology at USC. So that to me is like the worry I have with that sort of stuff. Is like, it goes back to brand. Who are you and what do you want to be? Like, and what is your long-term goals? And if, like, Base is I feel like Base is like sacrificing these short-term goals or sacrificing long-term goals with short-term goals, I guess would be.
Exactly. I feel the same.
Yeah. That's what frustrates me. So
It feels very short-sighted. It feels like the market's shit right now. We're in a little lull. We need to do something to get transaction and volume back, growth on our chain, and this will do it. I think it's driving that short-term transaction at the expense of potentially some of the long-term relationships and brand equity that they're building.
Yeah, it's like this is like the thing that I thought they weren't. And again, I'm not trying to like be a hater. It's just I thought they were not this thing, and now they are. And it's just, it seemed bizarre, and it just seemed out of left field. And again, I just think about the fact that like,
I mean, it's this, if you're talking to a business, you're consulting, and they're asking, hey, we want to go to a serious chain, not this degen stuff, not this online on-chain casino. We want where businesses are building. You're probably going to bring up Flow. You're probably going to bring up Polygon.
Avalanche more. Avalanche does it more.
And now, like, maybe not, but maybe Base is less likely to be brought up in that conversation. I don't know.
I mean, it's one of those ones where it'll probably come up, but it's like, yeah, I mean, like when you look at Avalanche, AVAX, again, just so you know, because Caps mentioned like, hey, we haven't been able to get Jesse on the show, all these other things, like, right? It's like, just so you know, like we've never had AVAX on the show. They sponsor every single content creator except us. We just haven't connected with them. I will stand for AVAX on this same category where, yes, AVAX has some meme coins here and there where people play around, but AVAX is working on driver's licenses and titles in California. AVAX works on Off the Grid, which is a AAA rated popular game, which allows you to tokenize your guns, tokenize your armor off the chain if you choose to, or on chain if you choose to. If not, you can leave it completely off chain so they can run everything else. So they don't even have to worry about rollups or other things. They can just sort of run those in, don't have to run certain instances. They just basically run the game, and you have the choice to bring it on and buy it and sell it. Like, I'm going to talk about AVAX all day long. Dunk Cookie, when you abandon your Dunk Cookie in the chat, if you're not watching the stream, says, when you abandon your essence, you make room for competitors who understand that the brand is emotion, and emotion and feeling is everything. Base just changed their feels. That's it. Like when you have like, again, we hit on this yesterday. It's like, find a brand. Who are you? I talk about it like I know the brand that DiGiorno was when I worked at Nestle. And every communication, every commercial, every tweet, every press release had that brand running through it because you had it clearly defined. You knew who your customer was.
It's certainly not delivery.
Yeah, right. It's not delivery. It's DiGiorno. No, you have so many like brand definitions. You have circumstances you want to create. Like when people think of a DiGiorno pizza, a lot of them think about a quick meal that they're able to make with their kids. Like there's a part of that. When they think about their online presence, they would think about like Wendy's online presence. As an example, Wendy's knows who they are as a brand. You know what a Wendy's tweet looks like. You know what a Wendy's reply looks like. Like when they talked about like Katy Perry said, so glad to be back on Earth or something, and Wendy's responds like, can you go back to space or whatever that was. They're snarky, they're fun. There's brands, and like I feel like Base had a brand that I was like, okay, they're kind of corporate, but that's okay. Like they're going to onboard the masses, and then they did
like jeans and a hoodie corporate. Like they were corporate, they were cool corporate. Now they're just dropping the corporate realm altogether, I feel. And they're not. This is certainly hyperbole, but yeah, they were like cool corporate. They were the ones that showed up in the in the jeans and a hoodie at the board meeting, but they still had the business acumen.
Yeah, the guy who's wearing the jeans and the button down with like a jersey over top of it sitting courtside, that was Base, right? Like they're corporate and like, look, yes, I'm wearing jeans and a button down tucked in, but look, there's a jersey over it. I'm super hip. So yeah, I don't know. So like I don't want to like belabor it too much, but it bummed me out because it's like also like it's a meme coin. Like don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. Like it's a meme coin. It's not a content. It's a meme coin. Like it is what it is. Like there's no two ways about it. So I think that part of it also turns me off a little bit, where it's like trying to like gaslight us and just be like, hey, meme coins over here. That's all we're doing. Couple other things though. Speaking of Base and maybe trailovers to Base. Did you see this whole Doodles founder controversy project scenario that went down the other day?
Yeah, I'm shocked not that it transpired and played out this way. I'm shocked that 2 of the Doodles co-founders would tarnish the reputation for a couple $100,000. Presumably they were involved in the small unknown account with no mutual follows that won the thing.
They claim they weren't, or it appears they weren't, and it was all done on chain. But for those who missed it, Project 2 had a lot of confusion around what was going on with Doodles. Speaking of Base, so Doodles building on Base. Project 2 basically was a address that people could, contract address people could send money to. There was a, and they didn't say what it was for. It was this complicated, like, you got a certain number of tokens based on how much money you put in. Those tokens could ultimately be used to then burn or sort of buy NFT upgrades, and then you could upgrade NFTs until you got to the point where you could sort of claim a bounty. So you'd spend all this money, sort of like this game where it's like you would buy, like, it was a crafting challenge effectively, where you would like have a level 1 card, and then you would craft a level 1 card out of 50 of whatever these things were. And then you take another 50 and make another level 1 card. Then you could buy the 2 level 1 cards and make them a level 2 card. And then you would need to do that process over and over again until you're able to try to claim bounties and have a chance to win it. So basically, you know, Whale has this tweet. Okay, quick update because it's hilarious. I know a lot of people don't like Whale. I like Whale, for the record. So I will say, like, I enjoy him and his content. Quick update on this because it's hilarious. Remember a few weeks ago when I told you about the Doodles co-founders new project? First of all, this is the chart of its token. I'll show that in a second. They raised about 230 ETH and some SOL in a pre-sale for it, then distributed the tokens and launched a game that essentially consisted of burning the token to mint NFTs and then merge to claim bounties. Now, here's the fun part. Today, somehow, a random account with 180 followers and 0 mutuals to Whale won almost all of the pre-sale funds, 222 ETH, $355,000. How? Well, absolutely no one has any idea. So you can see what happened to the token here if you're watching the screen. Obviously, it was kind of low. It had a moment where it went up, and then it absolutely tanked after the game stopped. You know, to your point, I believe there's some replies here that might make the point. I'll have to look. You know, a lot of people said, like, no worry on this. And like, and Whale said, look, maybe the winner is an actual person on an alt, which has nothing to do with Chainlink, because somebody said, oh, it's all in Chainlink. He said, but it's sus to distribute the entire funds, 222 ETH, to a single player in the first round of the game, or do you have a logical explanation for that as well? Again, it's crazy because I am a Doodles enjoyer. I love my Doodle. I like that team. We're going to have them on again here pretty soon. But I don't know that there has ever been and I'll hand it to you, Cap, and I'm going to go top off my coffee so that we can, you know, keep running on it. I don't know if I've ever seen a team and a brand go from the most sort of calm, I see the direction, I understand, to chaotic. I mean, I think of Doodles as completely chaotic right now, right? Like, we don't know what dark mode was. We didn't get a clear explanation. Apparently, they had a merch drop, which didn't have a whole lot of storytelling behind it, which was
even that. Like, why not do dark mode merch? Like, it's just like it seems very. I'm thoroughly confused. I have no idea. I'm looking forward to getting him on because I agree. I went from they had one of the more clear visions in the space to I don't have a clue what's going on. Not a clue.
I knew exactly where they were going.
That's it.
And I
have no idea what DreamNet is.
And by the way, I'm not to say, like, it's not my job to say that them as a company, I like the direction Julian was going, but I'm not the one to say it as a company that, 1, that was their original vision, 2, that everybody was happy, 3, that was where Burnt Toast wanted the brand to go, any of those things. There's a variety of reasons why they could have changed direction. But you saw the clear direction and the way they were building. They're the only ones who know their business model or whether it was working behind closed doors. But then to flip through that and say, okay, now we're getting rid of it and we're going dark mode. There wasn't really a lot of clarity on, like, why dark mode. And I think dark mode merch would have actually been really awesome. And a lot of people did dark mode in the timeline. Now it seems they're out of dark mode. And there's, you know, the merch sale, which it's different colors and a different sort of palette than the previous merch. But I'm not sure, you know, that there was the issue that I know a couple people had where some of the holder exclusive items. So like the, you know, Doodle behind me, one of them was a holder exclusive, which is now completely up for sale at the same price, which was people thought was going to be a limited edition. So that happens. DreamNet's coming out. I actually think DreamNet's a cool concept. It's like this world building sort of concept, and AI connected world building concept. I think it's a big concept that could be really fun. They're going that direction, but like, it's just with that and their co-founders going off the reservation with this Project 2 project. It went from so established and like I can always point to Doodles. I can talk to Doodles to my friends, my family. When I wear a Doodles hat, I can explain it to them. They were at the Toronto International Film Festival. They did a deal with McDonald's. They had Crocs. They had G-Shock too. I'm not sure. It's chaotic. So,
it's a good way to put it. It's went from like, you talk about the corporate mode. They were definitely the hoodie guys at the board meeting, and now it's like they are leaning into the degen roots of Web3. And just to be clear, I'm fine with it. Like, I don't need to know everything that's going on. It's just, it is a hard pivot from that team, maybe on par with the base pivot into content coins or whatever they want to call them. But yeah, it's I wonder how much of these pivots are due to market conditions, Steve. That's where I go back to. Like, are people making short-term decisions because of the current state of the market?
Yeah, and that's a question I don't have a clear answer to. But speaking of the state of the market, why don't I do this? I'm going to top up my coffee. You want to give us a daily market update while I do that?
Yeah, I don't know. Do we have that?
Oh, I do. Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, give it a go. We'll do a quick market update, and then that'll probably take us close into APECON.
It's market update time. Let's set the play. Powered by Awaken, the smart tax way. From crypto flips to DeFi stacks. They keep it clean. Got your back. Grab your coffee. Let's break it down. Daily update right now.
I'm not sure what's going on with the audio there. We lost a little bit of it, but this is the daily market update brought to you Awaken by Awaken Tax. Head to awaken.tax. Use code COFFEE for $50 off. If you are one of those extendors and not got your taxes filed yet, they will save you some cash, and it's free Solana transactions as well over there. But looking at the market today, we have, and this is also, if you're new here, you're looking at the Mintify portal here, mintify.xyz. Mintify, one of our sponsors today for APECON, coming up here in a bit. We'll be minting on the Mintify Launchpad here at 9. So those of you that are here, don't go anywhere. That, I believe that goes live at 9 a.m. Eastern. So we'll share that mint link here shortly. But they've got this is the Coinbase 50 we're looking at here. So majors, green day across the board. Bitcoin up 1% to 84,778. ETH almost at 1,600, up 1.23% on the day. XRP up 1.5% to 211. Solana up to 134, up 6.72%, leading the way today as far as majors are concerned. Doge up to 15 cents, up 2% on the day. Cardano 2%, Avalanche 2%. Basically, all these others are 1.5 to 2.5%. Solid day in the world of tokens. On the NFT front, mixed bag across the board, but nothing too bloody or bad. Bored Apes are essentially flat at 14.13 ETH. Mutants down just 1.5% to 2.4. Those are the two leading volume collections today. I'm not sure what Cake is. If anyone knows what this new collection is, give us some details in the chat. It's at 1.04 ETH price. It is new. I'm not sure what it minted at, but 26 sales, 75 ETH in volume in the past day. Doodles, as the aforementioned Doodles, up to 2.91, up 2.83% on the day. Infinex Patrons up to 2.99 ETH. This was a pre-sale. It's up 23%, but this is the holders of this NFT. They were essentially like pre-sale token investors. I think it was a $3,000 NFT in USD. And so the token itself, the NFT is priced in USD for the most part, trading a little above that $3,000, but up big in terms of ETH as ETH has pulled back. Pudgy's up 0.5% to 9.6. Creeps, a big day, up 12%. I saw a lot of creeps on the time. There must be some news there. I'm not deep in that ecosystem, but I did see several threads and stuff popping. So it must be some announcements from Creeps that was well received. They're up 12% on the day, leading the legacy NFT collections to 2.12. Littles are flat to 1.15. Final Bossu still holding strong, up 12.5% on the day following their mint. They're at 0.189 ETH. That was a $220 USD mint price, I believe. And Seeing Signs, another one. Not exactly sure what this one is, but it's been on here the last few days, so I should probably do a little additional research. But that's our daily market update brought to you by Awaken Tax. Head to awaken.tax, use code COFFEE for $50 off. There's some of your more pure memes. I think there's also a big unlock coming, not on Trump, but I think maybe Melania this week. So be safe out there in the streets. As always, don't put any money in you can't afford to use, and know that Steve and I likely hold tokens we talk about from time to time here on the show. That being said, Steve, what else do you want to get in here in the next few minutes?
I think like those are like the big ones that I was looking at as far as like the front end stories. I don't know if you saw the Trump Monopoly game that he's dropping on chain.
I heard you mention it in passing, and then I just saw a random tweet about it afterwards. But I that's the only thing I've seen. It's on chain Monopoly, right?
Yeah, no, and they say, by the way, it's an on-chain real estate game where you can navigate around the level and buy and sell properties, but not like Monopoly. Not like Monopoly.
In all seriousness, one of the best use cases for doing things on chain would be McDonald's bringing back Monopoly and putting it on chain.
Talked about it a million times.
Yeah, I mean, it completely eliminates the fraud and funny business they had going on the first time. Just put it on chain. Let everyone see what's happening. Make it. We're going to be doing a proof of winner on chain randomizer today that's built on Ape Chain. Like, this stuff exists. Like, the tech is better today. And Monopoly, the sweepstakes game at McDonald's, without a doubt, would be far enhanced if done on chain as opposed to the way they did it historically.
It's crazy. When did the Monopoly game end? I'm gonna find right now, because I always feel like when I look, I'm shocked that it ended in 2015. The Monopoly game was. I thought it was before 2015. Like, I thought somebody saw somebody who said, like, I don't know. It's do Wikipedia. This is why ChatGPT is far superior. If I ask it, when did the Monopoly game end in the United States of America, it'll give me a clear answer. But that's like one that I feel like I miss so much because it was just a fun game. And imagine if you pull like a rare card or a prize that you could then sell on chain. Oh, you don't want to go through the process of claiming a new car and getting it and getting the claim and the taxes on that and selling it and whatever. You just sell the NFT and let someone else claim it. It's just that simple. But yeah, when did Monopoly end in the USA? Like, I feel like it was like earlier than I thought. I said 2016, which is crazy because I thought that it was earlier than that. So maybe not. But yeah, big time fraud that happened in that. But on chain changes it quite a bit. But yeah, he's coming out with this other piece, which is, I guess it sounds similar to Monopoly Go. Are you familiar?
Only familiar that it's one of the more successful mobile games. I've never played it. I just know it's it's a Monopoly app game. That's all I know about it. Mobile Monopoly mobile game.
Well, guess what? You're about to learn more from our friends over at ENS.
The more you know, brought to you by ENS.
Cap and I did not plan that. He really just doesn't know anything about Monopoly Go, and it turns out this morning, a lot of times he front runs me on our More You Know, brought to you by ENS. Not today, Satan. I will have an ENS More You Know that Cap will not be aware of. So since its launch in April 2023, Monopoly Go has taken the mobile gaming world by storm. Developed by Scopely in partnership with Hasbro, this reimagined classic has become a financial juggernaut. In its first year alone, it surpassed over $3 billion in revenue, making it the fastest growing mobile game ever to hit that milestone. In 2023 alone, it hit $1.3 billion, and momentum hasn't slowed. Again, by early 2024, cleared $2 billion, and then of course that $3 billion mark that I just mentioned. It's now firmly planted among the top grossing mobile games worldwide, and the success isn't just revenue, it's also in reach. With over 150 million downloads, Monopoly Go has struck a chord with gamers of all ages, combining nostalgia with addictive social gameplay. And that's the More You Know, brought to you by ENS. ENS does more than you know, not just anchoring your name across Web3, but anchoring it across the internet. It's your identity. Simple, memorable, and unmistakably yours. Security, interoperability, and ease of use. Go to ens.domain to learn more and secure your ENS domain. And by the way, this is an area where on-chain matters. Like, this is an area where not just the Monopoly game you talk about, not just me talking about Monopoly Go, but when you look at the revenue games are making, and you look at the opportunity to own them, and you look at potential royalties for sales of items within games, the right game design makes a lot of sense on chain. It's also more fair. It's more provable. It's more, so I think those things are noteworthy to me, as far as Monopoly as a sort of like game that, you know, and so like a lot of people poo-pooed it because they're like, you know, Donald Trump, self-interests on crypto. Self-interests have always been intertwined financially with Congress members. Just look at how they trade stocks. I constantly have to check myself that am I okay with this because I think it advances the nature of technology and how we can have the next underlying layer of the infrastructure on the internet with the blockchain. Am I biased because of that? Or am I just saying, hey, like it's, like am I going too easy? Because I don't love the insider trading that we see. But here we have a guy building out games as he legalizes the tech. So I don't know. Any thoughts on that before we get into APECON and get Laura in here pretty soon?
I have thoughts, but probably a deeper conversation. Like, who's doing this? Who's advising him? Do we know? How does this not known yet?
No, we do know. It's a guy. Hold on. There's a specific guy.
It's like
he helped him launch his coin too.
All this stuff. I'm not saying this is all like great. However, we talked about yesterday, talking about legacy NFT collections and not the new activations, the new engagements, like feels like it's been dropping off. Like continues to experiment, continues to do different stuff. Like I'm not a buyer. I'm not the target demographic, but whoever's doing it clearly feels like they've got a pretty decent pulse on the space. And I don't know. I'm interested in following along.
It is a older gentleman named Bill Zanker, an American businessman, best known for being the founder of the adult education company, The Learning Annex. He when you Google him, you get people associated, Donald Trump, a couple I don't know, and Penn Jillette, the magician. So apparently he's also friends with the magician. But yeah, it sounds like Bill Zanker, I believe, when I read the CoinDesk article, is the person who is advising him. Not a lot of information out there on Mr. Zanker, but it sounds like he's pulling the strings and even helped him with his meme coin launch. So, yeah, so there you go. But we shall see. But we're gonna kick off APECON here in a second. We should let's get Laura in here in a minute. She can swing in any time. If you're out there, feel free to request up. And we can jump in whenever to kick things off. I'll let her know. I'll give her a DM now, Cap.
Cool. I'm going to swap out the title here. Again, quick reset for those that are new here, our Coffee with Captain regulars. Please stick with us. You're welcome to join the entire day if you can, or hang out and tune in when you can, or keep us on in the background. I think it'll be, if you enjoy Coffee with Captain, I'm pretty confident in saying that you'll enjoy APECON today. It really is a deeper dive. It is ecosystem focused on ape chain builders, but I was floored that we had essentially 50 applicants to participate in this startup pitch competition today. The day, to give you kind of lay of the land, we're going to here in a little bit, Garga is going to join us for our opening keynote interview. And then right after that, we're going to get into the first round of the startup competition. Think like Shark Tank. Each team will have 60 to 90 seconds just to do a quick pitch. We'll get into like what they'll be judged on here and how that'll be done a little bit shortly. But after that first round, then there'll be 3 to 5 of the top teams will advance to the finals, which will be this afternoon. And then in between that, we will have several other panels that feature some of the leading builders on Ape Chain ecosystem. I just saw an announcement from Bonga. Bonga is going to be joining us on the direct-to-consumer panel later today. They just announced a partnership with Ape Concierge. So I said I'm excited to ask questions about this. I think it's a pretty cool announcement. I love to see ecosystem partnerships like that. And really, grateful for, first of all, thank Ape for sponsoring another, I'm biased, but another great community initiative that is helping more than just an individual or a team. There's going to be 5,000 Ape going to the winner of this startup competition that was provided for by Thank Ape. So greatly appreciate Thank Ape and all they do. We'll give some other sponsors some shout outs throughout the day. We've had several of the Ape Chain NFT founders have provided some NFTs that will be given away. If anyone has expressed interest or you wanted to do that, but you haven't got the wallet yet, shoot me a DM. I'll do my best to keep eyes on DMs throughout the conference today. And we will be using, I mentioned the proof of winner that was built by Mac over there and team. Several of you on ApeChain have been mining gold. This is an on-chain raffle picker, essentially, that will be utilized today. We're doing a live demo in real time for anyone that mints that NFT. The NFT is, think of it as like a POAP. It's a proof of attendance. It's a commemorative NFT. It is free, but that's how you're going to qualify for these NFT raffles later. And we just appreciate you heading over there and minting once we post the link. But I'm pumped. I will say this is the first time. Obviously, this is 880 Coffee with Captains in a row that Steve and I have hosted. It's our first time hosting one quite this long. We have had a couple of marathon shows in our day. I think back to probably our first non-coffee show, our first longer show. Was it the Saturday space after you acquired Proof?
I mean, it was our first sort
we
of
went long on
really
the Other Deeds space. That was a Friday show, though. I think then that Saturday was maybe the longer one.
Yeah, we've gone long on a few of them. But that Saturday space, I think, was our first. Was definitely our first time that we did something like really like we didn't even count that in our numbers. I don't think so. We probably are one number behind forever on Coffee with Captain, because that was technically Coffee with Captain. We probably starting next week. You go to evens, I go to odds, right?
We've been lying this whole time. We're going to add. This is actually Coffee with Captain 881. Good call. So our math has been off. But no, in all seriousness, we're excited. This is also the first time we've done a space in a live stream of this long. So, and by far the most participants we'll have. Like I said, we've got 27 teams competing today. So bear with us if we have any tech issues. Judge us, not our participants. If we have a tech issue, don't hold that against us. For all those that are participating, if you have any glitches or you can't access the video for any reason, again, we're going to keep an eye on DMs, but the Spaces audio is also live. If you need to go audio only, you can do that. You're also welcome to jump up on stage whether you're a panelist or presenting or competing. You're welcome to jump up on the Spaces audio stage with your personal account or your brand account if you'd like for additional visibility. Just keep that muted so it doesn't come through the video feed. What other housekeeping items? And then we'll get Laura in here with a quick introduction and get things rolling. Any other housekeeping stuff though?
No, let's get Laura in here, and then I'll kind of give a little bit more of an intro up to APECON, just to give people a good sort of a good tee up on that. But Laura, I know you're working on getting on the stream, but in the meantime, I know you are on the Spaces. GM, how you doing this morning?
GM, I'm very happy and excited for this. I can't wait to see what all the builders are going to be sharing with us. I don't know, finally seeing this come into fruition, like after working for such a long time with both of you. I don't know, I'm just grateful for today, grateful to be part of it all, and to really see so many familiar faces, new faces, excited for building in the ecosystem, for sharing their ideas. And one of the things, like, and this might be like spoiler alert, I think the idea of individual builders as well as already made up teams that came together because of this, I think that excites me, because sometimes as an individual you might have an idea, and being able to have those individual applications and new groups created from the startup competition is exciting. I think it's an opportunity to connect with new people and to build something new. So yeah, happy to be here.
That's I think really a great call, Laura. I mean, first of all, grateful for you working with us, excited for this as well. And of those 27 teams that are participating today, 7 of the teams are comprised of 35 different individuals that have not yet worked before previously. They just found out their teams in the last 24 hours here. And so keep that in mind as you'll be hearing pitches from really 2 different types of groups. Some are existing teams, existing projects, existing brands already in motion. You'll be hearing from the founder, a team lead, a captain, whatever, a representative from those teams. And then the second phase of this pitch competition is going to be, you're going to be hearing, some of them have thought of these ideas. Many of them have ideas percolating, but they haven't shipped it yet. They haven't built a team. And so you're going to be seeing these teams come together in real time. They're chatting now in group chats behind the scenes, who's deciding who's going to be the spokesperson and exactly which idea they're going to pitch today. They're at most likely a competitive disadvantage versus these teams that are established and have been working together for a while. However, I told them all previously, so I'll let everyone know I'm rooting for them. I think I'm rooting for the underdogs. I'm rooting for one of them to surprise surprises with the competition today. And not that I'm expecting any of these 7 new teams that have been merged together or formulated just in the last 24 hours to come up with the next unicorn idea today. A bigger goal of this APECON conference, and it's not just the competing teams. I hope everyone in the audience, whether it's a speaker on stage or you see someone in the audience, connect with at least one new individual yet today that you haven't done so previously. And that is a really big goal for these teams that are competing. Is maybe they don't win, maybe they don't even advance to the finals, but if if there's even two entrepreneurs on these teams that end up connecting because of this, and they end up co-founding their next company together, and it goes on to be a massive success, that is a huge win. So the part of this, the goal today is to hear from some very well baked out ideas and businesses, and the other part is to serve as like a melting pot for everyone in the ecosystem and those that are ape chain curious. So connect. These are like I said, 50 plus builders. What you hear them pitch today may not be what they ultimately end up taking to market, but look to make some new connections, build some new relationships, and that is as much of a goal today as it is to award the winner 5,008.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a fun one. And it's funny. I probably just confused Brad because I was reminding B-Check and Legendary Modern Market Guys are going to be our first judges. Accidentally went to the triple group chat that I had with them and Brad. Brad's probably like, what the hell? Was I supposed to be here? Is that today? Nobody told me. So apologies to Brad in advance if you're out there listening or if you see that. I know Mega ETH is pretty busy at the moment. But for people who are looking for, again, as Cap mentioned, like the goal is sort of to connect people, because I think one of the things we hear a lot, Cap and I run this space and we happen to be very lucky by doing this, every single day since 2021. So, we're going to hit at some, I think do we hit 4 years or 5 years this year? I don't even know at this point, but
it'll be 4 in December.
4 in December, right? So for 4 straight years, Cap and I, one of us has been here Monday through Friday, every single Monday through Friday, birthdays, holidays, whatever it is, one of us has been here every Monday through Friday for, 3.5 years. And I think we constantly have conversations with founders. We have conversations with individual people who say, I want to work in Web3, or I have an idea, or how do I get this thing started? This is for those people. Like, there are people who are going to pitch today, certainly. But if you're listening and you've thought, I want to work in Web3, I have a killer idea, I want to build something on chain that's more than just a picture on a tokenized picture that they've built, although NFTs fit into that. So I suppose I'm just making fun of the culture coins. But, the idea that you want to build something real or be involved, well, this is the show where we have panels that are, how do you get funded on ApeChain? We're going to have people who tell you real, tangible ways to get funded on ApeChain. How do you network on ApeChain? We're going to have real, tangible people to say how you can network within the ecosystem. How do you navigate it with your creator tools and launch? We're going to have launch pads on here, including ones we're using today. So the idea being, yes, we're going to show some startups and those 90-second pitches and those longer blown out ones. We have some great judges who are coming through and going to do that. But the goal is for anybody listening to say, if you have an idea, how do I turn that idea into action? How do I make an idea happen? Because ideas are great, but turning an idea into action is much more difficult. And so moving some of those doors, how do you go D2C on ApeChain? And basically say, if you're looking for a place to build, why not check out ApeChain as a home base, as an opportunity? Because there is a great chance, a great opportunity for you to go ahead and get things like funding from places like ThinkApe, places like Banana Bill, or now the ApeCoin Ecosystem Fund, the actual chain itself. There are ways to get funded. And so figuring out how to do that, because like all these different L2s and L3s and side chains, there's an arms race for the best possible dApps, the best possible people. So really big opportunity there. And if anybody's watching, again, like that is the goal. So stick with us today. You're going to be able to find the replay. You'll find the replay on Space. We're going to cut some content from it for sure. But the goal, it's our first time doing it. We'll see how it goes. But the goal is to give some people a real shot to network and to show that it's not as, I guess, pulling back the veil is the way I think of it. There's such a curtain sort of blocking what it is to build on chain for a lot of people. And I think if you are here, if you're listening to this space, you're incredibly early. You know how to use this technology. And this is your chance to kind of say, like, okay, like, so how is this done when it gets down to brass tacks? So and Mesh asking, how would one do this in the future? Make a pitch for a blockchain project, or is this only for technical people? Mesh, this is for anyone. Part of what we did today, actually, is we did connect people who were maybe somebody who was financial based with somebody who was tech based, and they're going to give pitches as well. So Mesh, if you're interested in making a pitch, first of all, you live across the pond, I believe, right? So like that's going to mean that you're going to have a great pitch voice, because anything sounds better in a British accent. And so, yeah, like if you want to be involved in this in the future, if we do another one, for sure, reach out to us. But yeah, we have lots of ideas on how we can ultimately move this thing forward, but we'll see how it goes to start. But let's bring Lara onto stage here as well. She's got the Cap and I are matching with our Bored Ape hoodies, not planned. Lara's got this dope ApeChain hoodie. Good to have you on stream, Lara.
Yeah, it is great, but that's wild, Steve, that we have like, this is like the very first hoodie, and I think Laura's Ape Chain hoodie might be more in demand than ours.
Oh yeah, that is
the most exclusive hoodie in the entire collection, I think.
I just think it's funny that when I decided, I was like, oh, what should I wear tomorrow? And I'm like, this is something like probably only women think about. I was like, I bet they're gonna wear hoodies. I was like, oh my God, I have the perfect hoodie for this. So yeah, so that's how my decision was made. But I was just laughing because I'm like, we didn't talk about this. We're not gonna agree on, like, we're not even gonna make this a conversation, and we're all gonna show up tomorrow in a uniform. So look at us, all set up.
The hoodie's real. I mean, the hoodie, the hoodie uniform is very real. Cap and I have said before, I think we have we did the math. I think it was 5 to 7 matching hoodies. There's a roughly 1 in 9 chance or something on any given day that Cap and I are going to be wearing the same hoodie based on our hoodie overlap, I guess. And also, I'm just going to be honest, everything I have is in the laundry right now. Maybe I would have worn a different hoodie at this point, but this is the one this has become, by the way, I know it is very sacrilegious because this is the OG hoodie. This is my workout comfy hoodie that I wear when I'm doing back squats, when I'm going to the gym, whatever it is. There's little holes in it, which I actually, by the way, there's a hole. You can't even see when I put up the camera. There's a hole in the wrist. My brother, I've seen wearing it. It's fashionable, right? Laura's got my back. That's fashionable. Holes in my shirt. You're supposed to have them, but yeah, the Mesh asking if that Ape Chain hoodie is for sale. It should be if it is not, because it is a very, very, very nice hoodie. But I know we got Garga coming here in about 5 minutes. Gonna tee up. Laura displaying the ApeCoin hoodie. Looking good there. That's the one. That is a grail item for me, Cap. I do not have an ApeCoin hoodie. I need myself an ApeCoin hoodie. Do you have any ApeCoin gear, Cap, besides? I know we have the hats. We have the bags.
Yep.
The bags are electric. But
the bag's electric, the beanie is solid as well. But yeah, those are my only 2 pieces of ape merch thus far, or ape chain merch, I should say. But I am a big fan. I kind of love the logo and the brand, how it's coming together. And I don't know if we've ever really given flowers for that, at least not on this show. So whoever was behind that one, well done. We took it and ran with it here for APECON. I did share the schedule today up on the stage for anyone looking in. We'll do a quick reset and then we'll get rolling here with Garga in a second. The mint is also live. It's pinned up top, brought to you by Mintify. Hooked us up today with that free mint over on the Mintify launchpad. That's pinned up top. It's free mint on Ape Chain, and that will be it's a commemorative NFT. It will serve as your POAP, if you will, but also will be entering you into the raffles. We've got a few NFTs courtesy of other Ape Chain founders going out later today. The NFT is how you qualify, and with the first round being at 11 o'clock is when we'll do that during the NBA ad break. You want to make sure you've minted prior to probably say 10:30, because I need a little bit of time to pull out the addresses and get them loaded into proof of work. As we mentioned, we got Garga joining us here soon. Then we're going to bring on our judges for the first round. We'll introduce them, and then we'll do the first speed round, 60 to 90 seconds for each of the 27 teams. We'll announce the finalist and then move into that ad break with the first round of raffles. Then our panels, we've got kicking it off with the Ape Chain Hub and ecosystem support. We're going to talk creator tools on Ape Chain. We'll actually have Mintify and a few of the other launch pads joining us for that as well. We've got networking and navigating. I'm pumped about this panel as a listener. D2C, direct to consumer on Ape Chain. Another break in the afternoon. When I say break, this is for the teams if they want any final practice on their pitches and stuff. And we will be spotlighting an existing builder. We're going to have Mac from Proof of Winning join us to help us with this live demo here at 10:55, or excuse me, at 11 o'clock. And we've got a few others joining us this afternoon as well. Then we're going to talk getting funded on Ape Chain, followed by the finals of the startup competition. That'll be a little more Q&A, a little more intense. We've allotted 90 minutes. Candidly, I don't expect the final round to take the full 90 minutes, but we wanted to make sure we allotted enough time for all of our judges if we do get into a lot of Q&A during that. And then we'll announce our winners and send off 5K to the winning team. And as I said, hopefully this is just the first of many interactions for those participating today.
Yeah, it should be a fun one. And I'm actually working on spinning up a tweet just so people can see it. We can pin up top because I know the replies sometimes get a little nerfed or people don't see them as much. So I'll get a tweet out about the NFT giveaway, see if some other people want to come and swing and attend. But I'm pretty excited to do so. It's the type of thing where it's like, look, like one of the things people ask me constantly, and I'm sure we'll get in this networking panel later, is they'll say, and we'll bring on Garga here in a second, is they say, like, look, how do I how do you continue to get to know people? How do you build in Web3? What are the best ways? And I always say the number one thing you can do is go to an IRL event. A lot of people have real jobs. They can't go to an IRL event. It's hard. You have to pick and choose. You have to be specific about which one you're going to go to. Is it APECON? Is it VCon? Is it, Art Basel? Is it NFT NYC? It is hard to do that. But you have to be at the plate if you want to swing the bat. One of the goals we have today is that if you are a builder or somebody who's interested, all the panels are going to tell you how to get funded, navigate, and do those things on ApeChain. We're going to have speakers who come through. We're going to have the startup competition. Part of the goal is bringing that IRL experience or that experience over to people virtually because we are such an interconnected global community and want to make sure everybody has that opportunity to do so. So I think part of the goal is to do that. And again, as we mentioned, we're going to give away some solid some NFTs. There's going to be some giveaways time. So like, retweet, comment on the room as always, bookmark. You don't check your bookmark tweets anyway. I know it. So just go ahead and bookmark it, and it helps us out and gets it going. But Cap or Laura, I'll hand it to you while I get this tweet out about the NFT mint, and we can get this thing rolling.
Yeah, and again, building in public today, first run at this, we expect to get a lot of learnings from it and hopefully minimal tech issues. But if we do, hold that against us, not any of our speakers or guests or participants, and really appreciate all their time. I know everyone's super busy and taking out whether it's 20 minutes or the entire day out of their day to join us today. Just really appreciate that, and we will again do our best to keep eyes on all the chats. If you have any questions, if you get stuck on anything, let us know. And for those that are participating, it is to have fun too. This is not a. I mean, it is. You wouldn't know what that was. Did you catch that echo just on my end? Good now. Sorry about that. That was weird. I jinxed it by saying hopefully no tech issues, but yeah,
it was no special effects.
Enjoy the day, have fun, and we all know, the judges know, that these new teams just got pulled together and with intent had very little prep time in advance of the presentation today. So with that, without further ado, let's bring up Garga here and get things going.
Hey guys,
welcome.
Thanks for having me.
I would think at this point everyone listening is well aware, familiar with yourself. Do you mind just a brief introduction about your journey into crypto Web3, and then we'll get rolling with all things ApeChain.
For sure. So I'm Greg, also known as Garga. I'm the CEO and one of the co-founders of Yuga Labs and Bored Ape Yacht Club. I'm super stoked to be here and talk about ApeChain builders and the community that's sprouted up there, and grateful to you guys for starting this. I think it's super cool.
Yeah, our pleasure. Happy to be hosting and really appreciate your time today. We do have a lot of ApeChain builders, and I don't know if you caught the earlier, we had 50 applicants apply for this startup competition today. 20 of those were existing teams that are already building. And then another 35 individuals are would-be entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs that want to build. They're excited to build an ApeChain, and they've been meshed together with a brand new team today. So you got 35 individuals comprising of 7 brand new teams would be competing. Is there any just high-level messaging? Why would any of these, whether they're thinking about it or on the fence, why build on ApeChain? If you're in crypto, you're in Web3, you got an idea, you want to build on chain. Why ApeChain? Let's just start there. What benefits or advantages might these builders have by choosing this as their home ecosystem?
For sure. So I've been most impressed by the NFT community that sprouted up on ApeChain. I think it's no surprise, even though the past year has been, maybe 2 years, has been so much about meme coins, pumped out fun, other kind of meme coin accelerators. Our people, our community, they love NFTs. They love the community that gets spread around them. They love exploring utility, the social aspect of NFTs. And I think ApeChain has become, a spiritual home for NFTs on the L2 layer. We've got incredible collections like G's and Zards and our own James's Gobs on Ape, and now it looks like Mintatars are coming in a couple days. And so I think if you come here and you do something cool with NFTs, NFT communities, NFT primitives, the door's really open to you to do something fun, and the community will receive it and jump on it, and you'll get distribution that way. We're slowly building up more and more NFT primitives to make things, make NFTs as first class an experience as possible on the chain. We have shadows rolling out now with Bored Ape shadows already live on the chain, enabling things like NFT staking with Ape Stake, so that even if your NFT originated on a different chain, you can bring it to Ape Chain and experience utility and build utility for it there. So I'm hoping to see, I'm pushing our team to build more and more NFT primitives and utility for NFTs on Ape Chain. And I think it's a really compelling place for builders to come if that's what drives them.
Keep you muted.
Sorry, I was sniffly, so I was trying not to sniffle too much at the camera. So you mentioned the shadows. I know I want to get into the builders, but this is like a relatively recent development that's going to help people be a little bit safer. Can you actually expand a little bit on why that's a big deal? Because I think a lot of people, we talked about it a little bit on this show, but I think sometimes we explain it to people. They're like, so what? I already have an NFT. Why do I need a shadow? Can you dive in on that a little bit?
For sure. So Quit, our esteemed VP of blockchain, is the best one to speak on the technical aspect, but I can talk about why it's so useful. When an NFT founder's starting out, the first question that they got to ask themselves is like, what chain are they going to launch on? A couple of years ago, it felt very obvious that ETH was the place, but as L2s have gotten more fragmented and as other L1s have sprouted up, you find this scenario now where people start off on one chain, but actually feel like that they're built for another one. We saw what that looked like with DeGods migrating several different times. And with shadows, essentially, it's a way for you to be able to prove ownership, have visible ownership of an NFT on a different chain, even though it's not the chain that you were initially deployed on. So for Bored Apes, I own a Bored Ape on mainnet. My Bored Ape shows up in my wallet on Magic Eden, the shadow of it, rather, when I go to Magic Eden on that same wallet. And that's really useful for NFT utility, because for Ape Stake, it makes staking, which was originally built for ETH mainnet, work seamlessly on the L2 layer. This is super useful because it's kind of complicated to prove ownership. If you're writing a smart contract and you want to target Bored Ape owners or any other ETH L1 NFT owner for airdrops or things like that, or utility or token gated experiences, you've got to be indexing the chain essentially every time to figure out who owns what. There's some complicated stuff going on there, whereas this just makes it really seamless. It's just like providing utility on the L1 layer. We built it because we needed it. We wanted it. We felt like it was amazing. Nobody else had built it yet. And it's useful for things that we have planned for Bored Apes and our other NFT collections. But it also opens up a whole new space for any NFT owner who wants to, experience utility, build utility for their collection on a new chain.
Yeah, it definitely opens up the door quite a bit for people and other chains, and gives this ability to go sort of cross-chain more seamlessly, which I think is just the advancement of the technology, which is awesome to see. Now, bringing it back, because I know we are here for the Ape Chain Builders Conference, and again, our goal is to be like, hey, if somebody's looking to build, Ape Chain's a great place to do so. Here are the ways to start to open those doors and move back that curtain. As somebody who has a front row seat, I think it's without question, you see this community being built on Ape Chain. You see these NFTs that people are minting and getting excited about. There's an Ape Chain space any hour of the day I can find, which I love. At the same time, I'm curious from your perspective where you're sitting, what do you think Ape Chain could use more of as we talk to some of these builders today? Or what would you hope to see more of?
For sure. So I would love to see things, new primitives for NFTs, experiences that people want to create that involve NFT collections that already exist, games that involve NFTs, burn and mint scenarios, that sort of thing, social experiences. Whenever you have NFT communities, you have really strong social experiences, and so SocialFi gets really interesting. I think NFTs, they live on Twitter. They're PFPs, they're for sharing, and so it's another way where if you actually build something that is for crypto Twitter, first and foremost, that I think we can provide really strong distribution and for a fun experience built that way. And really, we just want to see what people, where inspiration strikes for teams and see where we can pour gasoline on great ideas where they spread out.
I think you talk about the new primitives and building new stuff. We've got, we mentioned, Mac is going to join us here later. They've got the proof of work they're building on Ape Chain. That's one of the things I've seen more of, just anecdotally, is it feels like Ape Chain has brought back more experimenting on chain. We were kind of beating up some of the legacy NFT projects earlier this week on our morning show. That just like it felt like we've hit like an innovation stall, and whereas in 21, 22 felt like Yuga was shipping something new every month, and while they've continued to ship new things, Ape Chain, and we've got other side coming soon. It feels like Ape Chain itself has brought back a lot more experimenting, both not just from Yuga, but you mentioned James and some of the stuff he's doing, and the employees experimenting. I know Quit's done some fun degen raffle type stuff, and that is, well, I guess it's theoretically feasible and can work on ETH mainnet. It really does feel like the chain itself has brought back more of a experimentation culture. Would you agree with that?
For sure, I would. And I think it's also, it's no surprise. I mean, look, the previous administration basically was trying to kill all crypto in the US. When you have that boot on the neck, it's hard for people to get excited and want to build new, strange, experimental things, where they're going to get a letter in the mail or get sued or something like that. I think now, even though the market has been crazy with tariffs and all this, insanity going on, I'm extremely bullish on the future of ETH and being able to just have fun again on chain and surprise people and delight people. I think, especially on a chain where that's what, it's called Ape Chain. It's for apes. It's for anybody who wants to go recklessly into something and have fun on chain. Sorry if you're hearing my dog going nuts outside, but he's
bullish for Ape Chain.
Yeah.
I just feel like we should have a photo of how cute your dog is, and then everything will be okay.
Yeah, no, he's such a, I got up in the middle of the night because he was, I don't know, he's unhappy today. Sorry. I think I answered a bit there, but he's very distracting.
I'm gonna jump in and kind of touch on something that you were mentioning about, Ape Chain is for apes, and what is exciting to me is that with the original OG apes, mutant apes, there was always this barrier to entry where a lot of people felt like they were priced out for a very long time. Some of us came in earlier, some people are still here from Mint Day, and they were able to partake in this community. And then when APECON launched and we were able to see all these new NFTs, I think it gave a new wave of opportunity, not only for people that have been around for a long time to continue to build, but also for new community members to
show up and say, hey, it doesn't matter. Like, I've always wanted to be part of this community, or I'm part of the NFT community and I want to be able to build. And I think because of the name, it gets lost, right? And that's what I tell people, even while building this virtual conference, one of the main things is like, you don't have to be an ape to be part of this. And later on, we have seen many people buy apes, right? And we have seen many people either buy an OG ape or a mutant ape, and it's exciting, yet that shouldn't hold you back. And I think it does expand the numbers, it expands the people and the talent that we have while building. How have you felt seeing that community grow? Because I think it has been, you know, a big shift into how much, not only with the different acquisitions from Yuga, but specifically with the community from APECON.
For sure. Like Steve was saying, it feels like every hour of the day there's an ApeCoin, Ape Chain spaces going on. And Ape Follow Ape has been a thing for a long time. I do my very best when I see an Ape PFP, do a minute sleuthing, figure out, is this person real? Am I getting catfished here? And then I give that follow back if it feels safe. But one of the coolest things for me over the past, 6 months or so since Ape Chain has been out, is to see community members, people who've, wanted to be part of our community and, wanted to put their foot in, get involved on Ape Chain, as a creator, as a community member, as just like somebody who's just out here on spaces all the time chatting with folks. Usually they've got an Ape Chain NFT as their PFP, and I love following those guys. You see some stories where people will actually be flipping their way on Ape Chain up to an OG ape or a mutant. That's incredible too. But I think really ApeCoin and Ape Chain, they're born out of some of the the spirit that drove us with Bored Ape Yacht Club, the desire to just do fun stuff on chain and meet people and engage and have a welcoming community. But they're not, it's not tied to it. It's not, we can go beyond that. And I think seeing some of these communities engage with OG apes, but also have their own vibe, that's something that we really want to figure out at Yuga, how we can pour gasoline on those communities and what they're building.
How difficult is that navigating? Because that's one of the things that we talk about at times, which is, on one hand, you have sort of the ApeCoin DAO, which is one way that people get funded. We actually got sponsored by them last year when we put up for a vote and helped drive some more people to ApeCoin. Then you have sort of the foundation and those themselves. And then, of course, on the other end, you have Yuga Labs, and all these things are sort of intrinsically tied in different ways. And it feels like a system that, if it's all rowing in the same direction, it can row really fucking fast down that river. But at the same time, it's probably challenging to get that cadence all on the same sort of rowing motion. Talk about that challenge a little bit, or if it's been easy. I don't know. Actually, I shouldn't assume.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's been difficult. I think crypto's hard. Decentralized systems, democracies that, the DAOs are democracies, and democracies are inherently a bit messy. I think having something, I think Ape Chain has been a huge level up for that coordination, because it makes it so that we're all incentivized to grow the chain. I think without that, we had a lot of folks asking like, well, what kinds of things should the DAO be funding? What kind, to promote what? Just to promote the, the token, or to promote the DAO as being there to fund cool things, to promote, things that are adjacent to Bored Apes or other side. Whereas with Ape Chain, it's like, yeah, Bored Ape experiences and utility, we're building that on Ape Chain. Other side, we're building that on Ape Chain here at Yuga. But there's a lot of other things that we're, tools that we're building for Ape Chain too. But there's things that the foundation is doing for Ape Chain to get, wallets opened up, getting major Web2 brands partnering with Ape Chain, and people like yourselves who can just highlight builders and alongside what we're doing. I think without the chain to kind of unify everybody, then I think it gets really hard and really messy. And I think that's why we're having a lot of fun this year with the chain to kind of organize around.
Go ahead, Laura.
No, I was thinking about the security aspect too. I know that we spoke about shadows briefly, but for people to think outside of the box, that is not. You did mention games. You mentioned building good, cool things within ApeChain, but also building solutions. And I think that's where, like, to go back to shadows, and how can we talk about a little bit about that security aspect of things, just so people could think outside of the box of, when utilizing the chain in general. That sure, it could be something fun, it could be something exciting, but it could also be something very practical, or that is solving an issue that we currently.
Yeah. One of the ways that I've always thought about BOYC is we were trying to, it was almost this wrapper for us experimenting on chain. We wanted to see what we could do with NFTs as, access tokens for digital spaces like the bathroom, or physical spaces like ApeFest. We wanted to see what, NFTs as game tokens. So we held the crazy a mobile game competition in our first year where we gave away like the Mutant Mobile. We wanted to look at NFTs as for physical goods, for merch and things like that. And when you do that, obviously you're exposing the NFT on chain to, to use it as that access key, to sign transactions. And we know that, there's all kinds of malicious actors, not to mention North Korea, out there trying to, hack chains and people's wallets all the time. Warm Wallet was it a massive level up for us, built by our friends that we knew that we acquired. Delegate has been super helpful, and Shadows is another way where we're able to kind of prove ownership across chains in a permissionless way, so that we're not getting people to sign to prove that they own something all the time. I think the more clever ways that we can build, so people don't need to be signing things with a cold wallet, that's going to enable so much more cool stuff. There becomes a tipping point here where it doesn't matter how cool something, something has to be really, really cool. If I have to like come out and sign it with my cold wallet, like that's got to be like something amazing, and I got to be really damn sure, because it's just not worth it. You've got for a lot of this stuff, like you just got to accept Delegate, you got to accept Warm Wallet, or there's got to be a really fun, easy way to engage that doesn't involve those things.
Really does. I mean, we talked about just the tech advancements and how we were talking, I don't know if it was earlier this week or last week, like we really were early in 2021. A lot of the stuff that now is relatively easy to do just wasn't even an option, or was very difficult, or you'd bridge and you'd hold your breath for 7 days and just hope it landed on the other side. I think we get back to this innovation and the experimenting. That there is just far more functionality today on chain than there was even just a few years ago. And then you mentioned like the regulatory environment. I even noticed that like staking on ApeChain is not geogated anymore. Like is there anything additional, like bigger picture wise, you wanted to hit on today in terms of just crypto at large, the NFT space, the layer 2, layer 3 landscape, anything at a high level you just wanted to address?
Yeah. I'm looking every day at things that frankly we wouldn't be able to do in the world 6 months ago. The aperture has opened up huge compared to where we were. And I think a lot of people can be bearish around recent price action or tariff chaos or this, that, or the other thing. But I think having an SEC that, is open to creating sandboxes for cool stuff, understands the value of this technology and its ability to deliver value to consumers in the US, seemingly is, okay with airdrops of a certain kind to US peoples, and we're not going to be geofenced away from everything that's, valuable. I think long term, that is incredibly bullish. Of course, the gut reaction, I think, by the market and so many builders was like, we can launch there's no risk to me launching a meme coin now, so I'm going to go do that. That's the low hanging fruit. I think the really exciting stuff is building things that can have an economic model intrinsic to them, protocols with buybacks and burns, things that, it's no surprise that hype is one of the strongest tokens in the market because it has a real economic model built into it where it's a valuable protocol and the protocol is buying back and burning hype on a regular schedule. Frankly, that was that would be a terrifying prospect, under the last administration. And actually, a lot of the things that I'm seeing are that, hey, if you're doing something like that on a protocol level, you're not talking about a company doing something, but you're actually building smart contracts to perform things like that. That's something that is actually kosher here, or seems like it. And so I'm spending a lot of time exploring the new frontier of what's possible now that kind of, we're able to build and have fun again.
Is there so you mentioned being able to build, and you've kind of mentioned a couple times this juxtaposition of we have this free open market, but we have sort of these macroeconomic conditions that aren't the friendliest. And a lot of people are looking at prices and saying, why build in crypto? And they're very sort of hyper financialized in that way. I'm curious your take on this, and maybe this is a little bit of a hot take, but the first time I actually met you, I met Gordon, I met a bunch of people, was at Art Basel during a bear market. And I noticed that the previous year, you were like a K-pop star, just surrounded by everybody. So it was impossible, or in other events during bull markets. But during bear markets, it's like I look around and everybody there was kind of, I hate to use the term right reasons. There's probably a more eloquent way to say that, but was sort of building because they truly were trying to do something game-changing and differentiating. It wasn't just the go to the moon crowd. Do you think there's some validity to the fact that we're getting this really pro-crypto environment to actually build without fear of being debanked or getting Wells notices or anything like that at the same time as a bear market, because it's sort of going to separate a little bit of the wheat from the chaff as far as who's actually trying to build? Or do you think it's a bad time because there's not as much money? I'm curious your take on that dichotomy of an environment we're in right now.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think when the tide goes out on the macro, then a lot of people that are looking for just like super fast money, disappear. That said, if there's anything, if you've been here the past 4 years, there's always something exciting going on in crypto. And if you give that thing your attention, if you get involved in the protocol, there's incredible stories of people reaping insane financial rewards for doing so. What I think is going to happen here is you need a chain, a token, an NFT project, an activation that shows in a really compelling way now how you can produce something that has an economic model that makes just meme coins not the most exciting thing in the world. The last couple of years, if you were trying to do anything but launch the next Pepe or whatever, then you had to deal with lawyers all the time. And I can't tell you just how much that kills creativity. There's nobody in the world that knows how to kill creativity like a lawyer. Whereas
shout out Cam.
Yeah.
Just giving him a hard
he's also a chief business officer. He's got 2 lives.
That's right.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm excited. I think we're going to see something sprout up that shows the power of believing in something or holding that thing aside from just the vibes. I think we're going to see fun experiments sprout up. The reality is though, these things take time. You can do a meme coin in a couple days and pump it full of art and memes and be in the Discord all day or Telegram organizing, but to actually create a system, a protocol, something, a game, something that can last beyond just vibes. That kind of thing takes time. We're working on stuff along that vein, but I know a lot of other people are. And I don't think it's going to be, to your point, I don't know that it's going to be somebody new who just came into crypto, who's never built anything, that's going to be the first one to do something like this. I think it's going to be somebody who's been here, who's wanted to do something fun like this for years, who's frankly been scared off for one reason or another.
Go ahead, Cap, and then I think I have a good one to get him out of here on, but go ahead.
I was just going to do the same thing. I know we're running up against time here on him. I just wanted to see if there's any inspiring words, or I know you asked earlier, what are we lacking on ApeChain? What would you like to see more of? That was going to be my final question. Is there's just any parting words for the competitors today, those that are, the 50 participants of this startup competition, anything, or those that are just listening in, because there are attendees that maybe aren't participating, but have been ApeChain curious, or they're aspiring entrepreneur. Any parting words, things to focus on or be thinking about, those that are looking to build on ApeChain?
Yeah, have fun, do something crazy. I think if it delights you, then I think it will very much have the possibility of delighting everybody else. When we were building Bored Ape Yacht Club, we had other ideas beforehand, things that we thought people wanted to see, but that we ourselves didn't necessarily think were the coolest. And there's a reason why, we didn't do those at the end of the day, or that we lost the drive to push those over the humps, because building things is hard. So I think if you're guided by you yourself would use this thing, would delight in this thing, then I think that's the best guide to building you can have.
I think it's well said. I guess one more question on my end as well is that if you were giving people advice, because I guess one of the things from today, two things. One, we'd be remiss if we didn't say happy birthday, PP Man. As always, I think it's important to make sure we get that out there. I see him in the crowd. But if you were giving people advice on how to properly, they want to build on ApeChain, like you said, maybe they're a person who's existing, maybe they're new. And a lot of the people today listening, I think part of the pitch that we had to people was the panels will teach you where to go, who to talk to, all these different things. What advice would you give to somebody if you're like, hey, we want you to come build on ApeChain? Is it involved in the community? What ways would you tell someone to get started if they were saying, I have a really killer idea, it's got to go on chain? How do you get started?
For sure. Get involved in the community, buy an ApeCoin NFT, show up to some of these ApeChain NFTs, show up to some of these spaces, slide into my DMs, PB's DMs, Quit's DMs. We'd love to see how we can help. But really, and James as well. And get involved in activations and experiences like this one. Connect with ApeChain folks at one of the in-person events that we show up at during the year. There's a lot of different ways in. We'd love to have you.
Awesome. Well, look, appreciate you coming through this morning, very much so. Glad that you were able to give us sort of some opening words, and like I said, appreciate if somebody's going to row these boats together, I'm glad you're the coxswain to get everybody in the right direction. Always one of my favorite words because it's not dirty at all. But appreciate you coming through this morning and giving us a little bit of information as we get ready to bring on our judges to start some speed round pitching. So thanks. I know you're a busy man, and hopefully the first of many ApeCons that we can continue to drive people to build on chain and on ApeChain. Thanks so much.
Hell yeah. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. I know we are awaiting. I think Legendary is here. B-Check will be here shortly as we get ready to start this thing up. Good conversation. I always feel excited to have. I realized as soon as I said the word coxswain that it probably wouldn't land well, so I probably need to explain what that was. But pretty good. I don't know. I always leave inspired when I talk to leaders in the space who, especially ones like him, who don't have to be here. He could have fucked off to the beach a long time ago, but yet he took the helm again. To sort of take over his business. So just in any case, I think it's pretty cool.
100%, Steve. I think that for me, even reminiscing of, when he started mentioning when we started Border Yacht Club and like we thought about different ideas, we scratched a few of them, even though we knew that maybe those will resonate well, but we weren't passionate about it. So I think it took me back to the core of like, what do you do, the things that you do, and hopefully, people that are listening in or building or presenting today, I think it's like a good way to lead. It's like, sure, maybe this is a solution or to a problem, but I'm not excited about it. I'm not excited about it. And I do feel that shows when you're doing something that you genuinely like. And not every time we're going to be blessed enough to like every single step of the way. There's going to be parts of like doing a job that you love that you're going to hate. But in the overall, the mission and the why, like that you're having fun, that you like it, that you're excited to wake up and show up, and you can't make that up. That's not sustainable. It's not sustainable to do something that your heart is not connected to. So I think that even though that wasn't the main point of that conversation, when he was talking about that, it brought me back into, what is it that each of us as individuals do the things that we do. And starting from that, I think that we might get better ideas. And instead of just thinking, what was the best thing, what is the best thing that we could sell? What is the best route that we could take? It's like, what lights me up on fire, and how could I make this my full-time thing, right?
Well said. Yeah, I agree. We're going to talk a lot today about building on chain. If you don't need to put it on chain, it probably doesn't need to be on chain. Like, if it's not something you'd enjoy, if it doesn't solve a problem, if it's not like, you don't need to force things. But if you're interested in something and you're excited, there is a lot of builders here, as evidenced by the overwhelming response to participants for this competition. There's a lot of builders, many of which may not have an existing company or may not have an existing team. So I'm just going to reiterate that. Pay attention today, tune in, connect with make a new connection, follow at least one new individual, shoot them a DM, and I'll consider it a win if everyone here leaves with at least one new contact. That'll be good. Steve, I'm getting the spam at the top of our back end here. So we've ran into our first technical hiccup, not a big one, but we thought we had 25. I don't want to click that green room, so I don't want it to disconnect this or something. So I'm not sure what that would do. So we're limited to 15 at a time in the essentially backstage before we pull them up. So what we'll do is we're going to introduce our judges here real quick. Steve, if you don't mind taking us through that, we'll introduce our judges for the first round. And then we will, for those existing teams, we mentioned there's 23 existing teams. The link is in your email to get into the StreamYard, the back room where we're at now. We will pull them up for that first phase. That's, again, the existing teams. After you've presented, if you could drop, that way it'll open up a spot. And for those that aren't in yet, just hang tight, be patient. We will get you in here. Just didn't realize we had the threshold at 15. Thought we had a few more, but we'll power through it. So, and if you just joined us, there is a mint up top that's live over on Mintify's Launchpad. It's a free mint, sponsored by Mintify, and this APECON today is brought to you by ThankApe. It's a commemorative NFT service. Think of it like a POAP, but it also is going to be, it'll make you eligible for raffles. We've got several NFTs we're going to be giving out throughout the day today, and that NFT is your entry into that.
Yeah, we got, I think there's about 150 or so minted so far. So good opportunity. If you want to mint up top, go up top, click that link to mint. Free, no downside, opportunity to win NFTs. But time to bring in our esteemed judges for the speed round. Two people that I absolutely love and respect. I probably hear as much as I hear from most of my family and friends at this point, because I listen to them literally every morning for an hour. It's how I start my day every day. If you don't listen to Modern Market, I don't know what you're doing with your life. It is the best way to start your day every day. We have two international judges, very good international flair here with B-Check and Legendary. We got the UK and Austria represented as well, but really impressive track record for both them. Some of the smartest guys you'll find in the space, dedicated and show up on a consistent basis, bringing value. And I think, to me, and I'll let you give yourselves a quick intro as well, and then we'll enter the competition. But one of the things that's really jarring to me, or really cool to me, is I think Art Basel 2 years ago, I had lunch with B-Check or breakfast, and the vision he laid out at breakfast has played out over 2 years with Modern Market almost exactly 2AT. Now, Legendary would have eaten nothing at that breakfast on his current health kick, but it was delicious nonetheless. But why don't you give, start with Legendary and then we'll go to B-Check. Give a little bit of your intro if you don't mind before we start bringing up the competition, then we'll tee it up.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, thank you for having us on today. It's going to be a lot of fun to do that. Personally, I've been in the crypto space since 2015, so almost 10 years now. Prior to that, do have a background in both management consulting and investment banking. So one of the TradFi bros who found God, so to say, and found the light side. And at one point did move into crypto full time. As you said, the modern market, our daily show, is one of the main things that we are focusing on. But I think apart from that, I am very much a degenerate at heart who loves to explore every single blockchain, every single L2 that is out there and play around with new tools, break them, obsess with all the new hypes and trends, whether that's blockchain or blockchain adjacent. You mentioned the health kick. AI is another big thing for me. So definitely a curious mindset. And that's something I want to hopefully be able to keep for my entire life, to be curious about exploring new frontiers and playing around with things.
Love that. B-Check, let you give an intro for yourself as well. By the way, were you offended? Garga said earlier, he said something about like lawyers can ruin everything. How do you feel about such a comment?
I completely agree. Absolutely agree. If people ask me, do we want to go the legal route? It's like, look, guys, I can just send you an email. We can agree it like that. For people who don't know, before I was a lawyer, I was a teacher for 3 years. I taught English at a secondary school. Then I went off, became a lawyer, practiced commercial litigation at one of the big law firms in London. And yeah, I completely agree. Law is important, but it is obstructive. It slows things down. And obviously in the space where you're trying to move as fast as possible, trust is super, super important. So I think when you're working with people who you're close to, if you kind of capture things really, really clearly beforehand, then I think you're probably okay. But I think, to take the kind of other side of things, if you don't go the legal route, then you have to make things super clear. If you don't go the legal route and you also just make a handshake agreement based on words that you've said and nothing's written down, then it doesn't work out. So yeah, there's still a value in like writing things down and coming to agreement on various things. But since then, kind of came into the space purely from NFT. So I came in a lot later than Legendary. I liked art and just thought, oh, it's really pretty cool. These digital artists are making some money off art. Then the prices of that art went up really crazy. Started getting involved a bit more and quit my job within 6 months of discovering NFTs and that first NFT boom in 2021. So haven't left since, learned about crypto backwards, and maybe met Legendary like a year after that. Kind of experimented with some content, started going daily, and we've just kind of built the show out since then. There was all kinds of various stages and progression. Started with a newsletter, started producing more on Twitter, then it became an audio space, then it became a video show, then we went to YouTube, then we do shorts and other things as well. So it's all just a progressive thing. I like crypto, I like the speculation, but I think the bigger value prop for crypto for us, or the way I look at it, is crypto equity. I think people who are building equity and building brand in this space are going to do really, really well in the future. Sure, the speculation's fun. We still make money that way. As Legendary said, he's like clicking all of the buttons possible and making money that way. But I think the equity side is a big, big focus.
Yeah, MVP button clicker, Legendary, no doubt about it. That said, let's go ahead and kick this thing off. So we needed guinea pigs to help us judge this first thing. I thought nobody better than these two. As you can tell, they're experienced, they're smart, they know what they're talking about. They are going to have 90-second pitches. So Cap and Laura, I know you'll help manage workflow of getting people on stage. Once we get them on stage, I will go ahead and give you a cue to go ahead and begin your pitch. At that point, I will start a 90-second timer. Part of the goal of this is we want people to understand the value of an elevator pitch. We're talking about startups and what you need to do in order to get in the door. And oftentimes, you'll hear a lot of entrepreneurs talk about the fact they only had 60, 90 seconds to get their point across. So we'll see how you can do here. I know I have been in that situation many times with people where it's like, hey, you got a minute of my time, go. So we're going to let them do it. I will, at 90 seconds, I'll be a little bit lenient and give you a quick warning to kind of finish up and wrap at that point. And then B-Check and Legendary can give a quick comment or not if they don't want, and we will move on. In the meantime, the two of them will be keeping in the back of their head sort of 4 dynamics which you will be judged on. Clarity, ApeCoin ecosystem value. Does it help grow utility or adoption of ApeCoin? We've seen that be a sort of emphasis from them. Originality, and execution readiness. So are you ready to actually dive in and do this? So we'll bring in these 90-second pitches, and then at the end of that, we'll give them a little bit of time on their own to think about it if they so choose, or they could kind of offline talk, or however we want to do that. I probably should have thought beforehand, but I'm sure that they'll be good on the fly and pick sort of 3 to 5 teams to move on to the afternoon round as we get it going. So that said, Lara or Cap, anything to add before we get started, or do we want to pull up our first team?
Just really appreciate B-Check and Legendary their time today. I'll second everything you said about Modern Market. It's how I start my day. It's before we do. I don't know if they know this or not, but often they are our prep. I know they spend a lot of time prepping and doing all their market research. It's actually B-Check's snapshot, and then the show is actually most of our prep for Coffee with Captain. So truly don't know what we do without you at this point. It's become, you've made us lazy preppers as we just tune in and listen in, and then do our deeper dive on our show. But really appreciate you guys. Love what you do. And if you've not yet checked out Modern Market, I can't suggest it enough. It's at 7 a.m. Eastern time here on X, as well as YouTube and all those other feeds. But appreciate you guys, and good luck to all our competitors. Have fun with this. Bear with us, as this is kind of clunky getting 27 teams up and off stage. So after you're done, we'll probably remove you from the back room just so it opens up another spot. Please don't take any offense to that. If any of our presenters want to jump up on the audio spaces, you're welcome to do that. I see we have a few other requests out there. We'll probably keep the stage open until we get to your specific panels, or once you're presenting, just so we can make sure if you do want to get up on stage for visibility of your personal account, your brand account, please do so. There's just instructions in your email. If you're going to do both, you're going to join the Spaces audio from your phone. You'll leave that phone muted, and you'll talk through the video spaces. But I sent another email laying all that out, since we do have this hard cap of attendees in the back office here. But hang tight. We will get everyone through, and we'll bring people up and cycle through them as we go. But I don't know if we have a volunteer down there. If not, I'll start picking on them in no particular order here. But let me see. I want to make sure I grab one of the existing teams. I see our buddy Von Frunten out there. I don't see him on camera though. So he is off camera. So I'm going to pick on Von Frunten, friend of the show, and I am in an existing project, existing brand. So we're going to throw him right to the fire here and bring him up number one. He can be our guinea pig. So, is that fair, Steve?
Let's do it. All right, Von Frunten, welcome to stage. I like this nice 6-box. Look at this. Von Frunten, I'm going to go ahead and so here we go. You know the dynamics, you know the categories. So we're going to give you the kickoff right now. You have 90 seconds beginning now.
All right, GM everybody. So within the clothing industry, athleisure, think hoodies. It's a $660 billion market. So while other brands are fighting over fabrics, fits, things like that, no one's building for what comes next, which is really clothing that connects. And that's what Vonga is. So our apparel just doesn't look good. It unlocks access to rewards and experiences, but not through JPEGs. It's through clothing and the tech that we have. Like, there's no wallets, there's no friction, just tap and go. And by doing this, we're looking to create a new category called Wear to Earn. So for our customers, it's basically building clothing they already want to wear, but adding in the benefits of these perks that you get from local activations, access to early drops that we're going to build out through our tech. And our goal here is to build habit-forming experiences that reward your real-world engagement. For the retailers that we're working with, it actually turns their inventory into engagement, right? Studios, gyms become activation points, bringing their members back through the activations that we can help build for them, making that them distribution hubs for really this on-chain ecosystem that we're building throughout our brand. For the Ape ecosystem, every activation is going to be tracked on-chain. Brings new users to Ape Chain, allowing them to be rewarded and transact with APECON. So we're not just a fashion brand, we're a real-world use case that converts non-crypto users into daily active participants.
About 10 seconds.
We're trying to build the most human-friendly on-ramp to the blockchain. We're already moving. Our e-commerce site is live. We're in talks and plans to be within 8 stores by our fall collection. So with everything you've just heard, why aren't you wearing one of these yet?
There you go. Time. Any thoughts before we move on to the next one, or you can just compartmentalize, but that is our first pitch.
And just so we're clear, B-Check and Legendary doing our first round judging here this morning. We've got another panel of judges this afternoon. There'll be a lot more Q&A in this afternoon's question. So there's no obligation to ask Von Frunten or any of our guests any questions. But if you have any clarifying questions or anything that you wanted an additional to help you to judge those 4 categories that Steve laid out earlier, feel free to fire in. Otherwise, you can thank him for his time and we can move on.
I got a quick question. You mentioned you want to basically also use this with gyms and other places to reactivate the members. Is this the big focus to basically, because gyms have so many dead members who have other like health related clubs, yoga classes, or is the big focus more on the data side if you're also tracking those activations on chain with the ApeChain ecosystem? Like where do you see the growth path first and foremost?
Yeah, so I'll be brief. We're finding initial product market fit within gyms and kind of like yoga studios that have their own boutiques. They're looking to bring their members back. They're looking for that repeat business. They also are selling clothing in their own brand, so it's a profit making way for them to create these activations. As we've talked to a number of different retailers, the people who have existing businesses in addition to the clothing seem to be the ones that are really attracted to this. And I think just the data that you can collect on chain that you can't collect other places make it really, really attractive to them as an engagement platform.
It's awesome. I will start announcing who's on deck as well. So this first one, we're figuring out this flow, how it works best this morning. So Von Frunten, appreciate you going first with Vonga. On deck, we've got hype KOLs. And then when we bring hype KOLs up, we'll mention our next team on deck so you can be ready. B-Check, any final quick questions for Von Frunten? If not, we'll let him get out of here. And then Von Frunten, after you leave, if you don't mind exiting the stage or exiting StreamYard, that way it opens up a spot, we would appreciate it.
All good from my side. Thanks so much for your time, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, great pitch. Good to start off, Steve.
Thank you.
Yeah. We are off and rolling. All right, get the next one up here, and we will get them started right away.
So one of the questions I see in the chat is, are we allowed to use pitch deck?
Good question. I think for this afternoon, yes, absolutely. For this morning, just to be fair to everyone, if you have a visual you want to drop in the chat on the Spaces chat, feel free to do that. But probably let's just for sake of time and to be fair to everyone, let's just keep this elevator pitch as if you were actually in an elevator and you've got 60 to 90 seconds. And the goal here is to get to the finals. The goal is like in a real pitch, real elevator pitch. The goal is to get to the meeting, get the call back, and it's kind of same thing here. Your goal is to get to the pitch deck. So yeah, if you got something you want to post in the chat, by all means, feel free to do that in the X audio Spaces chat. And then let's hold the actual screen sharing until the final round, though. Great question.
Good question. All right, Vish, if you Vish, do we have you ready? I know you're not on camera right now, but are you ready to get your pitch going?
Case in point of why I should do the on deck earlier. We'll send Vish back down. I will do a better job of setting up our on deck. It looks like we've got Tamir. Tamir, give me a wave if you're able to come up. Are you good? Awesome. So we're gonna bring up Tamir to go next, and we'll bring Vish back up here in a little bit.
Right on. All right. Well, Tamir will give you 90 seconds. I'm actually going to share a screen with the 90 seconds so that you can kind of see that going in online timer. I will reset it. Your time starts now.
All right. So hi guys, good morning. And so I have the project that is HighLink. So which is basically everything on this our project. And in the world population, there's 3.9% of world population people are using crypto. So we have to increase the number. And so how can we increase the number? Is you can make these things simple as possible. So we created the HighLink, which is all-in-one tool that you can do everything. So staking and whitelisting, auctions and giveaways, and we have so many giveaways right now. You can join for free, and there's private giveaway options that you can just use your own NFTs into give them to same NFT holders that you wanted. And yeah, it's simple thing using the Web3, and it's so easy to use for the new buys. And yeah, our goal is simple: let creators access everything they need, like auctions and giveaways, and let users interact with any community tools, no extra applications and no extra things, just the one link that makes everything in crypto. Yeah, and it's not about the big problems, it's mini things. Oh,
and that's That's time. If you want to give a 5-second wrap, feel free to if you have anything else. But if not,
Yeah, it's like just one basic thing to say is like not about the like huge problems that face every crypto holders to see, and it's like almost way more possible to use as a new buy for the newcomers who would like to attend in crypto things.
Great.
Yeah.
Be checking legendary. Any follow-ups?
Is there any specific part of crypto that you're targeting more? So you mentioned a variety of things like staking and NFT whitelists and stuff. I think that's kind of different groups of people potentially. Is there one that you want to focus on first, or you're going for everyone at the same time? Who's your kind of core target audience immediately?
So, as I told you, like it's all in one platform that everyone can attend, even the NFTs, giveaways, and I really wanted to show the website of the project, but it's for the next stage. So I hope we can show you our website soon.
What's the link for those that want to go check it out? What's the website link?
Yeah, I can show you. So do we just have to put it on the comments?
Yeah, feel free to put it in the comments in the chat, or just shout it out for them, and they can check it out.
Yeah, I think I sent it, and you guys can see. And here's the back. There's our high link, like graphical things that I wanted to show.
Cool. Well, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you
Cap,
so much for having me.
Yeah, we'll bring in the next people. We'll let people know to where they can go to that website as well.
Yeah, it's HII.link, high link, HII.link.
That's all right.
Good luck. Appreciate your time today. Thanks for participating. And we got on deck is One Sky Collective. One Sky, can you give me a quick wave if you're able to come up? Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thanks again, Tamir. Have a great one. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. One Sky, thanks for jumping up. I will share the timer and get it reset here, and we can get you going here in just a second. Your time starts now.
GM, everyone. There's 11 million tons of plastic waste enters our oceans every year. At least 65% of the population of the USA and the UK believe that climate change is something to be concerned about. But many of them feel as if they don't have any influence, and individually they can't make a difference. This is where the app One Sky Collective comes into play. We will empower and reward people for making sustainable life choices. We'll give them points, badges, and we'll enable them to plant trees, repurpose plastic, and also buy NFTs and get discounts on sustainable products. We have a team of 25 developers and designers on board, and we hope to launch sometime this summer. We have partners who will refer over 500,000 potential users to our app, and I am personally in contact with UK government departments and having our app used by their staff in their pursuit for net zero. Our approach is simple. We understand that every step counts and that collectively we can make a difference. As for ApeChain and APECON, obviously we're selling NFTs by artists and National Geographic artists and photographers, and hopefully that will create network fees and bring more people on chain. Thanks very much for giving me this opportunity.
Super efficient with the time. As a former television news reporter, hats off on that one. But be checking legendary. Any thoughts or questions, or are we?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I hear an echo. Yeah,
it might have gone away. I heard it for a second.
Okay, cool. Thank you for the pitch. Very much like this concept. My question is, it's a very big vision, right? You have a big team. You have many companies that will help you to bring the people to the app. I can imagine that then partnering up with those companies, having the activations, planting the trees, all of that is costing a lot of money. Do you see a revenue stream being built out for the app just by the amount of users that you're accumulating, or do you rely on the companies and the partners that you're working with to help you basically build up the runway to be able to finance this in the long run? Like, how do you think about the business side of things to make sure that this can stay around in a couple of years?
Really good question. One of the things we felt was that we're a non-profit, so we don't have shareholders, we don't have token holders, etc. But what we felt was that too many non-profits were just seeking grants after grants. they weren't actually sustainable in their own rights. So what we've done is built in several income streams into the app so that we can actually generate our own income. Don't get me wrong, we will be seeking grants from grant bodies, and we will be raising sponsorships. One of the things that differentiates us from a lot of the competition is that we're organising in real life events, cleanups, beach cleans, activations, and for those we're on top of brands to sponsor those events. The NFTs are also a way to maximise revenue. I like others, I'm a fan of art and NFTs, and I have quite a good collection of artists who I know and who are willing to support us. So we should have a good way to maximise revenue, keep sustainable, but also, as you say, generate the sums to plant trees, etc. What we're very fortunate about is that before building the app, I spent a considerable time planning it, researching, speaking to app users, doing research on tree planting operations and identify the partners that would minimise their costs and maximise their reach.
Very cool. Well, look, thanks for joining us. We appreciate you,
Thank you so
jumping
much.
up with us today. Good, solid pitch. And again, I appreciate a good, tight pitch. So, Capgoats, let's bring in the next person.
We got Zards coming up on deck, Steve. Thanks for your time, One Sky Collective. Good luck with the competition. And Steve, you might have some competition for hair of the day today.
Oh man! All right. It was first of all, let's get him off stage. Hair's too good. No, I'm very excited for Zards because I know a contributor, a member of the community. So excited to let you get your pitch out. Your time starts now.
Hey, so Zards is the first storytelling project on ApeChain. We minted out within 20 minutes back in November. We're considered one of the sort of OG projects on ApeChain. We were featured in the 2024 ApeChain Advent Calendar, and we recently won top 6th place on ApeChain Spotlight as well. It's a collection of 5,000 little wizards, each with their own unique combination of traits. Each Zard is part of one of 13 magical guilds, denoted by their staff. The Zards live in a subterranean world known as the Depths, which is a sort of cavernous world with diverse environments. We have a lot of sort of meaningful utility, thankfully down to our sort of DApp. We have an inventory checker for holders to see where their Zards, what Zards they have and the guilds that they're part of. We've got our training soft staking platform, and we've got our prize wheel as well. And this is all brought together by our Zards utility token. We also have extra utility in the form of our Zard Stories, which is the first ever digital and physical adventure book series connected to a collection on ApeChain. That's out now on Amazon. We have a Zards Dungeons MMO game coming up this summer. And we also have inter-project Discord gamification with Faux Real as well. And our goal is to bring NFTs, gaming, and the other side together through a rich world of immersive multimedia storytelling and escapism.
On the nose, Zards.
Sorry.
Again, no, very perfect. B Chicken Legendary, any thoughts?
Perfectly timed. Thanks for that. It's really interesting. Sounds like you're like super integrated into the ecosystem already, which is awesome. You mentioned your own utility token. How do you see that fitting in with the broader objectives of ApeCoin and trying to increase the adoption and utility of its own coin? How does yours like sit in that ecosystem?
Sure, yeah. So we've created it so it's recyclable within our own sort of within our own project. But what we're looking to do at some point in the future is also integrate that into things like our prize wheel, so people can win things like ApeCoin itself, so they can actually use that token or win that token within it. But yeah, we're obviously looking for ways to be able to integrate ApeCoin itself into our project more. But at the moment, I think our sort of initial way of doing that is through sort of prizes within our prize wheel, which was also, by the way, the first prize wheel on ApeChain too. So we're trying to sort of create a lot of firsts here if we can, because I just see a lot of opportunity for things that haven't been done yet.
Got it.
Also the restricted mark in the name, so don't even think about taking Zard.
Yeah, right. it's there just it looks nice, but it's a little warning there as well, I think. So yeah.
Nice. IP laws. Disagree with Jack on getting rid of all IP laws the other day and what we saw there. Excellent. Well, thanks for joining us. We appreciate you, and we appreciate you showing up every day as well. Glad to have you here and have you on camera, and sure we'll have you on camera again soon at some point, and we can have a hair off.
Thanks so much, guys. Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you. We've got Blue Eye Queen coming up next.
Ooh, I think she might have said she needed a little bit of extra time on transition, but I'm not positive. You can check. Oh no, she's ready. She's ready. That's my bad.
Yep. So we got Blue Eye Queen coming up now, and then we've got let's go Zoe. I know it says introverse, but I believe going to talk about GameFi this morning. But we'll go Zoe on deck after Blue Eye Queen.
Excellent. Blue Eye Queen coming up here in a second as we get it. I don't know if you've added her, Cap. There we go. There we go.
Can you see me?
GM, we are good to go. Always appreciate it. I feel like I'm watching one of your abstract streams right now with you just like live. You got the headset going and everything, just like usual. Awesome. Cool.
Love it. Thank you.
Right on. Well, your time starts now.
Okay, GM, I'm Blue Eye Queen. I just found out 24 hours ago that I was in this. I just traveled from Florida to Detroit overnight, so I'm going to do my best to knock it out. I'm a disabled artist. I'm a Web3 pioneer, and I'm a brand ambassador for a disability conference called Abilities Expo. It's a 7-city national tour. It's all over the U.S., bridging disabilities with resources. And I'm here to talk about solving a problem for making a solution for disability persons that are looking for adaptive equipment and they can't find those resources. And as we know, disabled persons are the #1 resource for buying consumers online because it's hard for us to get up and get out. We purchase things that we want delivered to our doors. So we just need to think about how we're all going to be disabled at one point in our lives. So let's make a solution that we can use for each other. So in this moment, I've been building a bot for the last couple months, and it's adapting all of these resources from medical to financial to even jobs and talent. And it posts for questions for a person that has a disability so that they can understand how they can find these things, whether it's a prosthetic or whether it's health insurance problems, because it's difficult to navigate through these types of waves if you're not familiar with them. So for every time a person interacts with the spot, it's going to earn APE. So APE will be able to allow us to earn tokens for our ecosystem and also driving the web to adoption into the Web3 world. So that's me, Blue Eye Queen.
Awesome. Good. Yeah, good, tight, succinct pitch, especially given the circumstances of flying from your warm. I imagine it's much colder there than it was where you came from. I know because you're not that far from where I am right now.
Yeah.
But Be Chicken Legendary, any questions or thoughts before we as we keep rolling?
Thank you.
Awesome pitch, awesome timing. My question would be, you mentioned there's like so many different resources from the prosthetics to the financial side to so many other aspects of the total life. How do you go about basically putting all these information together? How do you source these information to make sure that they're accurate? And are you focusing on the US primarily, or are you planning to extend this globally? Because I can imagine that the situation is very different in different countries.
Thank you. That's a wonderful question. I wasn't able to tap on it in the pitch, but I'm an ambassador for the Abilities Expo. So it's a 7-city tour, and they have around 40,000 disabled persons that come from all over the world. So right now it's a USA base, but I'm also an ambassador for a rehab conference, which is consistently, there's like a CES, if you've heard of Las Vegas, it's robotics and prosthetics. So I'm having a suit built as we speak right now that's going to help me move and walk. So essentially I'm a walking billboard. So all of the vendors and all of these scientists that are at these conventions, my bot pulls that information from their exhibitor list and then imports it into the bot. So someone could say, I'm in Chicago and I need a prosthetic for my arm. How can I find that? And it will pull up somebody at the Shirley Ryan with the doctor and that website, and they can go straight to there and communicate with them. So right now it's in beta, but having the pitch funding will help me give a pop-up so that I can actually make a banner and get people to onboard and get their wallet hygiene going and start submitting the bot so they can earn APE in real time. So it's IRL people that we're going to bridge into Web3.
Very cool. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you, and really appreciate you coming, especially on short notice. Great job.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Ciao, ciao. Good luck. All right.
Appreciate you doing for the space and just humanity at large. Steve, it is refreshing that we're talking about degen's ridiculousness on coffee this morning, and it feels like now it's like people actually building real things that are actually going to help people.
Services. Yeah, thank you. Mental health is a real problem, and I'm sorry about the background noise and doing this very quickly, but I'm glad I could do it and deliver, and everybody else is on stage. Good luck to you.
Well done. Thank you.
Awesome.
We got Zoe. Absolutely. We got Zoe. I'm sorry, I keep saying Zoe joining us from Introverse, and actually check me on that because I think you wanted to talk about another project today. Is that right?
Yes, gamify that's fun.
Awesome. Well, we'll hear about it. Your time starts now.
GM everyone. I'm Zoe from Introverse. Maybe you guys already heard of us about Formula Ape. We brought this week more than 1 million transactions on Ape Chain. And today I'm talking about Gamify, which is a sort of evolution of what we would like to build on Ape Chain. We are basically, we want to enable wagering in game. So communities compete within each other with their bags involved. And the problem we solve is that community don't have a battlefield where to show or to prove their powers. And so what we are giving back to the space is this tool, this platform where it's up to the communities to prove, their pride and their powers. And we are basically having a competition, like multiple competitions between communities. For example, between Orange versus Aqua, or I don't know, G's versus Gobs, and so on and so forth. Like just imagine NFT battle royale communities versus each other. And we have leaderboards where community can, understand who are the best players inside each one of them. And we have pools where people can their ape coins. So basically, before the game starts, everyone can wager, like stake their ape coin. And once the game starts, it's up to the communities to decide in game who's the real winner. And the winning pool is getting merged with the losing pool.
That's time, but go ahead and to wrap up. We'll give you about 10 seconds to wrap.
So basically, everything is getting redistributed among the winners. So it's real fun. And I think it's a good tool, for bringing more utilities to ApeCoin, which is used mostly for buying NFTs, trading and stuff, but you can use it now for wagering. And also it brings utilities to the ecosystem because we are giving, to NFT communities a good, field where to meet and battle and fight each other.
Cool. Judges?
Good stuff. So did you say you're already doing 1 million transactions?
Yes.
On
So,
ApeChain?
Yes, or roughly, not, it's not a
Sure.
precise number, but yes, 1 million last week. And 600,000 were just about our mint in less than 72 hours. Mint plus burning mechanism, because inside our smart contracts, like the mint is part also of the game. So there is a part where people can free mint and then burn and scale up their rarities of NFTs so they can have a higher multiplier of score in game.
Got it. Cool. I was just trying to understand where all the transactions were coming from. So that's helpful to understand it a bit better.
Yeah.
Awesome.
There's a visual on those transactions. It spiked the charts, all-time high transactions for ApeChain.
Good stuff.
Yes, that's why it does. Thank you.
Right on.
Awesome.
Bring up our next competitor.
Yeah. Thanks so much for joining us. We got Vish with Hype KOLs coming up.
All right, Vish, do we have you
Thank
this
you so
time?
much, Joey.
There we go. We got you.
Hey, everyone.
Awesome. All right. I will get your clock set up. Appreciate you jumping up. Your time starts now.
Sure. Fake followers, scammy offers, ghosted DMs. If you've done influencer marketing, you know what it looks like for both projects and creators. So there's no structure, no protection, no accountability. Hype Calls aims to fix that. Actually, we do, because we're live. We're the all-in-one platform where projects and KOLs can meet, manage campaigns, and get paid, all through our on-chain crypto escrow, in-house built. Projects can find creators, analyze their profiles, launch campaigns, have centralized messaging rather than across Telegram, Discord, Twitter, and actually track their analytics in platform. So you actually know where your money is being spent and what the ROI is. From the creators, they get to actually get verified work from real projects and actually communicate with them in one place, no delayed payouts. All the payment is put into crypto escrow as soon as the deal's agreed and then released once it's done. So we've experienced these problems firsthand. We built a successful marketing agency. We realized there has to be a better way to do it. Handling spreadsheets, Telegram, and different platforms, it was really fragmented. So that's where we built the platform from. So first-hand experience validated with other marketers, other projects, and our product is live. We've onboarded creators, and we have campaigns running.
The timing was once again electric. B-Check and Legendary. Kick it to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for pitching. Look, as a content creator, that problem is real, right? It's so hard to figure out who has real engagement, who is botting the numbers, who's faking it. How do you go about that? How do you really find out that the creators that you onboard actually have good and verifiable metrics? Can everybody join the platform? Do you hand review people joining Hype Chaos? What is the thinking process to make sure that the creators on the platform actually can deliver the numbers that they claim to have?
Sure. So there's two parts to that question. So the first part is verified creators. So you either have to connect your X account to create your to log in which case we know that you are the holder of that account, or you can use your email. If you go down the email path, you get an authentication code, which you then have to post on your X account or respond to one of our messages with it on. That way we verify that you are who you say you are. On Telegram, there's a lot of impersonators. They just add a little underscore or something at the end, and basically just scam projects. The second part with the analytics, so we use an API. We pull out all your, we focus on like 30-day segments. So at the moment, we'll pull out your last 30 days worth of posts. We will look at, we have our own algorithm. Probably not the place to be talking about exactly what the algorithm is, but essentially we look at your smart followers, which we pull out. We look at your engagement. We are right now implementing a way where we look at the quality of your posts and also what you talk about. So similar in the way that Kaito and some other platforms do, we want to start actually making sure that not only are your analytics real, but you are talking about the things you say you do. So if you say you are a DeFi content creator, we want to make sure that you actually talk about DeFi, and so that your audience are likely to be interested in DeFi because they're following you for that reason. So not just a GM guy. Like, you're actually posting valuable content. And so we are constantly building other algorithms to analyze your profile, and we'll be starting to use AI and things like that, where projects can then estimate the output of their investment into a campaign. Does that answer?
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us. Appreciate you, Vish. And yeah, you're speaking to probably a home crowd here with content creators for sure.
Yeah,
no doubt about it.
It's the perfect place. And it's just great for content creators because you're just getting in one place. And it's free for them as well.
Cheat code for pitch competitions when your hosts are content creators. Pitch them a solution. I kid, but no. Yeah, I'm genuinely looking forward to learning more about what you're building. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Chris. I think I was
Cheers.
like, hey, if this was run through my platform, what were the statistics? So I was engaged too. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Thanks for the time.
Good luck, and we'll talk to you soon. We got Wiseman joining us next to talk about decentralized fantasy organization. Steve, I'm going to be honest, I have no idea what this is about, but I'm intrigued just by the name. So Wiseman, GM, thanks for joining.
Time starts now.
GM guys, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. So fantasy football is a $29 billion industry with over 50 million players in the United States alone. Despite that size, engagement can sometimes be shallow. Most users drop off after a bad draft or mid-season slump. The model is outdated, hasn't changed in decades, really, since fantasy football was invented. Decentralized fantasy organization reinvents this experience using blockchain technology to turn players and teams into tradable assets, creating a transparent ownership in a large.
We lost audio. If you're still there, Wiseman, I think it's you. Everyone else lost it too, right?
Yeah, that was it's like the end of Sopranos.
Want to stop the clock for a second?
Can you hear?
We got you back. Yep, you're good.
Sorry. I don't know where we lost you, but we're using blockchain to turn players and teams into tradable NFTs, creating transparent ownership, liquid, open market, built for long-term engagement. Owners can buy, sell, and upgrade assets anytime with no commissioner or no gatekeeping by a centralized individual. Opportunity is massive. Fantasy sports are projected to top $92 billion globally by 2032, and over 19 million Americans saying they're likely to try fantasy in the next year. Engagement is rising. Daily format, best ball, dynasty leagues are all booming. So we tap into the growth by offering digital ownership, player agents outside of the league that do not own a team NFT.
And then Wiseman, we'll give you about 10 more seconds to wrap it up because we caught it back on the timer, but about 10 more seconds.
Sorry, yeah, I think that's about it. I think I'm good.
Awesome. Judges, any thoughts, questions before we rock it out?
Yeah, two quick ones. One, sorry to be the lawyer, but like one of the interesting things about fantasy sports and all this stuff is, there's all kinds of IP attached to this stuff. How are you thinking about which types of digital assets you tokenize? Because there are ways to do that. And then second, how are you bringing ApeCoin into this?
So we would build it on. Well, we have POCs built now, but it would be on ApeChain using ApeCoin to as the liquidity to buy assets, because our team NFTs are smart wallets holding player tokens. All of the sorry, I can't think. All of the transacting is performed in our ecosystem.
Very cool.
Awesome.
Sorry. And then in terms of IP, yeah. So we would not use just sticking with fantasy football, NFL team names. We would use city names, and then players. Our one goal is to get players signed up so that they can receive royalties on the mints and trades and sales of tokens in their day.
Cool. Awesome. Right on. Well, thanks for jumping up, and thanks for getting the pitch and working through with us, as we know the technical difficulties happen quite frequently doing this every day. So it's definitely an issue that can happen, but appreciate you jumping through it. Cap, you want to bring up the next participant?
Feel better, Wiseman. We got Dev Alex jumping up next to talk about Primeape, and then after Alex, we've got Mingles. Also, there's a few. I'm gonna Zoe and Vish and Tamir. I'm gonna remove you from the back end or the backstage, just so we can open up some slots. And for other participants that haven't been able to join StreamYard yet, try again here in like 15 seconds, and there should be a spot or two open. Alex, GM, welcome.
GMs.
Right on, Alex. Well, happy to have you up here. Your time starts meow.
Thanks for having me. So I'm here. ApeChain needs more than hype. ApeChain needs daily engagement, real users, and real utility. That's where we come in. My name is Dev Alex. I'm here to show Primeape, a multi-outcome prediction market built on ApeChain, where users can essentially stake their ApeCoin, speculate, engage on crypto events, sporting events, media. We know like Polymarket, right? So we're building that on ApeChain, and it's essentially we're trying to break the barriers of traditional prediction markets, right? We recently shipped a engage to earn model where creators can invite their users to engage with their content through our platform, and earn points to earn Ape rewards, right? That are generated via our fees on our platform, or whether native yield on ApeChain. We recently also shipped with Primeape, like a parent kind of company, ApeForge.io. It's like a launch pad for new ApeChain projects, and we shipped a initial product, which is scan.apepores.io, which is powered by Third Web Nebula, which is like a AI-powered blockchain explorer. And we're excited to have joined the Third Web cohort startup program number 5. And yeah, that's what we're building. And thank you for having us.
Right on. Judges.
Awesome timing. Thank you for the pitch. My question would be on the prediction market sort of thing, specifically on the liquidity books. How do you think about that? Do you have a typical liquidity book? Do you match that AMM style? Because ultimately, for a prediction market to work and be real fun for the users, there needs to be a certain depth of liquidity. Otherwise, the fluctuations between the yes and no or multi-outcome votes will be very, very big, and then it's hard to trade and bet on that or speculate on that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. And, we're a simple prediction market currently, which is a different than your order book style. We are a pari mutuel model, which is essentially conviction model. If you are convicted on on an outcome, you're tied to that outcome. And, if it's a multiple outcome, all the losing pools are split, to the winning side, essentially. So it's a more simple prediction style. We are looking to bring, obviously, order book style as we grow and as we scale. We currently just finished or are currently in the process of scaling. And in our Thank Ape initiative, right, we received a grant with them, and currently, in that scaling stage, milestone 3. So we're excited to obviously onboard more creators that will essentially bring that liquidity to our platform through our Engage to Earn kind of model. And we have a Spaces as well page where we highlight all the spaces that are happening on ApeChain. As we know, ApeChain's having a Spaces on every hour. So if you go to primeape.app/spaces, you can see all the spaces that are happening on ApeChain. And soon we'll be rolling out the, again, Engage to Earn model with those spaces host to bring that liquidity to our platform.
Awesome. Well, thanks for your pitch. Appreciate it. Appreciate you coming up, and good timing, and well presented. Cap, want to bring the next presenter?
Yeah, we got Mingles coming up next. Also on the X Spaces, for those listening to audio, we got the Prime Ape account is up there. Ape Whale's an advisor on that team. So also to our presenters, if you would like to come up on the audio spaces as you present, feel free to throw in a request, and we'll do that. Don't take offense if we remove you afterwards, just because we're trying to keep these rotating through these spaces. But we will. You're welcome to jump on there. That way, those listening into the audio version can know where to find you and get more information. Just like Mingles is jumping up next, and we'll keep things rolling.
Right on. Mingles.
Hey guys, can you guys hear me?
You sound great. Sound crystal clear. We'll give you a heads up, and your time starts now.
Thank you, guys. So we are Mingles. We are the one and only opportunity in the market to be part of a community-driven and community-owned tequila distillery. Our dream is to have our own distillery and have our own brand and onboard as many tequila aficionados into our ecosystem and into Web3 as well. We want to build gamified experiences around it, and we're currently working on a game which is about an agave house that creates tequila points, and you have to defend those points against the jimadores. So we're using tequila culture and tequila lore to onboard millions of people who love tequila, who doesn't have the opportunity or ticket to buy into the industry, because it's a very, very expensive and both lucrative business. So that's what we're building. It's called Agave Siege. We're building it on chain. It's with free transaction all over the place, of course, NFTs, etc. But our idea is to bring those games into the aficionados, into the in real life, sort of like just people out there, so they can come into with a seamlessly experience, just using their email, creating wallets for them. And we're doing this through technology that both Yuga Labs and that's out there. So that's what we want to build. We want to build an army of tequila aficionados going into Web3, living the Web3 experiences with prices.
Good timing.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Where are you on this journey so far? What's the kind of user base you have already? What kind of interest have you felt already? To what extent is it Web3 native people versus people in the normal world?
We initially started with a Web3 community. We minted out on ApeChain about a month after the blockchain started. So we have about 1,100 members in our community, but it's too Web3 native. So we're actually shifting away from that, doing activations both in Mexico, because there's a very huge audience here for that, and California. So Guadalajara and California are our next targets to bring in real life people using our gamified experiences.
Cool. Well, thanks for coming up. Good meeting you in I almost said Lisbon, Paris. Good at chatting as well. And we will bring up the next group. Go ahead, Cap.
Yeah, we got Oscar joining us. Also, before that mingles out of here, congratulations. I think, did you get married between the last time I saw you and now, or no?
Yes, I did. I love seeing you guys, man. It was very special for me to meet you guys in real life. And the wedding in Rome was the best. Kind of took a lot of our time here, but we're back in the trenches, man. Good to see you all.
Likewise. Thanks for joining us and good luck. Oscar, welcome.
Hi. How are you?
Doing great. Yourself?
Thanks. I'm great.
Awesome. We'll get you started. Your 90-second pitch starts now.
90% of people don't own any asset, and it's about to get worse. Artificial intelligence will take over all the physical assets soon. So the future isn't about jobs, it's about ownership. So we create the protocol, a platform that connects investors with decentralized infrastructure everywhere in the world. You can invest in the revenue of smart devices from solar panels to Wi-Fi network. So you can own the infrastructure of tomorrow, today. Our team is focused mostly in software and blockchain. And right now, this platform is operating. We have 50 decentralized projects right now in the platform, mostly in Ethereum network. And what makes us different is that we tokenize future revenues instead of ownership. So require less compliance and are more scalable. And why ApeChain is that we're bringing the protocol to ApeChain to unlock real-world asset utility for the ape community. So imagine revenue-generating physical asset backed by ape chains, so ape tokens. So ape holders can stake into infrastructure, not just NFT, bringing culture and capital into real world.
Right on. Good quick. Made it in under time. Judges.
Like the efficient pitch. My question would be, if we take an example, say we take solar panels, walk me through what is happening there. Is it the case that those solar panels already exist and the future revenue for the next 5 years is being tokenized and valued at a discounted cash flow model, and based on that, there's a certain yield calculated to that, or is it more a project that will be built, and I invest in something that will be built, or is it existing revenue streams?
Are existing projects. So in the platform, you can invest in existing deeping projects that already generating yield. So you can buy a percentage of the future revenue that are calculated based on the historical data of that device, and you can invest in a percentage of that. So what makes really interesting is the way of how we ensures that profit is secure for the investment. That's like the technology we're working on right now, because like you can say whatever you want, but the reality is that the device generates a certain amount of money and is connected via hardware to the software, and then all is secure for the investor.
One quick follow-up question on that. From say the solar panel, let's stick with this example, from their perspective, why are they forfeiting a part of their revenue? Is it because they would have growth plans and they just need that as a sort of bridge investment, or what is their incentive to basically do that?
Two main reasons. For example, the first one is because of the cost of capital, because you can get up to 50% return yearly, annually for the investors, and taking a loan is costly for installing, for example, more EV chargers. Right now, we're working with a lot of EV chargers infrastructure, and it makes a lot of sense because installing more EV chargers using your existing EV chargers like collateral, because like that's the thinking, is more efficient in the way of you can get a cheaper loan with this tokenizing your current production. So everyone could invest on that. And the second reason is that if you want to really create decentralized infrastructure, you need this kind of technology because you need a way for everyone to get involved in the infrastructure as a token. Because it's different to buy, for example, right now you can buy Helium token, but the Helium token is not buying a real device. You're buying the whole project. Or if you want to install Deepin, you need to buy a Deepin device and operate by yourself. But right now, there is any option for you to create a Deepin project or create the central infrastructure wherever person can invest in the future yields that that infrastructure will generate.
Awesome.
Thank you so
Good
much,
stuff.
Oscar.
Thank you.
Good stuff. And Cap and Laura, I'm going to hand you off the next couple contestants because my kids are home from school and it sounds like a mutiny is happening upstairs in my house. So I will be right back, but I'm going to let you guys time the next couple and bring the next couple up the stage because I need to make sure my kids are not killing each other. I want to have a 13 to 10-year-old by the end of the day. So
you got it. We're bringing up Andrew.
No problem.
And we're running a little behind schedule here, so we'll do our best to keep things flowing and cycling through this. But we want to make sure all of our contestants get at least their 90 seconds. So I don't have the fancy clock, but I will keep. I'll give you a 10-second warning, Angelo, when we get there. But you're ready to go now.
Yeah. I'm audible, guys.
GM.
Yeah. Hello. I'm audible.
Yeah, we got you. Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Yeah. So, ever bought an NFT and felt like the random distribution was rigged? Recently, we did too, right? So that's why I created Meta Shuffle. It's a trustless referee for NFT reviews that no one can manipulate. We use a simple but powerful approach. We combine everyone's metadata, and with the final owner's commitment, we create a hash where we shuffle this NFT metadata and assign to these tokens. Our system works totally off-chain for shuffling and on-chain for hashing until reveal time, then publishes everything on IPFS. This integration is hassle-free. We provide simple smart contract hooks and direct links for any collection. So we are actually going to solve a huge problem with trust when it comes to metadata and rarity. So even the owners or the team members cannot predict where these high rare metadata will be. So this is Meta Shuffle. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angelo. Go ahead.
So so this is specifically for projects already existing on ApeChain who will be looking to work with you guys for the help on the metadata. Is that, did I just understand that correctly?
Yeah. So this would be actually for new builders and also for existing companies like the launchpads, Mint launchpads, where this could be something like a standard where we could build trust. So this can be something like a utility where even the launchpads can use, or else even the new builders can connect to their smart contracts.
Awesome. Thank you.
Awesome. Angelo, appreciate you joining us today. We got Outer Studios joining us next. Good luck, Angelo, and certainly appreciate your time presenting. Outer Studios, GM. Your 90 seconds starts now.
Hey, GM, everyone. Thanks for having us. I am Gus with Outer Studios. So NFT traits are usually random and rely on metadata that can be manipulated. But what if they were forged directly from blockchain data? We have been working with digital matter theory on Bitcoin for over a year, and we are ready to bring it to ApeChain. So digital matter theory, or DMT for short, and no, we're not just making that up for fun, uses blockchain data patterns to generate NFT traits non-arbitrarily. Now, this is ensuring authenticity that can't be tampered with. So through our work with the Bitcoin ecosystem, we've actually built a dedicated niche community who are passionate about digital matter theory. And we're launching a collection of DMT beacons on ApeChain to onboard those community members to ApeChain while introducing ApeChain users to digital matter theory. This drives cross-engagement, growing ApeChain's reach with innovative tech and new users. So this dashboard will actually enable users both EVM and Bitcoin wallets, and DMT beacon holders will unlock exclusive ApeChain themed metaverse assets while enjoying seamless cross-chain integration along with other exciting perks. So we're very excited to bridge the gap between blockchain communities and we're looking forward to telling you more about the technical functionality. Thanks.
Right on. Good job. Judges.
Awesome pitch. Just a quick question from my end. I know DMT from the ordinal and Bitcoin side of things. Does it
Yes.
work in the same way on the EVM side of things, or do you still need to basically reference back Bitcoin patterns, or how do you go about this technically?
Yeah, so exactly. Essentially, you're still referencing back Bitcoin patterns on Bitcoin data, and you're leveraging that data, and then we're using, basically the shadow token functionality that Gargo was talking about today. And so being able to pair those together, it actually works together really nicely.
Cool. Awesome. Well, thanks for jumping up today. Appreciate you you jumping up. Cap, I know we're running a little long as we go. Any I don't know how many more we have in the queue, but let's keep it running.
Yeah, we'll fire through a queue here. Also, if anyone who hasn't presented yet that hasn't been able to jump into the StreamYard studio, join in now. There's a few that are down there who have presented. We're going to remove you. Don't take any offense to it. We just need to open up the slots. You feel free to continue to listen, or please do continue to listen in the live stream or the spaces. But we have a few open slots now, and anyone who's not presented, we will we'll power through the rest of them here. So Steve, myself, and Laura will keep our comments at a minimum, and we'll get some rapid fire, maybe question or two from the judges, and we'll keep things moving. We got V-Man, one of our first Frankenstein teams, brand new team, just got pulled together here in the last 24 hours. V-Man, welcome, and what are you pitching us today?
Yeah, time starts now.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
We got you.
Good.
Hey, GM. So I'm presenting on one of the Frankenstein teams. So this is my project that I put forward, and yeah, the guys. Anyway, let's get to it. So I'm presenting Limited Run Consigners Club, which is LRCC. It's a sort of a bolt-on Web3 solution for a consignment shop. So I'm hoping to plug in some Web3 plumbing to an existing Web2 business. It's built on a foundation of authenticated real-world assets, sneakers, streetwear, and rare cultural artifacts. And the aim would be to back the project by a multi-asset treasury. LRCC transforms collectibles into programmable assets through smart contracts, NFTs, and decentralized governance. Holders gain access to exclusive inventory, redemption mechanics, shipping rebates, protocol rewards, and law-driven brand building. LRCC isn't just a marketplace, it's a decentralized cultural protocol creating the future of physical and digital commerce, curated and owned by its community. Some benefits to APECON. LRCC creates some real-world transaction demand for APECON. It anchors APECON in the Treasury Reserve, drives on-chain volume and engagement, and deepens other-side and Web3 cultural integration. It will also strengthen APECON network effect into real-world collectibles and commerce. That's it, with 10 seconds to spare.
Very nice. Judges.
Thanks so much. Whereabouts are you guys in the journey so far? You spoke about your own community. What does that look like at the moment, and how do you hope it to grow?
Yeah, it's pretty minimal. Project is laid out quite extensively in a white paper. So this is my first attempt at getting that community thing going.
Awesome. Okay.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
All righty. Thanks again, V-Man. We got Faux Real joining us next. Faux Real GM, another brand new team. Tell us about what you're pitching today.
G'day, guys. Just wanted to throw out there. Sorry, my name's Chris. I'm the founder of For Real. I'm also not Zards. A lot of people get us mixed up, so just heads up. Look, I am launching the Bloody Skulls collection. So to give you a bit of an idea on what's involved with that, it's a collection that's around about 4,000 NFTs. And the lore goes into about a tribe of bloody skulls wandering in the lost realm of Skull Australia. The tribe are captured by the overlords in the realm and are forced to battle each other in the Bloody Skull arena. This ties into the Discord gamification element. The Discord game will allow Bloody Skulls NFT holders to battle each other. Now, I know Gaga talked about collaboration and bringing people onto ApeChain and how we grow ApeChain. I am building this on ApeChain, and eventually what I'd like to do with it is scale it up so that I can bring in other collections, so other collections can battle each other. And then eventually other chains can come in and battle each other. Now, how is that achieved? through the Discord verification process, you're similar to Vulkan. I think Collabland is the application I'm using. It'll allow me to assign traits from NFTs to Discord roles. Those roles will give people different battle bonuses and all sorts of cool and fun perks. So essentially, yeah, it's very scalable. I can bring in other collections and people can fight each other, have fun, and it's a great way to get communities together. Picture the Bloody Skulls battling the Solana meme coin warriors on a Thursday night. So thank you for your time. And the launch date I'm looking at is around about Q3 for this. So
just thank you for the pitch. Just a very quick question on the battling.
Sure.
Are you building the tech stack for that yourself? Do you plan to focus on distributing that to other collections? Because NFTs have a hard time, and by going to other collections, I could imagine that you could help to build a more sustainable momentum. Just wanted to know, is this your own proprietary tech that you're building for that?
Yes. So it's a Python-based game in Discord, and essentially it creates like a text-based instance in a private thread. So I can use a command, for example, like !battle legendary, and you and I would go into a private thread and we would duke it out through a text-based battle that's sort of simulated. And again, where the uniqueness comes in is that, because every NFT collection is different in a way, traits that are taken from specific NFTs, I can turn into all sorts of weird and wacky Discord roles that give cool perks and cool battle bonuses and that. So it's a really fun way, I think, at least anyway, to onboard other collections into ApeChain to get them involved in the ecosystem and eventually help grow the ApeChain community as a whole. So
very cool. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate that.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Thank you. Cap, who do we have next?
We have Chespy. If you're able, I see you're in StreamYard. We're going to bring you up next on video if you can. If not, Nifty Skins, one of you give me a wave, let me know, and we'll bring you up. I see Art Froglings. Are you able to jump up?
Perfect.
Awesome. Let's go Chespy and then Froglings if you're able to. We got Chespy on deck. Chespy, GM, always a pleasure, sir. You're on the clock.
Hey, GM guys, how you doing? Oh my God, I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. How you doing, Steve, Captain, Laura, Legendary, and B Check? Yo, so I want to talk about Aliens on Ape and Passengers. We are an NFT project, hyper-realistic 3D assets, providing ownership to their 3D files, so they can play around with and custom their 3D assets whatever they can. We already dropped it into Nifty Island. We're going to be also in Dashboard thanks to Rita. And the process on building these two projects from 0.888, 3,333 collection, and also 6969 one ape, providing 32 free mints to the previous owners. I'm representing Passengers and also the founder of Aliens, and I'm here to keep providing 3D assets ownership to all my community. From 6,000 raise, we'll be able to provide like 20,000 in investment into the community. Community has already made some money, some profits into it, so I would love to be part of these 5,000 ape, so I can continue building for my community and reward them. Thank you very much, guys.
Awesome. Good hearing your voice as always. A true member of the community. But Legendary and B-Check, any questions?
No follow-up questions for me on that one.
Cool.
Thanks so much.
Thank you for joining us, Chespy. Cap, you want to bring up the next?
Yep, we got Art from Froglings joining us. Chespy's also on Spaces if anyone's looking for the connection there. Art, GM, you are on the clock.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Doing great. Yourself?
Doing great. Name is Art. I'm founder of Froglings and ApeChain Africa, working alongside Dakman, who just got the Bored Ape Yacht Club awarded to him. We both started ApeChain Africa as a way to onboard the masses from Africa onto ApeChain. We were doing this, started with the Froglings, which was a free mint. Started from zero to make sure like we could basically get people into the ecosystem as the easiest way possible. Through that, we've been able to like onboard a bunch of people. Our chat currently has about 80 people rocking the Froglings. About 400 people have been able to start an Ape Chain wallet and are basically participating in the Ape Chain ecosystem. We also partner with a platform called AIOW, which is a launch part on Ape Chain. We've been able to get people to come release their art and stuff on that platform as well. Currently also working on a app called APECON. Haven't said much about this yet, but it's supposed to help IRL and bridge IRL and Web3 together in the easiest way possible. We have no funds because we didn't raise anything from our mint. This is just us just building because I'm a self-taught dev, and we also have Darkman, which is a real great marketer and just a perfect host man for our project. So we've been doing well so far, but this should be able to the funding from this APECON should be able to support our app build and let us move faster than them.
Right on. Legendary B-check.
Cool. Super quick question. Any specific countries you're focused on in Africa?
Yeah, right now we have South Africa, Nigeria, and Kenya. We're looking to onboard as much as we can. So we keep reaching out to people that are leading the pack in their different countries to reach out to merge with us so we could have bigger spaces and onboard as much people as we can onto ApeChain.
Right on. Well, thanks for joining us. Appreciate you. And I love we're having like a semi like discussion in the DJ Network War Room. We have the amount of countries represented. Like, I love how international the community is just in Web3 in general. The fact that I think we're now over 10 potential countries represented, today, which is pretty cool. But Cap or Laurel, let's go ahead and bring up the next person.
You've got Moonlight coming up next. Moonlight GM, welcome. Throwing you right into the fire there. You've been hanging out the whole show. Appreciate your flexibility, and you are on the clock.
GM. Yes, I am Moonlight. I'm representing the Other Egg Genesis team. We are a collection that minted out on the 21st of March, and we were born to pay homage to Other Side, while also expanding on Other Side with unique lore, storytelling, and gamified digital experiences. So why did we do this collection? So we saw a problem on ApeChain in a way, which is that there's not enough fun and immersive and user-friendly experiences that combine storytelling with on-chain mechanics. So our solution is to basically create gamified experiences that are driven by lore and are also transparent on the blockchain with systems that excite us and also that excite our holders. What is the value that we bring to ApeCoin? Well, basically, we are building on ApeChain. I love ApeCoin, so everything we do is going to be on Other Side and ApeChain at the core. What makes us different is that we are exploring a new technology called app tokens by Limit Break. And this tech unlocks basically unlimited customization to in-game economies. For example, like you can have tokenized royalties and they can become tradable assets. And yeah, we are execution ready. We are a small team. It's myself, the artist, and we have a part-time dev. But we are moving fast. We built our leaderboard in 3 days. So yes, our focus is app tokens, basically. That's what we want to do with the extra funding.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you. You talked about storytelling and trying to really drive the community through with lore. Where have you got with that so far? What are your plans to do that?
Yeah, so we have a website. It's called othereggenesis.xyz, and we already developed different worlds. Each world has different lands, and each land has different stories. And we already showcased these 4 worlds. And we also have an upcoming experience that we're going to release soon. We just did an event called the Genesis event, in which we gave 100% of the royalties that we generated in the last 4 weeks to holders through a leaderboard mechanic and system that rewards collectors. So we're going to have this first experience, which is going to drive a bit of lore and a bit of risk and reward in how a user plays in this. So personally, I'm excited about how people will react with this. But then our goal is to be how can we use app tokens into the ecosystem. because that's what brings us it's very curious to us on how we can bring that to this economy.
Awesome. Thank you.
Cool.
Cheers.
I know we have a few more, Cap. Let's get the queue moving, and then we will. We're getting down to it, to getting ready to pick some people to move on to the afternoon.
Yeah, we might do final call here. I know there's a few teams that haven't made it into the StreamYard studio yet. If you're unable to get in for any reason, drop that in the chat or shoot us a DM. Chespy and Art, I'm going to go ahead and remove you. I think we got enough spots, but I'm going to free up all of our slots back behind the scenes here. And if anyone who's not presented yet that still wants to present, oh shit, I just removed Nifty Skins on accident, but I think they had checked out or stepped out anyways. But let's do this. Let's give a few seconds here. We'll see if anyone hasn't made it in, see if they can join in. And if not, we are running a little bit behind, but we'll give everyone, we'll give our judges some time to check their notes, pick our winners. And what we're going to do on the schedule wise to catch up, we had a break scheduled in for 11 to 11:20. That's when we're going to planning on doing some raffles. We're going to do our raffles. We're just going to do all those at the second ad break time. So from 1:10 to 1:30. That way this will allow us to get caught up here after our judges do the scoring. And then after that, we'll jump right into ApeChain Hub and ecosystem support. And we've got some awesome panels lined up this afternoon before the finals. But final call, if anyone that hasn't presented wanted to get their pitch in, you've got about 30 seconds to get into StreamYard or Steve and Laura. I'm checking all my comments, make sure I'm not missing anything, but you don't see anyone that's, actually KZ isn't able to get into StreamYard, but is on X. Let's go to audio pitch with KZ on X audio. KZ, can you hear me? Are you there? You're muted if you're talking. I see you. I see your hand up.
I'm there.
Awesome.
Sorry.
Nope, no worries. It's all you. You
Trying to
are.
switch screens there.
Yeah, all good. You are. You're on the clock for your pitch whenever you're ready.
All right. Sorry, guys. I apologize. But last cycle, the Psycho Kitties, the project that I'm working with, experienced a massive potential that was unrealized. In this cycle, we don't want to let that go. We want to take, and we know that Yuga Labs had purchased Token Proof. We want to be able to partner with things like that. And we have access to be able to make NFTs become real tickets in the real world and start onboarding normal people. And then on top of that, we want to build a trading system so that if you want to buy or sell your tickets, and in the future, it's going to build into a full-on sports book with betting and gambling allowed, because it'll all be run through smart contracts on blockchain.
Right on. Judges, I know you had some gambling questions earlier. Curious if those stick here, if you have any thoughts or questions as we from this.
Yeah, absolutely. Gambling is definitely my forte. How do you plan to stick out in terms of user acquisition? Because that can be pretty costly when it comes to gambling.
The gambling aspect of this was a new add-on when this team got built. It's actually an evolution thanks to this team, because the concept originated from the want of being able to trade and being able at the same time being able to like bet with each other. If you've ever bet with somebody or asked to trade or swap a ticket online and somebody can't do it, now with smart contracts we'll be able to lock funds in and nobody will be able to complete the transaction until both parties have completed. There will be an out system as well. As for gambling and laws and rules, that's why it's on the later end, is because it would be we really need to learn and dig in.
Cool. Appreciate you. Thanks for jumping up and digging in with us a little bit. Looks like maybe we have one more hand cap in the X chat, and then we can let our judges, who appreciate you sticking it out with us. I know that we had a lot of pitches today. Really have enjoyed the insight and discussion so far. Do we want to go to our final pitch in the X space, which I think is what the hand is up for, and then we can let them deliberate and get a 3 to 5 afternoon players.
Yeah, Uncle Mac actually is going to help us with our demo here for proof of winning on chain when we do the raffles. Mac, I just sent you a DM to see if you're able to join us this afternoon for that demo. If not, I should be able to pull it off myself just fine. But I think we're going to actually do the raffles all in one swoop instead of splitting them across two, just to get us caught up here on schedule. Does that work for you?
Hey, GM.
GM.
Yep, that works totally fine for me. I'm here all day with you guys. I'm watching on the stream. Yeah, I feel like the prettiest girl at the ball who didn't get invited to the ball. It's been kind of a weird one. We've kind of finished developing and building this giveaway proof of winning tool for you to use today. And then hearing all of our fellow ApeChain builders and founders and friends pitching, I was like, hey, we didn't get to pitch. So if it's okay with you,
let's do it. It's perfect. Let's do this. B-Check and Legendary, certainly feel free to give Max some questions or thoughts here as he pitches. But yeah, take your 90 seconds. Tell us all that you're building on ApeChain. We'll talk a little bit about proof of winning here in a bit, but then we can get our give them some time to get our final scores and we'll announce our winners. But go ahead, go for it. You got 90 seconds.
Awesome, sweet. I'll give the recap. We created the mine, which is an in-browser proof of work with real actual SHA-256 sequential mining NFT mining dApp. It created 188,059 unique proof of work gold or ERC-721 NFTs. First proof of work ERC-721 NFTs on ApeChain. It combined many of the projects that you've heard today, such as Zards, Froglings, all using their NFTs as miners to do that work. Every single gold ore contains a quantity of gold, which is a soon-to-be fungible ERC20 token, where the value in Ape only ever goes up. If you want a culture token, this is it, baby. The value of gold is worked out by the gold cap, the amount of gold in the contract, divided by the total supply of gold, which is 21 million in a nod to Bitcoin, because we use SHA-256 hashing to do that. It's all managed and controlled and validated by smart contracts and is fully on-chain, which leads me into the giveaway tool, the proof of winning. So we've been exploring what you can do with mining and proof of work, and we built the giveaway tool so that we can do the same thing. We take a hash of all entrants, we take a hash of the contract of the NFT, the person doing the giveaway, we jumble it all up in a SHA-256 hash. If you don't know what that is, I can explain it in several analogies. To provide a verifiable.
And we're hitting time, so just give it a wrap. And I'd say, although we're going to give you're helping us out today, so I'll give you an extra 15 seconds instead of an extra 5 to 10.
Sweet, because I totally forgot to breathe through all of that. The last 15 seconds, yeah. So it's an off-chain tool, but it allows you to verify the results. So you can say, if these conditions are met, if all of these people are entered, if this NFT was given away from this contract provided by this person who is running the giveaway, you will always get this result, except there's no way to figure that result out without doing the proof of work itself. And when we do the demo later on, we'll show you exactly how that works. But the pitch is for the funding on whatever. We want to keep exploring how we can use this in multiple different ways, and we have lots of different avenues that we're already exploring, such as ODK, the SDK tool from PP Man, and some other really cool stuff with another member of our team. Thanks.
Awesome. B-Check, Legendary. Any questions before we let Uncle jump?
Awesome, thanks. In what way was the coin that you mentioned at the beginning related to the tool? Are they closely connected, or are they kind of separate things?
So it's the same technology. So the proof of work technology that we used to create the gold ore NFTs, which contain a quantity of gold, we're going to extract that gold into an ERC20. But the unique thing about it is that the value of that coin can only ever go up in ApeChain. If you want explain like I'm 5, I can give it to you if you want. Because nobody seems to get only ever go up. Like people hear only ever go up and they go, I've never heard those words before. That must be a lie.
Oh, I've heard those words, but it was for Ethereum, and then it did not only go up, and here I am. But no, it's fair.
Well,
if you want to give it a high level on it.
So if there are 10 pieces of gold and the gold cap, so the contract has 10 quid, 10 pounds, as we'd say in England, or 10 ape because we're on ApeChain. it knows that it can spend 1 ape per 1 piece of gold. If it buys a piece of gold, it now knows I've bought 1 piece of gold, I own 1, I've got 9 ape left, and I can spend 1 ape on the remaining 9 gold out in the world. Someone can also buy from the mine at a premium, so they can buy from the contract itself. So whenever they do that, the gold cap now increases. So if it increased by, double every time, so it's cost 2 ape to get a piece of gold out, there's now 11 ape in the mine, in the contract. And so every piece of gold out there is worth 1.1 ape. And the price always ever only goes up.
Got it. Thanks so much, man.
Is that our final pitch, or do we have any more before we?
Looks like we had one more jump in. Heavenly Love, are you? Give me a wave if you're able to jump up on stage, and you'll be our final participant this morning.
Thanks so much. Is that our final pitch, or do we have any more?
Looks like we had one more
Heaven,
jump in.
I think Heavenly's got
Love, are you?
mute
Give me
the
a wave if
space,
you're able to jump up on stage, and you'll be our
or
final
turn the space down
participant
on
this
your.
morning.
Yes.
Thanks so much. Is that our final pitch, or do we have any more?
Looks like we have.
I muted your thing. Just Heavenly, just turn the volume down on the space, because right now it's coming through with an echo because there's a 15-second delay. So grab your phone or your computer where you're listening, turn the volume down, or jump out of the space, and then we will get going on here. We were just getting an echo because there's about a 15-second delay between live and not live. All 15-second delay. So grab your phone or your computer where you're listening. Turn the still got it. Oh wait, I think we're good.
Okay.
Perfect. All right. Feel free to jump back on cam if you want to. If not, that's totally cool. But yeah, you should have gotten it right now. Yeah, it's a tricky thing with the space in the video. Go ahead, and I'll start the timer. I'll pull it up. And your time starts now. But yeah, you should have gotten it right now. Yeah, it's a tricky thing with the space in the video. Go ahead, and I'll start the timer. I'll pull it up. And your time starts now.
Can you hear me okay?
You're still getting that. You're still getting that echo from your. Still getting some echo. I muted you again. We're still getting the echo.
Heaven, just want to come on? Let's just do audio only. We'll eliminate the echo that way. Just jump on. You're up on stage on audio, so I'm just going to remove you from the stage on video, and we should be fine now. You're up on. You should be on stage. If you unmute your phone now, you should be able to go. We'll give it like 10 if we can get it. You're on stage, Heavenly. If you can hear us, unmute yourself, and you are up. If not, we'll wrap. Or we'll move on.
This is the fun part of doing live shows. So,
welcome to live production. You know what? Let's Steve, Laura, any final thoughts? I've got a couple other things I need to transition to here, and then we'll give Legendary B-Check some time to tally their votes, and then we'll get up our we'll segue into our first panel.
I mean, I just want to say how grateful I am for everyone that took their time to come today to give us like their pitches. I love how what a variety of teams we saw and ideas. I feel like there wasn't any, I don't know, there wasn't that many ideas that seemed too similar, one to the other. I took so many notes. I was like, you guys will probably laugh. I'm going to do something only for the people that are watching us on the stream. Look at my notes, guys. I feel like I'm like, I don't know what I was doing. But then I don't know, it's just really exciting to see. And then just really, really grateful for our judges. I'm like, Legendary, B-Check, honestly, thank you. The follow-up questions that you guys have done have been, spectacular. I think that every time that I'm itching to ask the question, you guys just ask whatever was on my mind. So very in tune there, and for keeping it alive throughout this process, because it is a lot of people that came up and a lot of different propositions really quick. So thank you for staying with us and gifting us your time and insight. It's priceless. So thank you.
Thank you so much for having us again. We would be ready to talk through our thinking.
Let's do it. Let's hear what your thinking is, who's moving on, and we will let those people know and give them some information about the afternoon sesh. But yeah, again, thanks for jumping on with us. So tell us what you're thinking. Tell us your takeaways, any other thoughts, and we'll figure out those winners.
So first of all, really like that Shark Tank style format and having that opportunity to go in with a question and just have these 90-second pitches going. And thank you to you guys for really being the timekeepers with that, because that's really important to stick with that and not turn that into 5 to 10 to 15-minute pitches. In terms of the projects which we liked, Vonga was a definite yes for us, just for the reason that they are solving basically a real life problem, try to onboard people via a real life problem that they're solving for the the gyms, the yoga classes, etc. Dot protocol we also liked a lot. The tokenizing of future revenues, having a DCF model on that, not speculating on something to be built in the future, was refreshingly different. For the other three ones that we also liked, that were Zards, Gamify, and One Sky Collective, because I think the One Sky Collective's really tackling a massive, massive problem. And they had a clear vision on how to do that and how to face the challenge. But I'll also leave it to you, Bchek, to comment on any of those or the others that I have not touched on.
I think if you want to finish off with the last couple, and then I'll give some more general thoughts on some general feedback.
Yeah, awesome. On Gamify, they got massive traction. So I think that they've been clearly already showcasing a good product market fit. And then as for Zards, the storytelling approach has been tried many times in this space, obviously, but we did like that there was a, to us, clearly different and unique approach to how they were looking at the storytelling side of things.
Cool.
Yes. And so just for a little bit of context, like one of the ways we're looking at this, it was super interesting to hear people come with the passion that they have for ApeCoin and ApeChain, and I think that's like always really good to see. But we're kind of thinking about this and with not a lot of time, right? This is like a short, relatively instinctive thing. And so the way that we've been looking at this, I'm sure the people know, but for the audience, it's like the clarity of the problem and the solution that's been, the clarity with which it's been communicated, the ecosystem value. So does it help grow the adoption or utility of ApeCoin? Originality in the sense that, is this novel or is this different to something that's been already taking place? And then finally, the execution readiness. So how realistic or ready is the team to be able to deliver in this? So we're trying to kind of take in all of these things, and maybe one broad piece of feedback, because obviously we can't go into all of the excellent teams that pitched and kind of provide explainers as to why we didn't go for them, because there were many other different options. But maybe one general headline piece of feedback, I think, is in terms of the communication of the problem, like defining that bit at the start. I think having something super focused when you only have 90 seconds is probably the better way to go, because trying to knock down like loads and loads of objectives all in one go, I think in a very tight window of time gives us so many questions in our head about how each of them are going to be achieved. And in a short time frame, it's hard for us to imagine how we're even going to be able to answer those questions. Whereas the narrower the scope, I think, in my opinion, for this like 90-second pitch, the clearer we can say, like, okay, this is the laser question we need to ask about this, so we can get a real taste of it. And then if there's anything else that people would want to build in the future, that's just like, TBC, this is the direction we're going over the next 6 to 12 months. But that's not something that you guys almost need to focus on immediately. So that would be like the one piece of feedback, I think, for everyone, to be honest, which I think would be more helpful moving forward. So hope that's helpful. But well done to everyone. Thanks so much for your guys' time as well. It's been really, really fun and good to see so much like entrepreneurial energy in the ApeChain ecosystem.
Yeah, this is fun. I appreciate you two as friends, as people that I watch consistently and really enjoy. So thank you for helping us boil the ocean down a little bit. If you don't check out Modern Market, I will plug it again. Follow Bchek, follow Legendary. Make sure you check in with them. If you're not up early enough to do it, like myself and Cap, listen to it on the replay. It is the best way you are going to start your day every day and get really intelligent, thoughtful perspective. So really helpful to have you all here today. And yeah, we will look forward to doing hopefully more of these types of things in the future as we continue to grow, learn, and get everything together. So thanks for joining us.
Yeah, second all
do
that. Go give these guys a follow if you're not already. Go check out Modern Market. It's at Modern Market _. They again live on X and YouTube at 7 a.m. Eastern, and one of the top spaces as far as a concise, to the point daily news in the space, in my opinion. And really appreciate it. It was great feedback as well. I agree. Appreciate your feedback. Shout out to everyone who participated today. This really was, we talk about building in public, not only for us from a host standpoint, but some of these maybe if they've presented before, but I think this was probably first time for this exact type of format. And everyone did a wonderful job pitching, and to take away from some lessons like that, some good feedback from the first time, I think very, very valuable. And just so I got it right, our three to advance to the finals, it's Zards, Gamify, and One Sky Collective, correct?
Well,
Zards.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Vonga as well, I believe. It was Vonga, Zards, Gamify, One Sky Collective. Did we miss one in there?
So I have.
Dub Protocol.
Got it. Cool.
Can you say the last one again?
Dub Protocol, the RWA guys.
And Gamify, did you get that one?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Good. Awesome.
Got Dub Protocol, Vonga, Dub Protocol, Vonga, Zards, Gamify, One Sky Collective. We got 5 advancing to the finals. Love to hear it. And yeah, thanks again, guys. And I will not hear your voices tomorrow. Legendary, I will let you. You can now drive the countryside as you have planned to do in your brand new car. So enjoy that.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thanks so much, guys. Have
Thanks
a great
again.
rest of the day.
Greatly appreciate it.
Thanks. I wanted to give in a little bit of insight as to, Steve and Cap, like why we decided to have different people judging the competition. I know that we're hosting, and maybe for some of them we're familiar with a lot of their faces, and I don't know if you guys want to take lead on like why we chose to work with different judges, especially for the first round and then the second round in the other half. I'm really excited for everyone that got chosen. Congratulations! Excited to see how later today they'll tell us more about what they're working on or what they hope to work on. But I don't know. To me, this way was a little bit more fair than us being the judges. What do you guys think?
Yeah, great. It was good to bring in a third party. We're so deep in the ape chain community. It's easy to have, we talked about, there's a group that we talked about Mingles who I met in, Paris, or Von Frunten, who we know from, he obviously advanced based on his own merits, and he was the first one to come out the gate, and he obviously did really well. But us saying that as people who have known him for a long time might not be quite as effective as someone else saying that. So, but no, Cap, I know we are, and Cap, I don't know if you have thoughts on that, and I know we have the next panel coming up.
Hold on. Yeah, I know we are tight here on time, trying to play catch up a little bit, and there's some other things we'll do our best through transitioning. I see we have a couple hands on stage, but we really are probably going to hold questions at this time just because we are already a little behind schedule, and I do need to free up a few slots on the audio spaces stage. So for those that have already spoke, if you don't mind jumping down, would greatly appreciate it. We'll free up a spot there, and we will continue to move forward here. Up next, we've got a panel with going to talk about the Ape Chain Hub and ecosystem support. We got Lost and Shippen joining us here. After that, we got Creator Tools. Really looking forward to that one, and then networking and navigating might be the panel that I'm most looking forward to of all the presentations today. And then, as I mentioned, we will be doing the raffle for these NFTs and those giveaways at 1:10 this afternoon. Bear with us. The flexibility on the time is appreciated. We're going to do our best to keep on point the rest of the day, but we'll do that big raffle then. If you haven't minted, that's your entry. Is that mint? Clarification. I said it's a free mint. It is a free mint. There is a small platform fee. I believe it's about $1. I miscommunicated that, or I did not share that up front when I shared it. If anyone minted and paid the couple ape and you're upset about it, you thought it was free, shoot me a DM. I'd gladly refund your ape. That was certainly not the intent. That was on me for not fully disclaiming the platform fees there at time of mint. But yeah, the mint itself is free. It's about $1, I think, in the platform fee. But if anyone has an issue with that, shoot me a DM and I will I'll reimburse your mint fee. But for those that is still open, we will do the poll here before the raffle. So you got a little bit of time if you want to get on that. But without further ado, let's bring on our next guest. I think we have Shippen here on stage, and we got Law. I'm not sure if I was supposed to say. We have someone behind the ApeCoin count on stage as well. I think I'm allowed to dox who's behind that account, but I'm going to ask Shippen for it. Is that, are we disclosing who's behind the APECON account on stage with us?
Well, the intern is behind the APECON account. He won't be speaking, sadly. See, lost in the audience in there, so not sure if he's going to be hopping up as a speaker or in the call here. So give him a little
Lost is
second.
behind the ApeChain Hub account, and then the intern behind the ApeCoin account. Is that right?
The intern is behind both of them, actually.
Okay.
So it's a
Perfect.
little, we'll have to chase down who the intern is, but he's, scratching at the staking box and doing a whole bunch of degen stuff on the timeline at the moment. So how's everyone doing, man? You guys have been crushing the ApeCon. Thank you for having me up.
Yeah, no, thanks for joining us. It's been fun so far. It was great to hear from all these builders, and I'm genuinely excited and looking forward to hearing the finals this afternoon. I thought our judges picked 5 great ones, so hard to choose there. A lot of great presentations, but I knew there was a lot of activity. I know we say it's the club of builders. Candidly, I was a little shocked. We were not expecting 50 people to apply that wanted to participate in a startup pitch competition for 5,000 ape. Not to downplay 5,000 ape, just wasn't expecting 50 people to want to spend a day with us to pitch. But there is the builders are coming out of the woodwork, and my read here is it's not just existing builders. I think we were talking a little bit this with Garga. I think ApeChain has brought back more experimenting on chain, more creativity, more innovation. I think it's got some people who maybe they're NFT collectors. They love this space. I think it's inspiring more builders. Are you seeing that on your end? Are you seeing like more entrepreneurs and builders step up now since the launch of ApeChain?
1,000,000%, man. I mean, I think, we've been blessed to have a great mix of OGs in this space, whether they're apes or not apes, kind of make their way over, but also newer people kind of seeing the opportunity and excitement around ApeChain and kind of jumping in head first, leaning on some of the creator tools. I think you guys have mentioned up here as well, like, Belever, like AIOW, other tools that just make kind of getting their project on ApeChain very easy. And, it is kind of seen as a playground, right? Like if you are a creator, if you're an artist, if you're somebody looking to push something on chain, ApeChain is here for you, and the hub will also be there to kind of amplify the stuff on the ground. So I have noticed that, and I think we're really lucky to have that mix of newer people and then also OGs kind of mingling on ApeChain at the moment.
For sure. So the ApeCoin or ApeChain Hub account is on stage, as well as the ApeCoin account. If you're not already following those two accounts, definitely you want to hit that follow button now. If this is the first time someone's hearing about the ApeChain Hub, let's just jump right into it. What is ApeChain Hub, and why should the listeners care? Why should they be paying attention to it for?
Yeah, definitely. As the first post mentioned, the ApeChain Hub is calling, so be sure to answer the call. What that means is, it's going to be a home for a lot of things in the ecosystem, right? It's going to be a home of official partners. It's going to be a home of, tools. It's going to be a home of amplifying community. It's also going to be, a way to give back to the community, as we've done through various, other deed giveaways, various ApeChain NFT giveaways, and, more things coming down the pipeline. So that page itself will, be the home of everything and be the place for all the builders to kind of interact with things that are happening on ApeChain. So if you want to stay up to date on, what the community is doing, if you want to stay up to date on what new partners are rolling out on ApeChain, and if you want to stay up to date on what new tools are being, broadcasted to the ecosystem, that's where, the ApeChain Hub can come in handy. And if you have the notifications on, you might get lucky and might be able to, get in early on one of those giveaways and take home something pretty dope to help, continue what you're building on ApeChain.
I saw that one pinned was another deeds. I did one of my first 3D designs with my ape, thanks to Dashbo and
Nice.
and over there to participate in that. I think that one's all done. Have those deeds all been given out, or is there a current giveaway or a current contest coming
Yeah.
from the hub?
So there's still the ongoing builder giveaway. So, we'll continue to kind of roll those beats out as they come in. I believe, the vault of other deeds is still 30-ish deep. So still a good bit to give out to people. And then, the intern has been in the trenches since day one, right? He's minted gobs. He's done a whole bunch of things. So there are some other like exciting ApeChain centric things that will be given out as well. So I would say just kind of stay tuned for more upcoming tweets. If you were tagged in any of those previous posts, we still have, you on the radar, and we'll kind of be rolling back on those as well.
So not just for giveaways and I want to win stuff, but what is the ApeChain Hub? How should builders be working with the ApeChain Hub? Like, let's say, like I know several founders reached out, and we've got all the NFTs we're raffling off today are for it's from founders. It's in ApeChain collections, and they've all been provided by these founders, and we're going to raffle them off to attendees today. Is that something like if I'm a builder and I want to get, like, can I reach out to you? Like, what's that process look like if I'm a builder and wanted to work with ApeChain Hub or provide something as a giveaway? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, we're definitely looking towards like leaning on community-centric stuff like WinPad and other things to kind of help distribute those. Right now, the giveaways are kind of being done via us, right? So if there are community-centric giveaways, they can definitely feel free to reach out to us, myself and Lost directly, and we can work on kind of, helping get that amplified, right? And if they're doing stuff like, having a major space around their launch, their project, we can also look to amplify that via the hub, right? Whether that is ApeChain Hub being there with them, whether that's us also being there with them. So they can also lean on it as, an amplification method for what they're rolling out. And to do so, they can just lean on us directly, and we can, look to bump them up where we can. And the page itself is very active, kind of, engaging with people, commenting on what they're building. So yeah.
Awesome. I see Lost joined us behind in the studio here. Lost, I'm not sure if you're able to join the conversation. If so, welcome. First of all, GM, appreciate all that you do for the ecosystem at large. It feels like nonstop. I feel like you've been the mayor of ApeChain before ApeChaining became a thing. Appreciate all you do. And beyond anything you want to add to what Chip and just shared about, whether it's ApeChain Hub or the spaces, ApeComs, anything in general as far as ecosystem support, and what should these builders be paying attention to?
Yeah, hey guys, appreciate you for having us up here, and love to see the APECON in the background. Love seeing Laura wearing the ApeChain hoodie. It's great to see on the timeline, seeing a lot of that already. A lot of people posting the schedule, so shout out to you guys for putting this together. ApeChain Hub, how do you interact? I mean, first and foremost, like Spen said, you got to be following it. If you didn't know, ApeChain does have its own sort of account now, where you're going to see more of that partner content live, more emphasis on community activations, more sharing of team content, where maybe you didn't or weren't already following someone like Quit, who's the head of blockchain for Yuga Labs. We're going to make sure that content from folks like him and Baron and Wabam, Cam are getting amplified, so that folks in the community do have access to that information and somewhere that's not just buried in one single timeline. As far as interacting, one of the things that we know that the community wants, one of the things that you guys probably saw was the thread for ApeChain staking and some of the how-to videos teaching you how to unstake, how to stake, how to bridge, how to delegate the shadows, which is something that's sort of new for ApeChain and for the crypto community in general. I think there's going to be more of that education content and more of a need for that educational content to be coming through from our partners, from the community, and we definitely want to be sharing that content with people through official channels. So if you're a creator, if you're somebody who's got a project, I would definitely suggest to be thinking about how you might create more of that sort of content. I think Phil from Board Network has been doing some good examples lately with like ApeChain Bytes, giving people a short look at some of the different founders and projects that are building on ApeChain. And then, like Spen said, keep those notifications on, because there's definitely user incentives. I know if people have been paying attention to the DAO, or maybe even during this conference now, you guys are familiar with the banana bill, and it is $100 million that was carved out to grow the ecosystem, but also for user incentives, which is like a fancy way to say there's going to be a lot of fast fire, surprise, and delight that is going to give people a reason to keep checking in every day, every week, every month. And it's not the standard type of gamification where, if you miss a day, you miss a couple of days, you totally miss the opportunity. There's literally surprises that are happening coming out of that account, people getting tagged for rewards every week, every day, all the time. Even just if there's something interesting that pops up in the timeline where there's an opportunity for the team to sort of recognize and pour some gasoline on that fire and expand an idea that's sort of come up in the community, we're definitely looking for those opportunities as well.
I'm just going to say it's absolutely been noticed. I know a lot of the two of you, the intern, the support coming from the ecosystem at large, the Bored Ape Yacht Club account has been hanging out in this space all day today. The ApeChain account, the ApeChain Hub account, like, it's not downplaying like the retweets the main account would do previously, but the active support, the active listening, I think, is what I've taken away even more recently from your team there. It is very much so noticed. It's greatly appreciated, and I feel it's. I mentioned, I don't know, maybe there's a better analogy, but it's like we've got everyone rowing the same direction, and it's a very complex ecosystem when you talk about the club and ApeChain and the DAO, and you mentioned the ecosystem fund. it's Ape Chain, I felt, has been this, now it serves as this like connective tissue to bringing everyone together. And just want to say thanks for all that you guys are doing. And I know Garga mentioned earlier just the power of in real life. Is there anything from like anything on your radar, your schedule that you would strongly encourage anyone to get to if they can, that's coming up here soon in terms of any in real life events on the schedule?
At the moment, we don't have any, but the second that we do have some information around like a major event for Ape Chain, we'll definitely push that through all the pages, right? Whether it's ApeCoin, whether it's Ape Chain Hub, and ours as well. So, I appreciate you guys for all the support you've given to the ecosystem. And yeah, it's just been really amazing to see, everything kind of intertwined, right? From BAYC to ETH OGs to other chain OGs, Solana folks making their way over. And, it's been, really cool to see the Ape Chain ecosystem thrive in this action. So,
no doubt. No doubt. I know we're running a little long here. We've got our creator tools panel coming up next. Excited to get those teams on here. Before we let you guys out of here, though, let's go loss first, then we'll go back to ship and loss. Is there anything else you wanted to share with these builders? And it's not just builders. There are a lot of active users, active participants. The support we've gotten for ApeCon today has been tremendous from the community. Just anything in general you wanted to share, any parting words for the attendees today?
What I want to share with parting words. We're at the APECON, the virtual conference. I see Steve just popped up here on the stage with us now as well. Again, thank you guys for setting this up and inviting us, making room for us to come up and share. I think it's almost obligatory to hit the note on the staking. There's something like 50, 60 million ApeCoin that was staked in the ApeCoin contract on ETH. If you guys are staked there, you're no longer collecting rewards. So you do need to move over and get your staking in the Ape Chain stake site on Ape Chain. We also, I would say had a post come out from Sashay Alok. If you guys aren't following him already, it's SASHAY_ALOK. And he put out a link to the docs, the dev tools that you can find as well on the Ape Chain website. But now that we have the staking contract live on Ape Chain, if you guys are building something, if you guys are creators, if you guys are coding, if you guys have a project, it is possible that, maybe you are in some way integrating the staking contract either into, your interface if you're creating a dashboard somewhere where you want the community to be spending a lot of time, or even, like something creative, some sort of project where maybe, I don't know, people are engaging in your game and in some way tokens are being staked and maybe on the back end there are rewards that are being accrued and redistributed to people. Either way, there are some interesting things I think that people might come up with now that staking is live on Ape Chain. So I would say, even just aside from the folks who have apes or dogs that do need to get those funds moved over and start staking, all the people here that are building might consider that as a way to sort of target some of the apes, some of the Yuga asset holders who are now sort of obligated to move their assets over to Ape Chain if they want to continue to enjoy those staking rewards. So bit of an opportunity there, and definitely keep an eye on those accounts. The Ape Chain Hub is a new account. If you guys aren't following that, it's just Ape Chain Hub. The ApeCoin account still very much going to be active, and if people are looking for other funding opportunities, obviously this is the ApeCon, there's an opportunity for funding here. Definitely make sure you guys are following that ThankApe page. If you have questions, reach out to Spen or I. If you're considering an AIP, the Banana Bill is also there as well. If you guys have questions about how to submit or how to apply, definitely, again, feel free to be reaching out about those things. And I would say, like a final note, just since we do have the builders here, we are in the Arbitrum ecosystem, and they very much support everything that we're doing, all the things that we're building, the community, the noise on the timeline. They want to be engaged. They want to be involved. They want to hang out with this IRL. So at every level, we have support in that ecosystem, including access to some of their different fundings, their different grant fund opportunities, where if you're building maybe AI infrastructure, if you're building some sort of new, novel, unique tools on chain, there's also opportunities where we may be able to find support for you and help you get connected in the Arbitrum ecosystem to get funding as well, which is cohesive with our own ecosystem.
It's a great call out, and I know this. I often forget about it. Is there anyone, not to put you on the spot, but is there any one project or brand that jumps to the top of your mind that's already working with both, that's been successful on Ape Chain, working with the Ape ecosystem, but also is in pretty deep with Arb, or not quite yet?
I'm not sure that we have like a great example of that yet. I would say the one familiar one, and I can't take credit for it. I wouldn't say it's as a result of anything that like the Ape Chain team or the foundation has done, but ThankApe is somebody or an organization that exists pretty well in both the Ape Chain ecosystem directly with ThankApe, and then also in the Arbitrum ecosystem with Think Arb. So they were funded, they were built, they were formed from the APECON DAO, and I mean, they've done it. They also they have their own grants, so you can actually go through them through Think Arb or Think Ape for grants as well. And we did, I mean, on a like a boots on the ground level, we also had Cairo, a community member who built an AI agent, and he was able to, you know, make that integration onto ApeChain and to, you know, enjoy the benefits of that Trailblazer grant where people were able to get funding from Arbitrum for building an ecosystem.
Thank you so much for that, Lost. I think that you nailed it with like so many different points, and also reminding people of all the different resources. I think that sometimes we hear a little bit of here and there, and then it's like all over the place and we don't know where to go. And just with like this, I don't know, summary of information that you gave us, I think it gives anyone that is building or wants to partake and, you know, stay on the loop, like where to go and the support that they could get. I think that everyone has been so welcoming, and yeah, I don't know. I'm excited to see new users too. I'm excited to see the people that have been building, but seeing new users kind of taking off that idea of, oh, this is already, I don't know, a community. This is only for Bored Apes. This is only whatever people might assume. I think today it's a reminder of that. It's like there's so many more opportunities for everyone out there. So excited to see how many of the new listeners come in, and I don't know, maybe get to your DMs and see where they could help and assist as well, or one of our DMs. So yeah, excited for that.
And just to kind of echo on what Law said, you know, the one stop for all of that really is, you know, either the ApeCoin Discord or Telegram. And ApeCoin Discord or ApeChain Telegram, we have various channels that host all, you know, the various grants that are coming up, whether it's via Arbitrum, whether it's via Thank Ape, or whether it's via, you know, people like Other Page, right, that have a small grant available for like gamers that are including their badges into, you know, what they do. So please don't hesitate to reach out. Don't hesitate to join those channels. I know a lot of this information can be scattered, and we're trying to, you know, finalize it and funnel it into places like the ApeChain Hub, places like the official ApeChain, the ApeChain Telegram, official ApeCoin Discord, where, you know, is home to all those things, and users don't have to scramble across multiple websites to get to. So please come on and join us in there. We're waiting for y'all.
Love that.
If you don't mind, do you mind leaving the link somewhere where everyone could see it for the Discord and the Telegram?
Yeah, I can reply to the Spaces thread. Would that be the best place, or did you guys have somewhere else that would be better?
Yeah, if you want to put it there, and then we'll just pin it up top.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I'll get that there in a second.
Thank you.
Cap, before we move them out of here, just for old time's sake, do you want to send Lost off with his jingle? Do you have it still on the soundboard?
I mean, it would have been sacrilegious if I would have deleted it. So yes.
Who's ready for the APECON update with our main man Lost?
Just for old time's sake.
I'm going to give us feedback for next APECON, Steve, as we've got to incorporate some more jingles. The jingles are one of our most beloved little I don't know what you call it, little bits on Coffee with Captain. So yeah, and the Lost is an all-time, probably my favorite jingle that we've done yet. It's like the perfect walk-up music for a space, Steve.
Thanks for not letting me leave without that. I wish I had my camera. I don't really wish I had my camera on, but if I had my camera on, you would see a huge smile ear to ear. I appreciate you guys for showing love.
Yeah, no, it's a classic. It's one of my faves. It feels like the perfect walk-up music for Lost. I remember when I made it, just thinking when that one came, I'm like, that's the one. And I'll always remember, got all sorts of great updates, but one of my favorite is Lost from Amsterdam with like Famous Forever and a couple other people. And I did like it was bored like Stone to Boo, and I just hear in the background like yeah when he showed up, like all of them yelling off the background. So following Ape Fest. So good times. Thank you both for joining us this morning and giving us the roundabout update so that we could keep things moving. And had to send you off with a proper one. And again, hopefully the first time of any. Like I'm enjoying it so far. So I think good stuff. So thanks for jumping up, guys.
Hell yeah, thanks for having us, and super excited to see more of these in the near future. You guys are crushing it.
Really appreciate it. Thank you both. Not just for today, but really truly appreciate all you do for the ecosystem. You don't get enough. Neither. I know you get some flowers, but it's not nearly enough for all that you do. And you know, we talk a lot about the good stuff you're doing. I'm sure there's challenges and frustrations and headaches you deal with behind the scenes as well. And I don't know if we'd even know any different. So appreciate all you're doing, and great reps for the ecosystem. So thank you so much, Steve. Steve and Laura, our next panel here, we've got creator tools on ecosystem. So kind of keeping with the ecosystem support and ecosystem tools. Really excited for this one. All our kind of first in class, friendly competitors here on Ape Chain. We're going to get a glimpse of some newer ones in the form of MintPad, and we've got our Blever you mentioned earlier, and we got Shiba King, and as well as Jake from Mintify joining us here. So looking forward to getting into our creator tools. Before we go into the details, maybe we'll get a quick quick introduction for the team members, you think?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go around the corn. Around the corn. Wow. Let's go around the horn. We're going to start with Jake, and definitely going to be interesting hearing Jake intro himself and Mintify instead of giving us a daily market update. Jake, GM.
Hey, GM. Thank you so much for having us and having me. I'm listening on the portal, so I hope that's correct, where there's no delay. Okay, good. Yeah, so thanks for having me. Awesome, awesome thing that you put on. APECON's been, great. I've been listening for the past little bit. Some really great speakers, and even more that we're on the, on the stage with right now. But I'm Jake, COO at Mintify. I've got a background in lots of data and analytics. I'm a big collector. I actually collect I'm a big Sublime fan, so I have a lot of physical memorabilia from the OG days. And that really set the stage for me to have a lot of interest in NFTs. So, being a physical memorabilia collector, I see the sentimental value of things that, I can become attached to through emotion with NFTs. And it really translates very nicely to between the physical and digital realms. And then with, my experience in data and analytics and, some trading of myself, it really all aligned very nicely to do something really awesome in crypto and NFTs. So that's when I stepped into Mintify. And Mintify, of course, we're not just an NFT marketplace. We're not just a token trading platform. We're kind of like everything. You can go and trade NFTs. You can go and trade tokens. But specifically for this, we've got an awesome creator launchpad where people can come in very, very simply. You share with us your information for your mint, and we get everything set up for you. We generate your contracts. We support you through co-marketing. We've got primary sale incentives, secondary sale incentives, and very soon you'll be able to mint NFTs on Ape Chain with currencies on any other chain, including meme coins on other chains. So say you've got some Pangu on Solana, I guess is where they originally deployed. You'll be able to mint Ape Chain NFTs with that Pangu meme coin on Solana. So really unlocking a lot of liquidity that is held in some assets, speculative assets, maybe assets that people have big bags in from getting in early, and enabling them to go ahead and interact with NFTs, not just on the primary side, but also on the secondary side. So a big thing that we're doing is making it very easy for people just to engage with NFTs, no matter what chain they're on, no matter what chain their currency in their wallet is on. And soon we're doing even more beyond that. Things like abstracted user accounts, one-click purchases, Mint AI, which is coming to Ape Chain. So much more. I'm not going to dive too deep into that because I know the focus here is on the creator tools. So yeah, we've got a great product, and we're constantly adding more to it. But I'd absolutely love to, I don't want to take too much time from the whole stage for my intro. Definitely want to hear from everybody else.
Cool. Let's go ahead and hit up MintPad next. I will go. I will give favoritism to those on camera. GM, how's it going? Feel free to give yourself an intro and talk a little bit about MintPad.
Yeah, GM. Thanks, Captain, for dealing with me here. I didn't think I'd be able to make it. I thought I was going to be on daddy duty, so just happy to.
And I should add, I know you gave me that disclaimer. If you got an issue or an emergency you need to take care of, just throw us a sign, and no worries. So I appreciate your flexibility in joining us despite the daddy duty today. But yeah, good to connect.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for being flexible. Thanks for inviting me. I guess really quickly, I got into NFTs a little over 4 years ago. Most people know me as the founder of DogePound. I started DogePound NFT, and I was helped a lot of early collections launch like Neo Tokyo. I was part of the team that acquired Pudgy Penguins. Just been heavily into NFTs in the last 4 years. And we started MintPad kind of as a fun internal tool, I would say around 2.5 to 3 years ago. It was just this fun internal tool that we hosted in DogePound because we got sick of always having to ask our developer, like, hey, if we want to, do some sort of like POAP style NFT or give something away to the community, how can we do this in some sort of easy solution? So it started there just on L1 ETH. And then in the last 2 years or so, that's kind of when we branched out and started supporting all sorts of EVM based chains. I don't know, to date, I think we support over 100 or so different EVM-based chains, but ApeChain has definitely been, in the recent months, definitely one of the more successful chains that we've worked with, just as the creator economy here is really, really good. So yeah, I'll stop there for now. Just happy to be here, and I appreciate it, guys.
Cool. We're gonna go. We'll go to Kaz next, only because Kaz has the most. When I met Kaz in person, and I know you're not on camera right now, but I didn't realize that Kaz's PFP matches him in at least the hair department. There is some big, wonderful, luscious hair sitting on that head. Sorry, Minpad, didn't mean to go your direction on that one. And with the hair, not fair.
I didn't know where you were going with this with Kaz, and you start like you were going to compare him to his Goblin PFP, and I'm like, dude is a good looking guy. You somehow managed to pull that off pretty well, I guess.
Oh no, yeah, no, it's just the hair. Kaz is a man rocket, but the hair itself is is out there. So no, appreciate you. And now that we sufficiently glazed you, good GM, give us a little background on Blevver.
Good morning, everyone. What a pleasure to be here with so many awesome people. So I'm Kaz. I'm the one of the co-founders of Blevver. There's three of us, so I'm by no means the sole force behind it. So Blevver is, like many of the great other products here, also a launchpad. We're a little bit different in the sense that we're like focusing on just doing one thing very, very well. Not that the other people here don't do it well, but we're just like trying to drive all of our force into doing one thing and like sort of like maximizing and extracting the most that we can do out of that, right? We want to see how far we can take just being a launchpad and creating tools that help creators, release NFTs and other things that we have in the works. So I think one of the things we actually it was cool that somebody touched on this earlier, the cross chain execution from Relay. That product is awesome. We're getting ready to roll out that as well, where you can mint with anything. I think OpenSea already does that, where you can like buy an NFT with currencies from any chain. And Relay, the Folke Relay, have done such a good job with that product. It's like it's so easy to implement, and stuff like that is really cool for bringing liquidity from other chains. I don't want to. Yeah, I guess I'll leave it there for the intro. I don't want to take up too much time, but we can dive more into all sorts of different tools that we're trying to create later, I guess, in the panel.
Awesome.
Yeah, works perfectly.
Steve, I'll let you take it to Shiba. Of all the people that are not going video, I thought for sure we'd get to see Shiba's smiling smile this morning. There he is. GM Shiba, tell us. Give it for those that haven't connected with you yet. Give us the quick intro.
What up? I think we lost the space. Is it just me? But
yeah, we completely lost the space. It rugged.
Yeah, it rugged. So maybe I don't know if you wanted me to just continue or we just do some conversations to get that back up or whatever you want to do. I'll jump in. I'll just start with who I am. What up? It's good to see everybody here. Shout out to Mint and shout out to Blevver. It's good to see everybody and great space so far. I've been listening all morning. So shout out to all our friends and communities that are building and a part of that giveaway. But everybody most knows me. I've been here since like almost 4 years now in NFTs. 2017, I got into crypto. I've deep dove into the ETH communities for a while now, and I made my way over to Yuga, getting my first doggo, Moonbird, and now a Bored Ape. So I'm hands in on AIOW and what we're doing here on ApeChain. The last few months have been absolutely wild here on ApeChain, and so I had the pleasure to work with AIOW for about 3 years. They came out with their launch pad around October, November of last year. And we're really focusing on turning from just like being a launch product to being more of a hands-on type of thing. So I do spend a lot of time with people that end up launching or building. We have a set up affiliate team where we have about 10, 12 people that not only host spaces, but that are on constantly and give a platform for either pre-builders or builders that are having mints that are happening like live or even after a mint. We offer like the platforms to join the communities that are already launched here on ApeChain and some other chains. We do offer Ethereum, Sol, and Polygon. We're about 99% focused on ApeChain right now. It's most of where our creating is. We do have communities over on Sol that have some products too. Shout out to the Fat Rats, but we do main on ApeChain, and we've gotten an amazing feedback from a lot of the different communities. Some other founders that are present here on our like just some visuals and some stuff on our website, and we really look forward to creating with these individuals over the next few months and kind of give them that that one-on-one representation that they kind of need getting in here. A lot of people are new to this. I think a lot of people are still new to creating NFTs and products, and most of these teams are like 1 or 2 people. They don't have any funds. They don't really know what they're doing. They don't really like even creating an NFT. It's a step-by-step process, which most of the time it's done for like the Launchpads do it for them. So we do a step-by-step process where we sit with our developers and our team and we walk you through it. And we just added music NFTs. So I'm a big music guy. I've been part of music NFTs since ETH. I worked with Violetta Zeroni, who's one of the most known people when it comes to music. And we've taken that whole industry and we've bought it not only to ApeChain, we bought it to AIOW, which allow the creators to create very efficiently, no upfront cost. And we work with them, teaching them how to build out their NFT projects instead of like doing it for them. So we've had a lot of good feedback about that because the artists and people investing appreciate the process of jumping into ApeChain. So I look forward to hearing about some other tools and stuff, but it's great to have you guys here, and shout out to everybody.
Yeah, I could go. Okay,
real quick, just housekeeping. Space did rug. Apologies, not sure what happened there. Video feed is still live on X on Steve's account as well as Abstract. I just spun up a new space. Laura and Steve are jumping in there now. Apologies for the Spaces rug, but the second one's up. If everyone that is listening in, even if you're on video, if you don't mind heading over to X and just give that space some love. If you can jump in there, that'd be great. If not, a retweet, a bookmark, a post would go a long way to help get it back out there for those that we lost. Sorry, Steve, go ahead.
No, I was gonna go. Let's go around with some specific questions, and we'll kind of hit the different groups here for different things that people, because we're trying to give people, creators, the opportunity. And I think Shiva hit on a first question there, so I was gonna kind of go reverse order, but I think he hit on a good job of talking about how you empower these individual small teams. So, Cause, I'll kick it to you over with Blever. You obviously launched ApeCoin, sort of initial home of a launch there, and have gotten moved on to a awesome multi-chain spot. If you are a, let's say, individual creator, and you are somebody who is trying to launch, how do you empower them to ensure that they have sort of the smoothest process? Because I feel like when you guys launched, it was like blubber all day. Everyone was kind of hitting everything, and it feels like it's a very seamless process. Talk about the process. If I'm creating and I'm trying to spin something up, someone's listening today, what steps would they take?
So it starts with just like an initial talk. You can come to our Discord channel. We have a ticketing system that's automated. It'll present you with some of the sort of like screening questions and just some of the basic stuff that would like to get to know from you first before we decide if we can move on. And at that step, we'd like either decide to move forward with you or ask you some further questions, or maybe give you advice or like what you could work on if you don't feel like you're quite ready to launch a project. From there, if you get approved, what we do is we create a dedicated Discord channel for you in our server, and then we work out all the logistics. You work with our devs and our scheduling people, and we just sort of really hold your hand, walk you through like creating the metadata and creating the collection, deciding on supply. And some people come to us and they're like super ready and they know everything. They know exactly what they need to do, and they know what they want to do. And a lot of times they come to us with more of an idea, and like we have to just really teach them everything all the way through.
Makes sense to kind of have the option where it's like, look, if you know what you're doing, cool, we got you. If you don't know what you're doing, cool, we got you. And I think, is it a similar process on MintPad? If you're going on MintPad and you're trying to set up, and someone's listening today and saying, hey, we want to launch, what does that process look like for someone who's approaching and wanting to launch? Because you effectively built a tool out of necessity, and you said, hey, this kind of could work for everybody.
Yeah, I guess our take on it is slightly different. We're definitely not as hands-on as a team like Blever. They're more of a curated experience, and they've done an awesome job. I love the guys at Blever. MintPad, my philosophy has always been, let's make tools that are open to everyone to participate and use and build whatever you want to do. We will hold your hand, but I would say it's not as much of a hand-holding process as Blever. So ideally, we'd like people to come in MintPad, and if our solution, our tools work well, you can get through the whole process without us having to necessarily hold your hand. But there's still a lot of things that we have to work on where people are getting stuck, or there's confusion, among certain different processes of what you're trying to build. So that's just where our approach is a little bit different. I think both are very much needed, especially in an ecosystem like ApeChain, where you have a lot of creators. But that's always been my belief, is try and make the tools as accessible as possible.
Yeah, and Jake, I'm curious on that. If there's challenges you see when people launch, on Mintify, when they're trying to, again, a creator like we it was smooth for us today. We set up a page, we launched it off, and we've had 300 plus mints since it started. By the way, if people haven't looked, we'll pin that back up top to the space for those who have made it back into the space now that we rugged. 386 mints so far. So far so good as far as what we're doing on a free little mint. But what are some common things you think are people's issues they might run into when they're trying to spin something up? Oh, you're on mute, Jake. Oh, Jake, you're on mute. I do it all the time.
No, I appreciate that greatly, because I would have kept talking. So some of the most common issues are typically just learning the ropes. Understanding how these things work, figuring out the best prices and what allow list maximums. You know what I mean? It's really like the parameters of how they want to run their NFT sale. And a lot of these creators, they're some of them are first time launchers, some of them aren't. Those that aren't, and they have existing ecosystems and whatnot, they're already very familiar. They just, they submit the form, they get us their information, and it goes live. Like you guys, you know what I mean? Like, you knew what you wanted, you submitted the form, and it went live. But there are, some cases where people need a little bit more handholding. They need explaining how things work, understanding, when somebody mints, this is what happens, this is where you get your money, stuff like that. So realistically, it's more about education, I think, than anything. Of course, there are always things where like somebody's like, oh, I thought it worked this way, which at the end of the day comes back to the education side of things. So do think that the majority of those things are rooted in just the complexity of the space, and how things are just on a higher level for NFTs. But I know that Mintify is tackling lots of different ways of improving that for the user. I'm sure that Mintpad and Blever as well are doing that, in Shiba. I'm not sure what exactly your product is called, but I'm sure you guys are all have this in mind, that things are just a little bit too complex for new users and new creators to jump in and launch collections without having to go through some kind of education. And it's definitely very important from the product side that it's made very easy for these creators to jump in and understand very easily. And ideally, make it similar to something that they might have experienced in the traditional, Web 2 world, maybe Shopify or whatever it might look like. So yeah, no, it's definitely a priority to, guide people that are new to the space with some education. And then otherwise, I mean, a lot of the creators have had, extremely smooth, smooth processes. They share their information, wallet checker mint page goes live, and that's it.
Yeah, and Shiba, I want to go back to you, and by the way, appreciate Raheem and Vera. We're running just a titch behind, had a couple tech issues early on, but we will definitely get on to our networking panel here in the next 5 to 7 for sure. So hang tight with us. But Shiba, I want to go your way next, because I remember you talking about this a little bit on our show, is that you are trying to solve a tangible problem and make it sort of out of the box, white glove treatment, so that people are able to get things launched. Do you find that most people sort of need that extra level of support? Do they come in with a plan in mind and they're just like, get out of the way, Shiba King? Like, what happens here?
I think what everybody said up on the stage, it really depends on the builder. I think we all of us here as Launchpads, we offer that same platform where it's like, if you're a creator and you want to come by and launch, we offer you that launch part. And if you're ready, you're ready. And if you're not, we can help you. I think everybody here just does it a little different. The two different services, comparing like Blever to Mint here, and then I think AOW fits a little bit on Mint. We entice everybody to come and create. There's no like bridge. There's not really an accepting or not accepting. We allow you to make the product. To launch is the next steps, and we let you launch, but the assistance that you get from the community are like the Spunky Holders, because Spunky Holders is the NFT project that's attached to our Launchpad, which a lot of our rewards that come through our Launchpad goes to those holders, and it's one of the only pads that have that right now. And it allows users to get both ends. So you can either come and build and we can walk hand by hand with you, but you need to offer that transparency. I need to be able to talk to you and have a conversation. I need to be able to, I'm not saying mandatory video chat, I need to know your first and last name, but I need to have this more than once. I need you to be able to come into a space, speak to people, pitch your product, and not just offer something and launch it. We've seen that enough for the last few years. Doesn't matter what chain you're on. If people want products to succeed and not just be another art piece launching, they need to kind of show investors and people that are buying it that they're not just a piece of art. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think NFT's baseline art is great. Community is great, but there needs to be a little bit more. And it's not just me that wants that. It's the people that are launching and the people that are buying the stuff that want that. There are tons of artists on ApeChain that have created and made a product, and I'll use Zards as an example because they were here, that have really done a good job, not only sustaining a community, but helping partner with other products and help launch them, you know? So it's really nice to see that. So I think you get both ends, and it really depends on the builder. And I think we try to offer that white glove service because they kind of get that one-on-one with me, the team, the founders, and then we trickle that down into our affiliates, the guys that host the spaces, offering that platform. That platform's there. Those creators, the guys that are minting and having a product, have a choice to come to those stages. If they don't come to the stages, people are not going to mint, and that's simple. And it doesn't really matter where they launch. So the more that those founders put in on the one-on-one and come to the communities, I think the more success they will have. It doesn't matter what launchpad they use.
Right on. Well, I guess like let's go around the horn with one last question. I'll ask the same question to everybody, and then we will let you get out of here. Appreciate you jumping with us this morning because I think these are like this is. I mean, I'll say before I kind of ask the question, you all offer the most important, valuable tool that we were missing in the past 4 years, which was we just did not have a way to seamlessly do this. So it was almost sort of gated to certain people with the finances or the tech know-how. And now it is making it a square space to launch NFTs, which I think is so important for the future of what people do. I'll start with Kaz again. What, like, I guess, anything else you want to tell us before we let you all get out of here? But also building on, you know, like an added question on that, which is, what is one piece of advice you would give to somebody who is looking to launch something in the near future from all the different groups you've worked with?
I think the biggest piece of advice I can give creators that are looking to launch an NFT is really to like ask yourself, what is your intention, right? So like, what's your intention with this project, and like have that really nailed down. Like from that, like everything else will come from that. Like, because I would say the biggest mistake, or like not necessarily mistake, like the biggest rate of like failure I see is people that will come in and try to launch something just to launch something, and they don't really have an idea of what they're doing. Like it'll be, you know, we're working with some projects sometimes that it'll be the day of their mint, and they're like, how should I do this allocation? It's like, oh, do you think I should like they'll ask certain things that I'm like, you should have been thinking about this like 2 months ago, like that. Why are you here? Like, so I think if you have intention and you're like building something with the right intentions, everything else just falls into place.
Awesome. Go over to Minpad. Same question. One piece of advice you would give to anybody who is looking at launching something from the folks that you've seen launch things, and any other information you want to share before we let you go.
Yeah, I don't know. I think kind of to piggyback on what he just said as well. I mean, maybe to kind of champion ApeChain and ApeCoin a little bit. It's definitely probably one of the few ecosystems that we've worked with, and like I said, lately, that really has a very creator-centric ecosystem. And I think if you have good intentions, it's ApeChain is definitely a great place to be. So again, if you can come in here with good intentions and build up your audience, I think sometimes I see creators also like they try to do things too quickly. I think you should be able to tell, right, like by how people are engaging with your project or yourself as a brand, if it's really ready to be launched and has that level and quality that the ecosystem is looking for. So I think if you can do that and you can utilize, this is also a testament of how well ApeChain is doing, that we have all these creator tools here. I can tell you that we've been on a lot of other ecosystems where there's just a lot less infrastructure. It shows you here that like people are really taking it serious. So I think take advantage of the resources you have here and take it serious, and you'll do well.
Jake, same question your way. Advice you would give to creators, and anything else you wanted to know about Mintify.
Yeah, I mean, advice to creators, definitely have like a game plan. Have an idea of like, where you think you want things to head, like, after mint. It's not just, it's not just get your NFTs out there and hope that people mint. A lot of people definitely are more on the side of focusing on the launch and then thinking about what comes next after. And when you think about the whole thing and get it laid out, at least in like a roadmap, it definitely will help in terms of the entire execution of the launch itself. Your language and how you set the stage for what you're building and everything like that. So definitely think that's super important. And also just taking your time with it. Like it's not a good idea to rush things. You definitely want to make sure that you're putting it out there when you're ready to, when your community is ready to, and that you've cultivated that community who shows real interest beforehand. Definitely very important. Otherwise, you're setting yourself up to put the mint out there and then only get a couple mints and then you're disappointed. And if you had just crafted it all up in advance, it definitely supports a lot of the actual launch and then everything that goes on from there. So that's my thought. I mean, it's definitely incredibly nuanced. I mean, there's so many different things that I could recommend to a creator based on what they're creating, whether it's art based or if it's like a PFP or if it's a gaming asset drop. I think the most broad advice in terms of that is really like picture what you see this finalizing as in your head and try and run with that in terms of like your execution of everything. So definitely think that looking at it in like a really macro perspective would help a lot. And there's already a lot of great artists and creators that do that as it is. But yeah, as for other stuff that I think people should know, we're of course always cooking up lots of different stuff at Mintify. We've got a bunch of feature improvements and additions that are coming to our launchpad specifically. As mentioned earlier, very soon be able to mint across pretty much any chain with your meme coins and other chains, with your even on Solana and eventually possibly even Bitcoin. You'd be able to mint like on ApeChain with. And then even more like we're probably going to have a self-serve option where anybody can come in and just set up their mint on our front end, where you don't need to work directly with the team. If for something like this, you'd be able to come in, spin it up super fast. You don't need to go back and forth with the team to get it set up, and just put it out there really, really easily on your own without any code needed. So those are some things that we're cooking up for the Launchpad. And I guess I could tease a little bit more on the Mint AI that is coming to ApeChain. It's going to definitely buff the Launchpad experience itself, like being able to explore what's currently minting on ApeChain, get some information about the projects that are minting. You could query it and say like the last X number of projects that launched on ApeChain. If something gets listed at this price or with this trait, buy it on my behalf automatically. So lots of really fun stuff that's going to really empower both the primary experience on ApeChain and secondary experience, and maybe even a mix of in between.
Awesome. Well, that said, like Shiba, we'll let you get the final word in here. Just like old times. Get your any other thoughts on what you would advise before we let everyone get out of here? What would you final advice for creators? You have these tools. We have 4 absolute awesome tools being shared on stage. If you haven't checked them out, you should if you're a creator. But Shiba, final thoughts or one suggestion you would give or thing you would tell creators who are looking to create?
I would definitely focus on having a game plan that's not just plan A. A lot of NFT projects and a lot of founders, when I talk to them, I'm like, so what happens if the mint is slow, if you have issues, or like, what's your plan if it drags on for a month? And they're like, it's going to mint out in 24 hours. I'm like, okay, what happens if it doesn't? So I entice these people that are building to, like you said, take their time when launching. I think everybody here agrees. There's no need to rush anything when it comes to price. Especially price is always varies on the market. Definitely have a team assembled, and if you don't, go around, especially on ApeChain. ApeChain has a lot of people, not only AOW with our affiliates, but there are a lot of people that host spaces that are not a part of any launchpad, that are not a part of any project. They're just an individual person that would help a project launch, that have like a voice, can help relay information, just kind of like where I started. I was just somebody who was told to speak and was like, this is what we're doing. And next thing you know it, I'm off on every space. So you have to have a game plan, a plan A, plan B, in case things don't work out. And I think this will help a lot of artists get through some of the beginning steps of launching. And remember, launching an NFT project, it's supposed to be an enjoying process. It's not supposed to be stressful. If it's stressful, you didn't prepare enough. You have a great team across every launchpad here, And the fact that they're all here on camera really shows something, because I've known a lot of these communities and founders. I just have not get to meet them. So if you have this type of transparency, imagine what kind of relationship you can have with them if you spend time in spaces, meeting them, and not just DMing them and be like, I want to launch. So that would be my main thing. And then if you are coming to AIOW, we have a demo process. We let you like visualize and see how you build out an NFT. It's like a 10-15 minute. You can jump in Discord and ask for it. And I'm here literally 24/7. If I'm not an AI bot, I don't know, maybe I have to upgrade my software, but I'm here all the time, and we have a great team behind us. So if you need help and you know absolutely nothing, I feel like AIOW is the best place to start out for at least the information.
You're muted, Steve, but how like double tapping on all that, and then also the fact that we've got 4 teams, 4 creator tool competitors all joining us together on a space, sharing how they can help, supporting them, having the opportunity to have worked with most of them or interact with all these individuals at one point or another. I wanted to hit on that real quick, and then I'll hand it back to you, and you can take us home here for this session. But I don't know how many ecosystems you find this where it is truly more collaboration over competition. I feel that's more than just a cheesy catch line.
Yeah. No, definitely appreciate all 4 of you for jumping up and giving these insights today. Always really great insights for the people who are listening. I'm sure a lot of valuable insights, and now having that one more person they know they can reach out to if they are launching something to continue to move things. That's part of the goal here today. So thank all 4 of you for coming here today. We do appreciate it greatly for carving out the time, and I'm sure we will have all of you at various times back on the show, because we have before, and I'm sure we will again. So thank you very much, y'all.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks, guys.
Awesome.
Greatly appreciate it.
We will rotate out the stage then, and we will bring on. Thank you for your patience. I almost just did a kick by accident, which would have been a low class move on my part. We'll bring up Raheem and Vera here to stage in a second. Moving on to networking on ApeChain. So this is something that we had talked about a little bit. So to tee this up, and appreciate Raheem's pulling double duty for us. He's going to judge later as well. Before we give a deep dive into it, because as we've talked about, what we want people to understand is that there is a world out there that they can take advantage of if they want to launch any sort of thing on chain, if they want to create new connections with new people out there in the wild. So before we get into that, though, and start talking about how you do it, because you're 2 of the best at this, well-liked and very well-known. Well, I'll start with you, Vera. Can you give a little bit of your background for people who don't know you, and then Raheem will do the same for you.
Hi, great to meet everyone here. My name is Vera, and a lot of people know me from the Bored Ape community. I was the APECON Council 2023, but a lot of people know me as like, ex-NVIDIA, like Silicon Valley tech person. But I've been in the crypto, doing investment recently. So great meeting you guys, and happy to catch up with everyone here.
Awesome. Raheem, same deal. Would love you to give your background as well.
Hey everyone, super nice to be here with my fellow apes. So nice to see you guys. Used to be a forensic scientist, pivoted my career to film and production, tapped into the NFT space end of 2020, building ArtStyle, which is an IRL community based out of Dubai. And excited to have this conversation with all of you guys today.
Awesome. Go ahead, Laura. I'll let you take it off from here.
No, so good to see familiar faces. Excited for this part of the conversation. It was one of the topics that I think are the most valuable, and especially trying to transition those IRL experiences into, an online virtual conference. So yeah, just to kick it off, if you don't mind sharing, Raheem, Vera, some of those in-person experiences and why they have been so important, and if there's a way for us to translate that into a virtual space.
I can kick it off first. I fundamentally believe this is like that cliche saying that people will forget what you say to them, but they'll always remember how you made them feel. And I'm like a big advocate of that, of like this concept of like, instead of like networking, think of it, you're building like relationships. And I think like there are small things that you can do, right? Like, sure, you can like DM someone and you can have a conversation online, but every once in a while, sure, you're trying to build that engagement and you're trying to connect with as many people, but every once in a while, like DM a couple of people, just like have like a genuine heart-to-heart conversation. I recently, like last week, I got on a call with Fresh Kicks. I just wanted to be like, you guys are awesome. I love what you guys do. I want to order like a pair of shoes, but like to me, you guys are not just like a bunch of people who are like commercially doing this. To me, you guys are artists, and I feel like I'm owning a piece of what you guys are going to do. So let's just like connect. And like, sure, we live across the world. Like they live in Canada, I live in Dubai. But I just feel like, just breaking that barrier of, you know what, let's turn on our cameras on. Let's see each other smile. Let's see each other laugh, and just like pick those nuances. So I just like, I fundamentally believe, like, I just think if people start thinking about, let's just get real with our conversations. Let's just stop being pretentious and just be like honest. And I think that's always like the best way to build like these core relationships online, even if you're not able to see these people in real life.
Yeah, I personally think like building a relationship, like online, virtually, we're more like a building a brand, and then this is depending on how broader we can approach. That we can approach people who we've never had any connection with, and building it offline is where it kind of become a little bit personal. You're building your, like personal relationship, have your own character and like personal interest to share with people, building that trust level beyond that what you can build on the internet. So I do really think that building the virtual community is really extended how broad that we can reach and how much bigger our brand and impact can be. So I think both are very important.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to hear the way that you combine those two things. And I'll keep it with you, Vera, for a second here to ask, again, one of the things with, I think, both of you is people see you talking to people on the timeline, talking to people in DMs at IRL events. I think these people are so confident. Like these people just have everything going for them. What would you say to the person who maybe, I'll start with Vera, like who's shy and maybe says, you know what? I don't know how comfortable I am in these settings. Like, what advice would you give to them?
Honestly, you're asking the right person because I was one of those. And especially for me, like, I'm not like English native, right? A lot of people who are not like native speakers that they feel uncomfortable talking about English in public, like, even like text messages. And yeah, Laura. But I think on the other hand, right, like, to be honest, like for all the native speakers, everyone here, like who can talk, like no one cares about your accent. Sometimes people think about your accent is really cool. People don't care about like how you look. People don't really care much about like, the stuff outside. People really care about the message you deliver, and they give the respect on what you say. So for people who are shy because of those reasons that, you're not a native speaker, you're not confident about like what you're saying, I think, like just put the step out first. People are not going to laugh at you. And then once you get that first step, I think the second, the third will be much easier, and then you will see like, oh, get better and better. And then at some point you'll hit to this point. You're just like, oh, sometimes I just feel like I'm really stupid. Like stuff I say, like, I don't know, what if people thinking about I'm stupid? What people think about like making fun of me? I mean, like, to be honest, as a friend of you, I would say, fuck it. Like, why would you care about other people think about you, right? Like, you probably will never meet this person in person, or even some people that you meet in person, they're not going to tell you that you're stupid anyways. So sometimes you just act dumb and not know about it. I think as time going, you will sound smarter over time and with more practice. I think this whole communication is about a lot of practice. A lot of shameless, like you just don't care. A lot like I don't care. So, I was there, and I think, the me you see today wasn't the me you see before. And you can still see the old me is stupid, but no one cares about the old me. People care about you right now. So I think moving that first step and, just be who you are, just be true of who you are and what you want to deliver. I think that's also very important. So I hope it's helpful.
I think it's helpful for a lot of people, on that, because to your point, if somebody has something to say that isn't nice, it's more about them than it is about you. You're just putting yourself out there and trying to make a friend. Raheem, one question, different question for you, I guess, like, because you know, again, you talk to a lot of people. You're very out and about. Are there things in conversation that if somebody is trying to network with you, maybe that they wouldn't realize is an unintentional faux pas or something that would turn you off, that would be like, man, this person's just trying to sell me their product, or they just got right to the, you know, jump here, or they're trying really hard. What are the things if you're talking to someone, because you're a really kind individual, so I imagine you always generally give people the benefit of the doubt, but are there any things that you're like, red flag on that one?
Yeah, great question. I absolutely love this. I fundamentally believe that it's almost like when you're having a conversation with someone, just like think about like what is in it for them. Like realize, and this doesn't have to be, it doesn't matter like whether this person, whoever it is, they're like a famous person or a not famous person or whatever. At the end of the day, I think from a conversation point of view, you should always pivot it in a way that what value it brings to the other person. And necessarily the other person is not looking for it, but it kind of like tears down this barrier that you're like, okay, Laura came and said this to me. It's like she's so considerate about me that I'm inclined to have this conversation. A couple of months ago, I had this like random person reach out to me in Dubai, and it was probably like one of the kindest messages I've ever gotten in my life. And she wanted to just like pick my brain about like something like a business that she was starting. And she was like, Rahim, I get it, you're too busy, like, you know, you probably like don't even know me, and you have like no obligation to do this, but I really appreciate your time, and if you say no, I'm completely okay. And it melted my heart, because I was like, you know what, like I love the fact that she's being so respectful and honest. And I was like, you know what, you tell me where you want me to be and I will come to you. And I just think at the end of the day, just like respect other people, realize that when you're going to these networking events, that very likely the same conversation is being happened with like 100 other people. How are you going to stand out? And one of the ways to stand out is to like touch the person's heart, as cheesy as it sounds.
I think also, you know, when I think of IRL events or online networking, it's not taking things personal. And now that you're sharing this story and how this person like touched you and you decided to give your time, there's no obligation. And this person knew that from the beginning. And I feel that many people could get discouraged. Hey, I reached out to so and so, never heard back, never. And there could be a million reasons why someone didn't write back. And sometimes you have to be either a little bit more persistent, or I don't know, or just go down a different avenue and find a new pathway to see what works and what's best. A lot of things that both of you said like resonated with me, Vera, when you were saying like this is not your native language and people might be thinking A, B, and C about you. Many times people are not even thinking about us, and it's us thinking about ourselves. And we think that people are thinking about it. Inside, people are thinking that they're hungry. People are thinking about their family or their own issues. So I think sometimes that takes away like the pressure of, oh, they're gonna continue to think about this interaction. Sometimes we're gonna have awkward interactions. So how, like we said, you both of you at this point have all this experience networking. Does it still happen that sometimes those experiences might be, I don't know, a DM that was an answer, or an in-person conversation that you left kind of feeling like, okay, that was a little awkward. I guess I'll move on to the next person. And how do you handle those feelings, or sort of to normalize for the people out there if the situations have happened to either of you?
So just in general, I'll go first. Apologize. So in general, for myself, I have one thesis of in general with like, you know, like communication or social is how you see others is a reflect of how you see what's actually shows inside of your heart. So when that things happen, like I feel awkward. There's two things that I would reflect on myself. The number one is, am I just being closed-minded on something? You know, it depends on what they're having, what they're talking. I'm starting to reflect. Oh, you know, did my like bias actually make me think about that way, or that just kind of turned awkward? And then the second thing is, I would see like what is that intention of that happen, like why that happened, and what that shows. If I see an ugly part of it, it just kind of reflects the ugly part of my heart, right? And I will try to refine that. So end of the day, I think this kind of like a massage for myself that, you know, making me see a lot more positive versus the dark side of human, which always happen too. And especially when it come like, you know, it could be like very frustrating if you only see the dark side of people. The world is the color that you see. So if you see the bright color, you see the bright of people. If you see the dark color, your world is all dark. So that's how I see, and that's how like kind of I process when I facing those awkward moments. But I'll leave it for him to answer.
How do you follow that, Raheem? Because that's like one of the things where it's like you are actually probably two of the most perfect people for this, because you're genuinely networked by being good human beings that people like, and that is like, I'm gonna listen back to that. That is the most actionably awesome piece of advice. No pressure.
No, I think it's like completely spot on. I think like I approach it in like a very similar way as Vera does, is having done like theater in my life. A lot of times when we used to do theater, we were always like, we need to make sure the other actors feel comfortable and that they are having a good time on stage. So I feel like whenever I have this conversation, I what I think in my head is that maybe this person is shy, maybe they're feeling nervous, maybe they're not able to communicate. So it's not like they don't have the right idea, but it feels like they put so much pressure, or there's a language barrier, or they feel like, oh my God, I'm finally talking to this person. So I take it upon me that how can I tear down the walls that they've built up? So I'll be like, I totally understand. How can I, like, what is it that you're looking for? What value do you want to see come out of this? And let me see what I can do. So I feel like a lot of times I take it from a point of view that a lot of people are not extroverted. A lot of people feel like very shy, whether it's like language, whether it's like the person that you're speaking to. And sometimes it just comes down to not intention, but like people's communication skills. And that's completely okay. And it is, I fundamentally believe that if anyone is on the other end, and if you believe like you're a bit extroverted, you're a good conversationalist, it is your duty to break down that wall. I know if you guys remember, but like before the Hong Kong A Fest, I had put out this tweet where I was like, if you are an introverted person and you just don't know how to start a conversation, come to me at A-Fest and say, I need a banana. And like and I had 3 people come and actually say that. And I was like, that's all we need to do. What I'm going to do is I'm going to help you break down that barrier, and I will drive the conversation. So the pressure is not on you. All you have to do is just like, let me know you need that banana.
I love that. I have this thing that I always tell people. They're like, what piece of advice would you give an IRL event? And my answer is, if you have a group of friends, especially you're walking around with, and you see a person standing alone at a bar, standing alone in a corner, walk up to that person, introduce yourself. There's a good chance. There's been multiple occasions where I've done this, and those people have joined our walking crew, and they've been alone. Like there's somebody who's like just newly bought a mutant, and they're by themselves, and you grab them, and then suddenly they feel very welcome in the community. And I think those little things, which might seem small to you, but it's like, don't ignore that individualized person sitting in the corner. Make them feel welcome. Let me get you both out of here with this question, because you both have been awesome, like really actionable advice. And I know we got our D2C folks coming in here in a second. I guess the question for both of you, we've been giving people tips all day. The reason we're running this is we want people to know, like, hey, you want to build on ApeChain, you want to build a career here, you want to build a life here, you want to continue to grow. Like, here's how you can mint things. Here's the ways to sell into it. Here's ways to get funding. But I think this might be the most valuable panel for a lot of these people, because this is the hardest part for so many people. Something that comes easy for everyone on this call right now, the 4 of us now, is not so easy for most people. So if you had to give people 1 or even 2 pieces of really concrete advice when they're trying to grow and network and continue to meet new people, I'll start with you, Vera, and I'll finish with Raheem. What's that piece of advice you'd give?
I think number one thing, well, I mean, I can only give 1 piece, right?
1 or 2. You can see a couple in there if you want. Yeah.
Well, just before I gave the 1 piece of advice, I would have to tell people that, like, for builders especially, like I think Ape community in general is a very diverse and a very welcoming community. So like you are not only landing on like a random ecosystem, like with people that not looking into what you're building. I think this is a community that really gives you a lot of attention. And like what Steve said, even at an event that you're not an ape and you're just there by yourself, I'm pretty sure 100% sure will ape somehow like go say hi to you. So I think builder's journey is start one like very, very, very tough. It's not an easy journey, but building with love it gives a lot of power. And I think, for people who are considering building, I think this is a great community that you want to landing on, especially under you can tell the community when the market is bad. And that's what I like to invest into. So, from an investor perspective, I would say just building when the time is tough, because the smart investors, smart community members, they're watching. Although you think maybe there's nobody there, but the people are actually very busy with, who looking for who people are truly believe in the industry, in the community, and who are truly around. And I think, it's easy to see everyone is super nice when the market is great. But I think when the market is really down, that's when you see the true color of people. And don't worry about the tough time, because they will go through. But building at the tough time with passion, with what you truly believe in, is important, because that's how other people see you, and that's how other people gonna lift you when the market recovers, because we went through hard time together. So I think that's quite important, and that's one piece of, I wouldn't say advice, but that's one piece of the suggestions I wanted to share with my personal experience.
A great way to connect with people, a great way to find those connections. Raheem, any what advice would you give people if they're putting themselves out there, they're new to communities? How would you tell them to start proceeding?
I think one of my fundamental beliefs is that people don't invest in products, or they don't buy products, or they don't buy projects. They believe in the founders, or the people behind it, or the creator behind it. Really take your time and understand what that really means. If people really believe in who you are as a person, sometimes even the craziest idea will be something they will be all for it. They will be one of your biggest supporters. And I think realizing that is super fundamentally important, especially in our space. One of the bits about the Web3 space is there's this big trust factor. A lot of people are anonymous, you don't know who's who and stuff. Just build that real connection, connect with people. Sure, you're talking to them on on the timeline, but get on calls with every once in a while with people. Back in 22, I used to do these open calls, but I would have a calendar once a week, be I'm doing 20 minutes call, whoever it is, just sign up, let's just have a call and stuff. So I just maybe this is a very a rose tinted point of view, but I fundamentally believe that a lot of human beings are just nice people. They don't have bad intentions. And I think really appeal to that. If they trust you, if they believe in you, they will back you up, even regardless of the markets are good, markets are bad. You can't really control that. The one thing that you can control is making sure that people believe in you, in your vision, in your ethos, in your principles, and that will forever stay in life with you, regardless of what chain you are on, how bad or good the market is. And I think that's how you should be building your personal identity and your personal brand.
Awesome. Well, appreciate you both. Appreciate both your leadership in the community and as humans in the world, because I think people, if the world had more Veras and Raheems, we have a much, much better world in front of us. So thank you both for joining us today. I know you're joining us later for the judge segment, Raheem and Vera. Awesome. Always kind of hearing from you and getting your perspective. And I never would have guessed that you were sort of shy and timid early on, because you're so well liked in network. So thank you both.
Thank you guys. Honestly, I'm it's a very heartfelt conversation, and I think it's I loved it that it's in the middle of the day. It picked me up, and I don't know, it reminded me of the why, and sometimes when what Vera said, you're leading with your heart, and also Raheem seeing the best in people, it just changes how to approach things. So I appreciate that, and with that, I hope that everyone got inspired as well. I'm excited to see what connections come from this conference, and for new DMs, new builders, new friends, and we'll go from there. So thank you again for joining us, and we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Thank you guys. It's been a pleasure.
Appreciate you both. Steve, I knew they were perfect for this panel. Didn't realize how perfect, and I knew they'd be great just because I've seen them interact before. I've seen them do this. I've heard them do this, and my note was, do you need a banana? Or I need a banana. Just because I've seen you do that in person too, right? I vividly remember it was in Miami, and you went over to a guy standing by himself, put him into our conversation, and the rest, is history. It's really is. I won't bring you back up to ask him the question. Maybe we'll fit it in if we have time at the finals later. But Raheem mentioned that he believes genuinely people are good people and nice people. And while I would agree, I feel it's even more so from like a percentage, like relative to the general population at large. I feel like crypto and Web3, this ecosystem in particular, the good people far outpace the nefarious actors, the bad actors, the scammers, the grifters. It just doesn't seem like that in crypto. I think a lot of outsiders have the opposite opinion of us, but having a chance to network with so many people in this club, I do feel it's a pretty special place. But yeah, great conversation. Appreciate the panel and really enjoyed it. I did pull up the schedule here. We're going to roll into D2C on ApeChain next. Then we're going to have our final break and the raffle. We've got some NFTs lit up there. If you want to participate in that, just go mint that free NFT. There's about $1 platform fee, but the mint itself is free, and that'll get you in the winning or in the race for those NFTs. We'll raffle off here in a bit, and excited to demo that platform as well. But moving into the next panel here, we've got some one is actually going to be making his second and soon to be third appearance because Von Frunten advanced to the finals. Congratulations on the Vonga advancement.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So I'm going to start with the others, or we'll start with the others because we got a little bit of we got at least 90-second pitch from you earlier. Maybe we'll put Peter and Jason on the spot as well, make them do a 90-second pitch for what they're building. But I kid, you don't have to. You're welcome to share anything you'd like about what you are building. But do you mind just a brief introduction for those that may not be familiar yet? We'll start with Peter.
Hey, yeah. Thanks for having me. I need a banana for this. Does that help?
It's good.
So Board Brewing, we do seltzers, beer, energy drinks. We are Ape Water Canada's partner, and we do some Web3 stuff that's coming up on ApeChain that I'm not going to talk about. But yeah, we ship to 48 states in the US, and we've been at Ape Fest in Hong Kong. We had beer out there, and Lisbon, and just really pleased to be part of the ecosystem and a Made by Apes partner. And yeah, we do IRL stuff with Ape IP and basically any IP that Web3 has as well. So we've done some fun collaborations like with Quirkies and stuff like that too. So
and one, you're being too humble because one collaboration, I think you can see it there in the background, maybe some camouflage beer there that was a pretty decent collaboration that you guys pulled off.
We did a collaboration with Vape and Yuga, which was unbelievable for us. So that was fun. Yeah.
Jason, we'll go to you next. I'm excited for this panel because while they're physical items and we're talking direct-to-consumer products and in real-life experiences, all three of these individuals have done unique stuff in crypto, whether it's on-chain or leveraging the IP that Peter mentioned. Jason, you've got a really unique background, I mean, both in Web3, but also prior. For those who are not familiar, do you mind giving us a little bit of a glimpse into what all you've been doing?
Yeah, my background is actually more in supply chain logistics. You know, I've kind of professionally worked through big box retail, Walmart, Target, Amazon. I helped launch HelloFresh as the director of America's logistics, scaling them from private to public. And then I left Bloomberg LP about a year ago, running their logistics program for the Americas, while also having a hospitality group. So, you know, my kind of story is a merge of my worlds and kind of finding NFTs through flipping and then people wanting to use their IP and trying to empower and enable that for other people, which actually started Board Bagels prior to MBAs. And, you know, I think that journey has really continued to have some major milestones, whether it's with Board Trading Co. or, you know, some other developments that we've had recently. But I can pinpoint, you know, in real life events to kind of all those major milestones. So, you know, kind of resonating with the conversation from earlier.
And Von Frunten, I don't want to short you either. I know we got to hear from the Vonga store earlier, but we really didn't get a chance to get into your background. Do you mind sharing a little bit of that, and then we'll jump right into things?
Yeah, sure thing. So, yeah, nothing about my background would make you think I'm getting into the clothing business, but actually, lawyer by training. So back to the earlier comment that lawyers kill creativity. I'm trying to break that meta here. But no, lawyer by training, but for the past really 10 years or so, been in marketing and business development, predominantly some other industries, kind of outside of Web3, and really just fell in love with Web3, around the same time, late 2020 to early 2021. And wanted to take, I think, the skill set that I kind of built out in my prior life with marketing, business development, dash in a little bit of legal in there, and try to apply it here. I think the creativity is amazing here. It's such a blank canvas, and that's kind of what led me into Vanga, and met our mutual friend James Costa, which made me a believer that I too can start a clothing brand, and here we are.
I love it. Go ahead, Laura.
No, I was just gonna say like that life is full of dualities, and I think that even just from this introductions it's exciting to see that we're not defined just by like if you are a lawyer and then that's the only thing you could do, or if this started as something else and then you have a new idea. I think it does inspire a lot of people to break out of whatever mold or whatever story you tell yourself, or whatever skill set, instead of pushing you forward, is going to like draw you a little bit backwards and say like, well, this is the only thing that I am, and we're so many different things. So I heard a lot of collaboration, not only of the business that each of you are building, but the collaboration. So I would love to pick your brain. That we could start with Peter about what impact have these collaborations have in your brand so far.
For me, it's just the enjoyment of the experience, primarily the collaborations bring, because working with other people is kind of the best part. My whole reason to be in Web3 is that I just somehow think randomly that most of the people who got in here earlier and are still coming into it seem to be some of the best people I've met in business and life. And so, working with Gene and stuff like that, and just Jason helping out and things like that. And, I've got my board shorts in the back, Chris, and all the IRL experiences. And, Laura, you and I met in Austin, and we've had good conversations and stuff like that. And so for me, the collaboration, I know it sounds how does that make you money? It's more like the satisfaction of the endeavor. And so working with Poppy and Quirkies, and his energy is infectious. And I could honestly list about 60 people in a row where doing the Bape collaboration was just exhilarating and fun and energetic, and it kind of trumps the stress and the concerns and the issues. And so Web3 for me at this point is very collaborative and still very fun and engaging. So that, I think that's the one thing I would take away from what the collaborations bring, is it can really make it fun and give you the motivation when things are maybe going a little tough. And so that's the best part of it for me. Working with Apewater, Quirkies, I've got so many different, all the people, we have 50 different founding IP contributors on the can. Every single one of them are wonderful human beings. It's just been a lot of fun.
I love it. I just, everything you guys are saying, this is, I'm not just saying it because this is an APECON, ape chain ecosystem or ape ecosystem space. It really is so much collaboration over competition. And while the three of you may not work directly in the same, industry or same exact space, it's, I think a common thing is while yes, you have things in your backgrounds that make sense, that set you up for success in what you're doing, all of you have kind of not pivoted, but moved into something that, like Von Front said, he wasn't leading an apparel brand before here. What was it? Why on chain? What was it about this ecosystem, this space that was your driver to, okay, instead of just launching a traditional bagel company, or Jason in your case, what was it that wanted you to lean into this IP and this ecosystem when you had a thriving, successful business already?
Yeah, I think there's different aspects of that. One is the technology that exists and some of the kind of differentiation that you can drive with the technology and the layers that you add on top of products. I think there's definitely still a lot of opportunities and challenges in hospitality and Web2 e-commerce today that, we can see the solution in Web3, right, with loyalty programs and platforms and things of that nature. But then you've also got this very kind of robust community and IP and storytelling that you don't necessarily find elsewhere, right? So I definitely think that, yeah, we could all be probably building in Web2, but there definitely is a distinct difference in that feeling of building together here with this technology and the IP.
Von, you mentioned, we talking, on the topic of collaboration and partnerships, and you had an announcement this morning. I don't know if you want to hit on that with another, ecosystem brand. Are you comfortable sharing that? And how did that come together? Like what led you to partnering up with Ape Concierge?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So for those who missed it, we put out a tweet this morning. Vong is partnering with sorry, dog just freaked out there. Vong is partnering with Ape Concierge. So our members are going to have access to a lot of the benefits and the events that Ape Concierge is putting on, for their Ape Pass holders. And I'll say this is an example of, you asked before, like, what do I think about collaborations? Like, collaborations for me in this space, in addition to what Peter and Jason said, they're unlocks, right? Entrepreneurship is hard. Entrepreneurship is lonely. And unless you are some, unicorn master of all trades or have a really well-staffed team, you are going to have gaps, right? And so one of the best things that I found in this space, and to be honest, I'm surprised it is still this way 4 years after I joined, is that DMs are open, right? Look, if I have a question about logistics and supply chain, I know I can DM Jason and he's going to be like, no, dude, like just use Shopify's, UPS, rates. They're going to be way better than you trying to set up something yourself, right? I know if I'm going to have a question about, going for VC funding, if I ever go down that route, right? Peter's done that before, and I'm pretty sure he's going to pick up a phone call. No pressure, Peter. If I do that, right? And so I think this space, it is so collaborative, it is so open, and there are so many people bringing so many skill sets, to Laura's point, that it's been the fun thing where I've maybe temporarily or mentally hit a roadblock before. I have been able to solve through a DM or a phone call, because that skill set pretty much exists somewhere in Web3 if you're willing to go out and find it. And I think that's the hard part. I many times also need a banana, and it's hard sometimes to put yourself out there saying, I need help. Can you help me? And I probably can't pay you. I'm just asking for a favor. You'll be surprised how many people actually return the favor on that.
Yeah, I would agree. It's happened many times on my end. I've reached out, and often it's not like I've had people return favors before or do a favor before, and like I do feel like I owe them one. I feel like I'm inconveniencing them. I've never felt that way. In anyone I've reached out to in the club, it's like I'm like every single time I've encouraged, do you need anything else? Reach out again. Like, I've had a conversation with every one of these individuals at one point or another about something in the club, something I'm working on, something they're working on. And I just like, that is what's really special about this ecosystem. And it's one of the things I struggle to convey that to those that aren't here, that haven't experienced it yet. Peter, you mentioned we talk about building on chain, building in this ecosystem. The topic of loyalty programs, loyalty rewards got brought up earlier. Is there anything beyond the community, beyond the ecosystem that you've tapped into or that you feel be valuable to share with others today?
I think my hope for all of this is that loyalty, once it's built out on chain in a way that becomes ubiquitous, is that because everything is on chain, you can just retroactively go and apply loyalty to people who've been loyal. And I don't know if that's a pipe dream or not, but that's really my, Wale or Whale, whatever his name, he's always just posting recently about all the things that have gone to zero. And it's engagement farming and it's doing really well. But my feel, whenever I see that, I'm like, well, there's a few things in there that I hold that I still know people are grinding and working hard and doing, and they really are trying hard to do good things. And I'm not going to sell it just to like dunk on them, and I'm not going to reply to those Twitter posts to dunk on them either. But if they could retroactively apply loyalty to those, and there's, the air miles, the decentralized air miles of X that actually picks up and does well, which I may or may not have set aside. Anyways, I just think that that's a really great way to immutability and, the provenance and things on the blockchain that you can look back to, that kind of show who you are as a collector, person, entrepreneur, everything. And, that's no issue to anyone who's like, oh, this quadrupled and I'm going to sell one of the 4 that I have because I got to pay bills. I think that's a really fascinating way to look at loyalty. And on-chain just seems to be so much better than a centralized version of air miles where you can't sell this, you can't do that, and you're tied into a credit card being the one that gets you the air miles when the credit card is actually charging the business 2.5% to give the user 0.5% in rewards. It's a broken system. It's terrible. And everyone's got credit card debt because of it. So I think there's a really fun way, and someone's going to build it, and I can't wait to either hop on board and plug into the API or be a part of it. So, yeah.
I was hoping it was going to be Von Frutton or Jason here. Jason, I know on the topic of like loyalty, because I was hoping that's where you go, Peter. My thought is, yes, on-chain unlocks a lot of new options as far as consumer loyalty. Also, this concept of like shared loyalty, and not that that's exactly what you're building already, Jason, but this idea of almost like shared network effects, and it's more than just Jason be able to help give you some logistical advice. You want to like maybe expand on what you're, whether it's Board Trading Co. or any of the other initiatives you're building, and kind of that expanding on what Peter was talking about, this vision of loyalty programs and I don't know your thoughts on like this idea of shared loyalty, whereas like maybe down the road, I'm earning perks because I've got my loyalty points are up because I've got some Board Brewing beer in my my shelf back here. I've got some Board bagels, and I've got a Vonga crossover, and instead of just getting 10 points here, 10 points here, and 10 points here, I just got 100 points in the bigger bucket. Is that, I know it's not built per se, but are we onto something here, do you think? Or feel free to take it a different way if you'd like.
No, I think so, and I think you start to see the pieces of it, right? Like I think you have, proof of attendance, you have, proof of play, you have, purchases, whether e-commerce or in real life, and a lot of us, I think, building brands and products, we're not necessarily big enough yet ourselves, right? We're not the Starbucks Odyssey program, right? We are really kind of scrapping, but yet we're building adjacent in this ecosystem in which, maybe we're not big enough as one brand, but if we can tie these pieces together and reward people for things that they're going to do or purchase or participate already, I think then you can capture the attention and have that persistent kind of activation and engagement to create something that might be sticky enough, right? And one brand, one product might not be able to do that right now, right? There's a lot of flash in the pan type of activations that eventually kind of might be overhyped and die by the wayside. I think we start to see those pieces bubble up and how we can kind of connect these things, whether through APIs or learn from the other ones. I think, that I hope is around the corner, right? And, for me, it's also experimenting with and not reinventing things that exist out there, right? Shopify have, 2 or 3 really kind of build out third-party loyalty programs that we're testing. We're testing through Board Trading Co. As we support other MBAs through that channel. Can we see kind of the results or secondary sales from referrals and gamifying that a little bit, leveraging something that already exists and understanding kind of the pieces where Web3 could come in and add more to it. And you know, as we bring more products, more brands in there, having something that at least overarches, you know, not just one product or brand so far.
Can I just to build on that and ask a question actually of I guess I'm curious all three of your takes on this. I know that this is a like kind of building on what you just said there, which is you mentioned the idea of like there are good Web 2 things that exist. And I guess if you're making a recommendation to someone who's like, look, I have a really cool D2C product idea. And I'll start with Peter on this one. Because obviously you work with Web 2 brands on this stuff, but you have all these Web 3 integrations. You talk about the advantages of both. Do you think there's a like how do you get that balance, or how do you talk to people about that balance of balancing the Web 2 solutions with the Web 3 things and where it solves and fixes? Because I think a lot of people's indication or inclination first of the time is like, throw out all the Web 2 and that corpo extractive crap. It's like, no, actually, like they did some things right there. It's so how do you decide, Peter, when you're working there versus the Web 2 solutions versus where you're going to bolt in Web 3?
Usually Web 3 because I think everyone has noticed that it moves so fast that the solutions almost come to you. It's like, oh, what are AI agents? How do they work? What's going on here? Why does this, you know, autonomous being have a wallet? And how does that apply to a Web 2 scenario? And so a little foreshadowing is, you know, you can have an anthropomorphic AI agent brand mascot. So if you know, Tony the Tiger could never tweet and answer people's questions and engage on the timeline and also reward kids with great token, you know? And so that's where, you know, you would bolt on something like that as opposed to being like, you know, I'm trying to sell things on Shopify. How do I just make that all Web3 and rebuild the whole thing? Like, there's no point to that. But can you build in, you know, a great token in a cereal brand that now uses, you know, an ape as a brand mascot, and, you know, add that in a seamless way where people are like, oh my goodness, I'm engaging with, I mean, Play-Doh, Play-Sol or something yesterday, Play-Doh things all over the place. If something there hits you and strikes you as like, oh, that actually works for my Web 2 brand and scenario because my product has a relation to Play-Doh, and I can make all these cool AI generative art images of Play-Doh and have a token associated with that then adds value to a consumer or a user or a community member, as opposed to like, I'm just doing this because it's neat. That's where I find Web3, and it does cause a lot of like pivot man syndrome, which I know who we're referencing there, but pivoting in the space, and it feels like you might be going in different directions all the time. But as things evolve so quickly, there are ways to like have that aha moment almost once every 3 or 4 or 5 months, and then you experiment and iterate and see where it lands and how it works. And I think that's what a lot of the big founders are doing, and the ones who are in the spotlight get criticized quite a bit for it. But the ones who are, you know, maybe less public get a chance to play and really see how they can tack that onto their Web 2 experience if they have a Web 2 experience.
Absolutely. I think that it's one of those, I don't know, it brought me back to how lonely could it be if you're building anything, right? If you're a founder. And yet these spaces and these communities, I think it gives it a room and a support system to not feel so alone and not feel like, okay, if I have to pivot, if I have to iterate and fix a few things, that doesn't mean that I'm failing. It means that I'm actually being courageous enough to like try, like figure something out and let's go for it. And taking that first step sometimes is like the hardest part. So I want to go with Bontrop. I'm messing up your name, but what got you to say like, okay, I'm gonna get started, and this is, you know, I'm gonna start the clothing brand, I'm gonna partner with someone, and yeah, I'm built on chain.
Yeah, so I'll say my company's origin story has 2 parts. The first part was really just I was really unhappy in my last career, and I was at dinner with my wife, and she was training at the time to be a yoga instructor, and I just like made the comment of like, I don't know, maybe you can like open a yoga studio and I'll like sell clothes or something out of there, and like that'll just be like what we do, for the next chapter of our lives. And to be honest, it never did anything more than that. I just kind of stored that away somewhere in the back of my head. And it didn't come back up, actually. It was a Monday morning coffee with Captain after Ape Fest Hong Kong. And the gentleman at the top left corner of your screen was raving about the experience that he had there and how this entire experience was unlocked by this JPEG that he owned. And I was like, and that's like the light bulb went off. It was like, look, we can't all own JPEGs, whether it's the cost or the tech barrier or MetaMask or whatever, right? But we can own clothes. And I know this guy named James who makes clothes. Let me give him a call and see if this is something that we can go and do. So that was the genesis of it. About whatever that was, a year and a half ago is when I kind of like think of the founding of, my company. And then building on chain, I agree with a lot of what Peter said, right? Like just being on chain isn't enough, in my opinion, right? Like for that being the central focal point of what you're building, I think it maybe worked in 21 or so. I don't know if it works anymore. You've got to actually have a product or a service that people want, right? So, and that sounds boring and businessy and Web 2y, but it's how humans work, right? So I think you still need to have something that people want. I do think Web3 expands that product set. And then it's how can you enhance that with Web3, right? We talked about loyalty, right? Like Peter nailed it with Jason did of like, you can do so much more with loyalty in Web3 because of what the tech enables you to do that the smile.ios of the world maybe can't. Now, those companies are doing a lot that are right. So can you take what they're doing and make it better, knowing what we know about the tech and how you can utilize the tech? So that for me is the exciting part about on-chain, is because it can take a lot of it can create all new models, right? But it can take a lot of existing models and amplify them and make people like us who are close to this tech that much more competitive in spaces that are ruled by giants as small, scrappy startups.
It was a banger. I just want to tug on that string a little bit, and then I know we're running long here, so we'll get these guys out of here. Really, really enjoying the panel. So often we see, we've just a lot of these topics we've been talking about here recently on the morning show, and the idea of, I'll use another line of Steve's, like, you don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. There's things that these Web2 companies have done that you can build on top of. You can make better. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. You don't have to start over. Just build on top of what they're already doing. And I know we're talking a lot about loyalty programs today, indeed, in the D2C panel, but this is one area where, whether it's retail holidays or loyalty programs, like, we should be at a significant competitive advantage over our Web2 competitors. But we need to start with that base, right? Start with what they have, and then let's add on it, not try to create something entirely new that forgets about things like simple loyalty programs and, like table stakes that you would think in most businesses. Often I think too many, we're on chain, so we're gonna do this, and this is our competitive advantage. Well, that can be your competitive advantage, but don't start from zero. Start from a higher starting point by leveraging what's worked for decades in traditional retail. I don't know, Von Front, you got me on a rant there. That last one.
No, sorry. No, it's right. Like, it can be yes and, right? I think that's the fun thing. Early on, we were so reluctant to do anything that had been done before because we wanted to be, we were new and disruptive and, wanted to break away. I think what we're learning is like, you can do that. It's really hard to do that. But there's a lot of things that you can take the best of both worlds. And like I said before, I think it allows somebody like Peter to go compete with Anheuser-Busch, right? It allows somebody like Jason, to go compete with, the H&H Bagels of the world, right? It allows me to go compete with Lululemon because we are going to be able to build a better product using the tech than those other brands that, to be honest, most of them aren't looking at Web3, which means that we get to zig while they zag.
Jason, I have one quick question for you. When it comes to the positioning of the brand, I feel like you have done an excellent job, and I almost I don't know. I could go as far as saying that, like, I could bet that everyone listening to this right now, they're familiar with it. What are some of those steps that you have taken in order to build that? Like, have you collaborated with content creators? Has it been just community members? Has it been sending out items? Like, what are some of those strategies for someone that perhaps is starting in this, in this business that have worked for you in the past?
Yeah, I'd say D, all of the above. No, I mean, I think there's no silver bullet right there. I think, and very much appreciate it. I think it's something I continue to struggle, challenge, and learn myself, right? I'm not a marketer by trade. But I think you've just got to go out there and try things, engage with the community, and create these different activations, right? How do you engage people? And I think Von Frunten said it too, is like some of this stuff isn't being reinvented, and when you create a product today, the very first thing is go out there and test it with your friends or family, right? Of course, like you've got to take that with a grain of salt, right? Are people gonna pay you for it, or they're just gonna say, hey, it's a great product because they got it for free, right? So there is a difference there, right? And I think you gotta have these different things and figure out how you quantify and get the feedback and create that kind of cycle of agile developments to refine a product and also get the right distribution and marketing and attention, right? So it's not something there's a secret formula for. I still struggle with it, but I think there are lots of ways to take advantage of those opportunities here, especially because of the community, because of tools. And you can look at things like Dashbo and what Rita's built there, right? Me not being a marketer or have skills with 3D assets, that makes it very easy for me to create some kind of activation engagement. And if I then go take products to a trade show with Board Trading Co., how can I use that and work with Rita to put together some digital assets that would be engaging, in which traditional brands, just like Von Frunten mentioned, like they don't have that capability, right? And I think you've got to to take it full circle is look at some of the things that traditionally work, right? Tap into social media and the trends that are going on, but then take advantage of these tools and things that we have that are unique here.
Yeah, I know we got Wabam and one coming up here in a little bit, and we got to do our giveaways, but I do want to build on that really quickly and go back to Von Frunten for one more question. I know we're going to hear more about the product and everything you're building later, but something Jason just said there, something I've heard, kind of Peter mentioned, is like leveraging certain tools, certain opportunities. Can you just briefly talk about the usage of AI as an example and how you've done that? Because I feel like you said AI is your co-founder before, and that always resonates with me. So if you could build on that for people who are maybe thinking, look, this D2C stuff sounds fun, but it sounds really challenging if it's just me. It's just you for the most part, but you utilize that. So if you could build on that, because I think it's an actionable thing a lot of people could take away from this, and maybe a couple examples of how you use it.
Yeah, no, I've said many times ChatGPT is my co-founder. And boy, that new memory upgrade is really awesome because now I don't have to go back and remind it of a conversation we had 6 months ago. No, so you don't need a lot to get, depending on the industry, you don't need a lot to get started. So my AI kind of journey has been kind of like three phases, and I'll be real quick, right? So first was just ChatGPT, right? When you have a co-founder, you've got somebody to bounce ideas off of. You have somebody to think through things. You can just speak out loud and maybe work through some stuff. When you're a solopreneur, you don't have that, right? And your friends may get tired of you bugging them, asking them for advice all the time if it's not their company. So I just would find myself, just talking to ChatGPT, right? And as every model advanced, I started getting better and better in answers. And now you can kind of program it to be critical and program it to be honest and call out your weak spots. So it's like at a very simplest form, AI has been that kind of sounding board for me, right? I do occasionally reach out to actual humans, but I'd say 90+% of my conversations are with a screen right now. Not sure that's healthy long term. We'll figure that out later. But then like there's other tools out there. So if you go look at my website, if you look at any of the content that I put out there on social media, that's also all AI, right? And so I don't need to hire a photographer. I don't need to get models. I don't need to get a schedule a photo shoot. I don't need to be a video editor. I can do all of that now with AI tools. And so it has allowed me to get from 0 to 1 and maybe even 1 to 10 on my own for a lot cheaper than I otherwise could have, right? If AI didn't exist, I doubt I would be here right now because I would have run out of money or I would have run out of runway of like my skill set would not have been able to let me get to where I am. So I will say, and I'm more jump in my DMs. I'm more than happy to walk anybody through any of this. But I do think the tools that are out there, whether it's Web3, AI, or otherwise, do allow people to go a lot further on a lot less.
Awesome. Well, look, I mean, I don't know if Laura or Cap, if you have any more questions. I know we got to do our drawings, but I appreciate all three of you personally. I think really good examples of different people who are building in different ways, whose products I all own, who I've all enjoyed, who I've all participated with. So I think like just as a consumer, very much appreciate the three of you on that.
Second. I would have rocked the Vanga pullover, but I would have gotten accused of favoritism and giving you home field advantage, so I had to leave it in the closet. I can vouch for it. It's super high quality, and just if you're not following these individuals, follow them, connect with them, pick their brains. They're super helpful. They're some of the best builders in the space, and they're at our level. So even if you think, oh, these guys are so far down the path, they're way ahead of me. They might have experiences that you don't have. They might be further ahead of you than something, but they're a great example, just as Raheem and Vera were, of like this. They're great. I don't want to say they're the stereotypical member of this community, but they really are genuinely good people. They want to help. And you may find yourself not picking Von Frutten's brain about loyalty programs or apparel, but potentially AI and how using AI as a co-founder. It's just like they're in the trenches, like the real business building trenches. And this is, I just wanted to double down on that, double tap on that I find this is, potentially the most valuable utility of this ecosystem is not just the quality of builders here, but how willing they are to help others and truly like collaborate with a desire to help, not just because they feel an obligation.
Yeah. Well, thank you three. Appreciate it. And I know we'll be hearing back from you again later on Fronten, but Peter, I got your beer from a vending machine in Lisbon. It was about the coolest thing I've ever done. So I think it's pretty awesome to see. So congrats on that collab. And obviously, Jason, we go way back, lunches in Miami and whatnot, discussing the future of this space. So all three of you friends and great people. So thanks for jumping through this morning.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Greatly appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Cap, do you want to do drawings, or do we want to go into 1:30 panel and push drawings back just a little bit further? Because we could start the startup competition a few minutes late if we want. Or
let me check with Mac because we've already bumped him once, and not that you have to be here for the live drawing, but since it is your product, I'd would love to give you some more flowers as we demo it. Are you good to hang out for another half hour, Mac? Uncle Mac, if you can hear us.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yep, I'm good for another half an hour.
You're the man. Appreciate you.
we owe you at least one big hug, or you can accept that in 3 tiny hug installments for sticking around with us in the past half hour. So appreciate you sticking with us all day on this and helping us out, and definitely will give your product as much love as we can as we go. But yeah, I mean, if we're ready to pull through, I know that although I don't know, I mean, I think we're waiting on, I think one Wabam. I can't remember who our third is.
Jay joining us from Thank Ape. So we got one of the 3. Maybe we do the I don't think Tinker is Wabam or Juan. Yeah, do you want to just go and do the drawing and I'll send them a DM, or do you mind reaching out while I do the drawing?
Yeah, I'll kick a DM over. You start the drawing, and I'll reach out to Juan and Wabam and give him a ping in a second here.
All right. Well, just kidding, Mac. Go ahead.
Oh no. Go ahead.
We're gonna pull it up now. I'm gonna do a screen share. And do you see the video, or are you just on audio only? Matt.
For me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see the video. I'll put you on the video as well.
Sweet. So you can help kind of talk through this as I pull it up. But as I'm pulling it up, do you want to? I know you talked briefly about the gold mining earlier and the project you built. do you want to expand on this proof of winner? And this I think it's a pretty cool tool. You talk about, there's a lot of Twitter pickers and stuff out there, but why not put it on chain and make it verifiable and provable? So do you mind giving us a little more background on this proof of winner and telling us what I'm about to share?
Yeah, sure. It's funny you said putting it on chain, and I think the discussion that you just had was quite poignant on that as well. Sometimes it's important to put things on chain, and sometimes it's not important to put things on chain. So this tool's kind of a weird one. It takes all of on-chain metrics and data and stuff, but we don't actually put anything on chain. But it uses all of the data, and all of that data can be always checked, and you will always get the same result. There's no way to like fiddle it, not easily anyway, not to a way that you would want to even try and fiddle it. So that's kind of the thing of it. But how it came about is from the mine. So we did the mine. The mine has a pool. I explained it earlier, the gold cap, and that gives each piece of gold its value. So we originally created this tool as a way to give back to all the people who participated in mining, and also to increase that gold cap. So we used it ourselves. So people did pretty similar to you. They sent Ape to the contract, and everyone who did that, we put a massive pool of NFTs. We also gave away a G's, we gave away Zards, we gave away pretty much everything on Ape Chain you can think of. We gave it away, and we did it with this tool because we built this mining tech. I say we've built mining tech. It's all novel. It's all original and unique tech, especially our smart contracts. But obviously mining's been done before, and this is where it's derived from. It's derived from Bitcoin and how Satoshi originally used a SHA-256 hashing algorithm to prove that when he was sharing new versions of the Bitcoin miner online and in forums and stuff, way before it was even kind of running and launched, he would share a hash, and a hash is like it's like a fingerprint, like a cryptographic fingerprint of all of the data of the thing, to say, this is the thing that I've uploaded, this is the hash of it. If you download this file, you can rehash it, and it will always come out with exactly the same hash as I've done, as long as no data has been changed in it. If you change even one single digit in a piece of data, the thing will drastically, violently change the hash. So what this giveaway tool does is, you've uploaded all of the wallet addresses for all the people that have minted. You're going to add in the NFTs.
I'm gonna do this right now as he's talking there. So we got 419 minters so far. All those addresses are loaded in.
No, it's up to 421, which is just off. 420 would have been perfect, but here we are with 421.
These are the NFTs in the wall. So you can see it's about as simple as a user interface. To if I wanted to add another wall address, I could do that right here. What I did is just pulled down the holders from the Ape Scan and uploaded that. So they're bulk import. Super. I mean, I did it during the show here. It was in real time. It was super easy. And then to add the NFTs as part of the giveaway, I'd simply just click this button, and I'll explain the ones we're giving away, give some shout outs, and I'll hand it back to you, Mac, to talk us through what I'm about to do after we do this, but or what this will do after I add them. So the Dangs, nice collection over there on Ape Chain. You got 3 of them with the Ape Chain merch. These are going for about 50 Ape right now. A G's on Ape. Shout out to Rita for that donation contribution. It's about 1,000 Ape, so big prize there. These are 3 one-of-ones from Imlo, active community member in the space, and appreciate the love and support for providing some one-of-one fire one-of-one art. And then last but not least, Unrevealed, some of the mutant ape tribe we heard from earlier, added a few NFTs, Unrevealed NFTs to the kitty as well. So right now they're all loaded. You can see there's 11 NFTs we're going to give away here in seconds. There's 419 eligible. Anything else we need to explain before we run it?
No, so you've got some options as well. You can keep winner, you can remove winner. You should be able to see those options somewhere on the screen. Let me bring it up on mine as well, so I can do it at the same time as you.
And Cap, I know I minted a couple, so we will remove winner. I suppose you could remove addresses if you wanted to, because I minted from one of my addresses as well. So if Cap or I win, or we figure out we win, we will redistribute those ones throughout the ecosystem as well. But this is, Mac, this is really fucking cool, man. Like, this is really cool. Like, this is like, I had not seen this before. And I am loving the simplicity of the interface is chef's kiss. This is very cool, man.
Thanks. What you're really going to enjoy is once you've picked a winner, there's a button to just transfer it, so you don't even have to go to Magic Eden and do the old, copy paste addresses and all that nonsense as well.
Oh
But
man,
the quick rundown of it, it takes all the data of all of the addresses that you submitted, it hashes them, so it gives a 64-digit SHA-256 string hash, saves that for later. It takes the NFT that you've given away and the contract address. It then takes your address as well, and then the final piece is it takes the precise timestamp of when you click that button. So as soon as you click it, that's the final piece. And what hashing essentially is it's like maths. So you go like 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 = 4. And if you change any piece of data in that, if you change one of the 1s to a 2, you get a different sum out at the end. You get 5 instead of 4. And as you like click it, what you'll see is you'll see how many attempts it took, and that's the nonce that we change to search for a winning hash. And a winning hash is one of the addresses in the list of all the addresses, and we find a match with the last 4 digits. So if you want to click one to start giving away, and
I click the NFT to start the giveaway.
Yeah, you click the NFT to start the giveaway.
All right.
Whichever one you want to go for first.
All right, and then so the option you said here, remove. So I'm going to remove the winner, so they're only going to be able to win once, right?
Exactly. So yeah. So you probably want to do the best one first, because you don't want to give someone the kind of
good call. Let's do the G. We'll do the G's on ape first. That's
so
no offense to any the one of ones or anyone else out there, but it's a nice not only a nice floor price, but incredible community and very active. They're all solid, but this is one of the more engaged ones across multiple communities here. So good luck to all the participants. Appreciate everyone minting. Are we ready to hit run?
I think so. You click the button, you click the other button, click run.
Winner found. Congratulations. It took basically 197 attempts to find a winner. Did that in a matter of seconds, and it found our winner here. The address ends in 2775, right?
Yep, that's actually a crazy stat. So it could technically take a very, very long amount of time. It could take up to a few million attempts to do. So the fact that it's found in 197 means that person is doubly lucky.
Can I do more? Oh, it is one at a time, right? We're giving away one at a time.
Yeah. So I think then you then it should then be in the other tab.
Results.
You should see the G's in the results.
And I can just hit transfer to winner here.
Yep. If you want to do that now, you can do it. You can wait till you've done the rest of the draws. But yeah, click the next NFT, run that one. That winner for the G should have been removed. So that has again changed all of the hashing again. So you'll get a completely new random unique thing coming out.
First dang address ends in A22C0.
And Cap, I have agent in the chat saying there was an error. They said it's wrong. The G's and ape winner was not my wallet. So they have noticed that that was one error here, is that agent wanted to win that G's, did not. So but no, we kid. This is actually incredibly, like, I can't believe I didn't know this. I was today years old when I found out this existed. This is incredibly cool. Like,
right?
I knew about the mining program too. I didn't know this existed though.
When I say it's simple, like I literally set this up from why we're hosting this space today. Like it's as easy as we've just described, clicking buttons, going through it, hitting run draw, and it does all the hard work for you. It takes away any favoritism, and then the fact that they've added in the ability to just transfer all these when we're done is also a nice little perk there. So 321 attempts on that one. Took a little longer to find a winner, but we got one. One FC7's the last 4 there. We've got a 1 of 1 from Imlo. Winner ends in 5069.
Shout out Emlo, by the way. I actually owe Emlo a deep apology because reached out to me during a very busy time in some DMs and didn't end up getting back. So appreciate Emlo bringing these to the table, and definitely want to give you some love on your collection as well, and give a little bit of love there. But very cool. Two more giveaways.
These are the unrevealed ones.
And then we will we'll talk to Wabam and Jay-Z.
And our final one there.
I can have a second to wrap it up as well. So
yeah, go for it.
Yeah, please do.
I'll go ahead and transfer them.
Sweet. So yeah, one of the things that someone mentioned earlier, with the pitching, they gave like generalized feedback to everyone was, tell people the problem first and then tell them how you fixed it. So it's kind of funny. I'm going to throw some shade at ApeChain itself. There was a few people recently who've, with the giveaways that they've been doing from Spotlight, said, we want more transparency. And what's funny is we were kind of already thinking of this tool and kind of building it. So people were saying we want more transparency, and we rocked up like, hey, we built this tool. It's super transparent. And then the final part of what you can do with this is anyone can go to the mind.io/giveaway, and anyone can click on the results, and you can see the results of all of these giveaways that you're doing right now. So you can click on one, like I can click on the G's on 8. I can see the winner details. I can see their address. I can see how many attempts it took, and I can verify the hash as well. So when you click the button, it takes all of the data again, and it rechecks it all, and it goes, yeah, this is good. And then what we probably want to do next is make it so that you can get a full copy of all of the data that was used to hash it, and then people could rehash it even further. They could run their own hash if they wanted to. If they really didn't trust us, if they didn't trust you, they didn't trust anything, they could take it and hash it one more time just to make sure 100%. So it's as transparent and useful and simple a tool as we think we can make, and we'll be trying to like roll this out to other founders on ApeChain as soon as possible as well. Thank you for letting us use it, and thanks for trying it out and trusting us to provide it as well for you.
No, thank you so much. Thank you for working with us on the short notice on this. Appreciate you sharing and coming on with us today. Thank you so much for your patience and flexibility as we bumped you around a couple times. And Steve, I don't know about you. I know we've done several giveaways throughout the years. I just transferred all those, like what, the dozen NFTs I transferred as he was explaining that. I don't know if I've done a single giveaway and actually finished it, completed it in terms of transfer to the winner, just a single one in the time it took me to do a dozen there. So big fan.
I mean, fuck Mac. This is like, I'm not kidding. This is like, I don't really genuinely, I don't feign excitement. Like, this is actually very cool. I mean, I think about the possibilities for something like this, Cap. It's like we have these today, and we'll know people who attended here today who we can then potentially do the same thing with. If we have NFTs that we mint as for Coffee with Captain, we could, find out people who are there every day and say like, okay, like we want to do a giveaway. Instead of saying, let's just pick one, we could say, let's pick from the people who went on and took an on-chain activity. This is really pulling together a lot we're seeing with the D2C panel and everything. So I know we got to get Wabam and Jay-Z in here to talk a little bit as well. But this tool like helps tokenize fandom in a way that we haven't quite seen as easily before, or as, and not that we haven't had this sort of randomization, but Mac just said, what's the problem you're solving? Well, the problem you're solving is I can't do like VRF Chainlink randomization on chain super easy. Now I can do on-chain randomization very easily and feel good knowing that it's not gamified in any way. I'm not just picking randomly. It's all there. And so like the out-of-the-box solutions for Web3, like these are the things that move us forward. This is something that literally any company around the world, Web3 or otherwise, could use if they are tokenizing fandom in any way, shape, or form. So I'm pretty stoked on this product. I'm pretty stoked on this product. Yeah, I'm going to use it again. I'm going to use it for sure.
Oh, yeah, we will use this. Yeah, we will use this often with our daily show. This is it is a very useful tool. I mean, Garga said it earlier when asked, "What are you looking for? See more of an ApeChain and primitives for NFTs and social experiences, games, on-chain experiments, and SocialFi." This may check all those boxes, Steve.
All of them, all of the above. So, yeah, let's get I think we got Wabam in the space, and we got Jay-Z here. So let's go ahead and kick off one of the most important things for a lot of people, which is getting funded on chain.
Yes, and again, big shout out to Mac. Appreciate all your help and your team, and congrats to all the winners. Enjoy those NFTs and plug in if you have any questions. Reach out to those communities. I'm sure they would all love to welcome. I can't wait to see who won who won the G's and all those dangs. Go ahead, Mac. I saw your hand go back up.
Yeah, just want to say thank you again, and also shameless plug. We're not a very big or fancy team, but we work hard. So I'm looking forward to hearing all this how to get funding stuff from Thank Ape and whatnot. We've submitted some on the Thrive protocol. We're waiting to click the button on the Swamp Roots next opening. We got so much more stuff that we're like sitting on and building currently as well. So yeah, help out a small team.
Well,
I love it.
Not a big team, but you said not big and fancy. I would argue you're quite fancy. But go ahead, Cap.
I was going to say he perfect segue and setup for our next conversation here. He mentioned the Swamp Roots program. I see we got Wabam on the audio spaces. Let's go to Jay here first on the video feed. This space, this conference day, APECON, was Back mentioned Swamp Roots program. We're here today because of Swamp Roots. And so before we even jump into talking about getting funded and all that you're doing and what's coming soon, just truly want to say thanks for all that you've done. I've been a recipient of a Built by ApeCoin program with my board shorts. Like I said, ApeCon is happening today because of Thank Ape and the Swamp Roots initiative. So on behalf of myself and Steve and Laura and everyone who's tuned in today, our winner is that 5,000 ape to the winner this afternoon is coming from Thank Ape. And truly, we wouldn't be able to pull this off today without you. So truly appreciate it for all you do. And Mac might have let something slip there. He mentioned he's got a butt like this because the Swamp Roots program is completed. Did you want to hit on anything he might have mentioned in passing, or is that alpha we're not supposed to share yet?
Yeah, so I actually mentioned it in a previous space, but we are reopening Swamp Roots real soon. So keep an eye out for that. I did share that in a spaces the other day, but going to make a more formal announcement about it when we are ready. A lot has been going on behind closed doors. We're really preparing for this, seeing the successes of the first Swamp Roots. Honestly, it's really exciting. There are a few grantees actually completing that program as we speak, submitting their final milestone. Honestly, like Introverse, for example, blew everything out of the water. Like they crushed their goals, and it's so exciting to see that type of stuff. But yeah, honestly, great job with this conference. I wish I was able to watch all of it. Unfortunately, I had to bounce in between meetings and then hop on here whenever I could. But you guys are doing an amazing job, and it's exciting that this is finally happening.
Yeah, we're grateful to y'all because I am again. I'm not a feign excitement or say BS. Like, well, first of all, obviously a man of great style. We now have 3 of the OG Bored Ape. Laura's gonna go change and be right back, but
I haven't, so I'm gonna go change.
I know we're all like, no, but I kid. We're all matching. I'm guessing Wabam on audio is wearing the same one, but no, Thank Ape. I mean, Cap and I are both like somewhat obsessed with Thank Ape and Thrive as a platform. Just seeing how it works. I mean, it's been so helpful to the community, including builders who have been on here today. So love that. But want to get Wabam in here as well. And Wabam, again, I want to highlight something Garga said earlier. He said lawyers ruin everything. So I'm going to throw it to you with that. I don't agree, just for the record. I'm not going to say that. But Wabam, if you don't mind giving and it's funny, he said lawyers ruin everything. I'm like, shout out Cam Wabam. But if you don't mind giving a little bit of your background and talking us through that would be awesome.
Yeah, happy to, guys. Great to be here. Love to be on camera. I was a last minute substitute for Cam here, so I didn't get the full the full instructions. But if somebody wants to DM it to me, I'll hop on camera as well. But yeah, I'm Wabam. I'm a recovering lawyer by trade, but not practicing. Left my legal practice. Like 3 years now, 3 years ago now, to jump into Web3 full time. Caught the Web3 bug in 2021, 2022, like probably a lot of people in here. Was lucky to be one of the folks that did well trading. I traded my way to the point where I didn't really need to keep practicing anymore, and left my legal practice and went full Web3. And basically, was looking around for opportunities and for places where I could contribute. And ApeCoin DAO was, like, to me, the most exciting opportunity and the place where I that I resonated and vibed with the most. And I've, haven't really looked back. I've been contributing now for, almost 3 years in a variety of roles. And most recently was lucky to be named onto the revamped leadership team that the foundation put together with Cam and Cates as our CEO, Yuga's former chief business officer. along with one Kim as Chief Commercial Officer, and then myself as Chief Strategy Officer. So in my new role, I'm responsible for, overall strategy and specifically looking at, how do we make the foundation and the DAO, sustainable, what sort of treasury management sort of exercises or strategies can we be undertaking to, ensure we have, runway, and that we're, utilizing our assets correctly. So yeah, really excited to be here. Happy to chat about. I'm also on the Banana Bill, which is our ecosystem fund where we invest into, teams and projects that want to build in the Ape Chain ecosystem. So, excited to talk a bit about that and about how we can, support and fund, builders and creators in our space.
It's awesome. We oh shit. My audio back? Okay.
Your audio's there,
Okay, it was just on my end. We earlier we talked about like ecosystem support and the Ape Chain Hub. For those that are new, or maybe this is the first time they're hearing about funding or starting to look at how to get secure funding for building on Ape Chain, we'll talk about all things Thrive and ThankApe, as well as you mentioned the Banana Bill, the ecosystem fund, and we also have the DAO. Those are really the three main funding components, right? I know like ThankApe will have other programs like Swamp Roots we mentioned, but are those really the three main funding routes today? And if someone's brand new with BAM, where should they start? If like I got an idea, I need funding to do this. Should I start at the DAO? Should I start at the ecosystem fund? Should I start at ThankApe? Does that depend on how much my funding need is? Like where someone's brand new, how do they get started, and who should they be talking to first?
Yeah, I think it depends on the idea and on like the scale, and maybe how like fleshed out it is. Each of those, yeah, you were correct in saying the three are ThankApe, AIPs, and then the Banana Bill, and they each have a different different sort of scale that they can reach, and somewhat different like requirements and expectations around like how detailed does your idea or proposal have to be, how well thought out is it, how much how strong is the thesis, how much are your do you have KPIs built out? Do you have other investors? They're all sort of on a bit of a continuum. In my mind, like the Swamp Roots and the ThankApe program is probably the most accessible, and would be a great starting place for a lot of builders and a lot of creators. But it does depend on your idea and where sort of along the ideation and building process your idea is.
Makes sense. And I did share that I shot you that DM. If you do want to join us on video, you're more than welcome. No obligations though. I know it was a last minute pinch hit, and greatly appreciate it. Jay, what about yourself? If someone's like, I know Swamp Roots is coming up next. Should they wait? Are there things they could be doing in the ThankApe ecosystem today? Go follow the Twitter account. I posted some posts up above from Daniel, the founder at Thrive, as well as a Thrive protocol post. So go follow those accounts. What else should they be doing, if anything, in advance of the next Swamp Roots initiative launching?
My biggest recommendation would probably be like if you're preparing to apply to the upcoming round, reach out to a pre-existing Swamp Roots grantee. I heard this being mentioned earlier, but this ecosystem is extremely collaborative, right? Like apes are apes, and that's one of the best parts. And people are more than happy. They'll go out of their way to give you guidance, to give you the help that you need. I would highly recommend doing that. So I think on ThankApe's account, we still have it pinned, but it's the list of active grantees within the Swamp Roots program. If there is someone that you've seen like on the more public side on building in public, reach out to them, ask them advice. What has been working for them? What hasn't been working for them? The onboarding process, just being as prepared as possible, I think is the most important. And then just dialing in your plan. Like you have a vision, like what is your plan of execution? Like really dial that in before our application opens, because the application, while it is accessible to everyone,
people often just glaze over it, right? It seems lengthy. It seems like there's so many questions I have to answer, but the more detailed you are, the better chance you have. And, it's really important to give as vivid of a picture of not only your vision of the project, but how you plan on executing it, right? Like there's the saying of, ideas are cheap, execution is everything. It's so true. And while Web3 is still relatively new, everything kind of seems like an idea, right? But it's how you plan on executing it, what metrics you're going to be following in that process, and how you plan on sharing that information are all really important pieces that I would recommend to have prepared for that application when it does open.
It's great advice. And yeah, take the time. The applications, it may seem daunting. It does ask for a lot of information, but having raised funds traditionally in a past life, it's like they should be, right? I've also seen, I feel like there's been a tone shift as well. Excuse me, not just from Thank Ape or Thrive. And I feel as if there's always been, a good level of due diligence done there from your guys' end. But I've seen some posts recently, I don't know if it was Thank Ape or Thrive, just talking about like merit-based grants and rewarding results and those that are actually building. You mentioned about the results that Introverse saw with the game recently and crushing their criteria, their milestones. I'll just say one of the things I really respect and appreciate is, at least in my experience with Thank Ape, it has been funding in tranches. And you're not just approving someone because they had a great application and send them a big bag of ape. Rather, okay, do your first milestone, show us you're actually building towards this, and then we'll release a bucket, and then we'll release another bucket. It's just, am I right in thinking that the space at large, it's I don't know the right way to put this in words. It's not like, I don't want to say the money is hard to secure funding. Relatively, it might be easier to secure funding here than it is in the traditional world, but be thankful that there's application process. Be thankful that it's like you actually can get approved based on merit in what you're building and the impact it may or could have, not whether you're popular or not. Like, I guess that's what I was trying to get to, is it doesn't feel like, for a while, I feel like some of these DAOs, I'm not even talking ApeCoin DAO, just a lot of them, it felt like funding became a popularity contest in crypto and Web3. And I feel we're heading into much more of a merit-based environment. Am I onto something there, or is it still wild, wild west?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the past couple of years, a lot of these ecosystems, they're always looking for the next big product, like the next poly market, for example, right? And the reality is that like you can't uncover that until you see the application, you give them the chance. But on the flip side, there's also the bad actors, and Web3 of all places is full of them, right? We've seen it time and time again, and we just got to get through that. And so these foundations are learning, and they're learning very quickly on what has been impactful and how to kind of reorient that way of thinking. And so that's why it really is merit based now. We want to make sure that there is impact, there is value being created within that ecosystem. And once you achieve that, then yeah, happy to distribute those funds. But until we see like real proof of that, whether it's like not botting your transaction volume, right? Like we could see that we've seen it time and time again. It's very obvious to those that are reviewing and validating this type of work. Just be very intentional and be honest, and you'll be rewarded for that.
And well, Bam, I think similar question. And just so our judging contestants know, we're running a little behind. So probably in 5 to 7, we'll get started on this final round of the startup competition. But this is one of, I think, the most valuable things for people right now is getting funded, because a lot of times, I mean, Von Frunz talked about some of the funding he got that he was necessary to kind of keep him going. And so I guess like with Bam, similar question. We've seen what I have felt, at least for me, similar, a swift sea change in sort of distribution of money to say, like, look, we need to have a clear benefit. We need to have a clear idea. We had no more dumb shit a few months ago, and it feels like we're sort of moving that direction. So if people are talking to Banana Bill or trying to get funded in some way, shape, or form, what is it something you would look for, a recommendation you would say to someone coming in for that? And I don't have Bam's audio. I don't know, Cap, if you do, or if that's a Cap thing.
Oh shit! Looks like we lost him off Spaces. See if we can get it back up here.
We got him.
Oh, there he is. Got him back.
All right, we'll try.
Hey
Is he?
guys,
All right, that's
I was
working.
trying to do on the video conference there, but I'll just do it on here.
You're good on. You're live on. So we got your audio on X now, but your video's back live. So you're good as is, or you can mute the Spaces and either way. But we can hear you. You're fine.
Okay. Yeah. So in terms of Banana Bill, we're looking for projects with a thesis and like with a legitimate idea, a monetizable product, and something that drives value back to ApeChain and ApeCoin. So we're looking for like KPIs that can track the value, and we want to understand, you know, what are you building, what are your goals, and how are your objectives measurable. So yeah, I mean, in this environment with the market where it is, you know, we're being very selective about what we invest in. We're looking for good teams and good ideas. But yeah, if you've got a great idea, you've got a good team, you know, we're extremely excited to talk to anybody who wants to build on ApeChain. So yeah, so come on over.
Is there a particular type or a particular, like, you know, things that you think, like categories of things you'd be looking for, or is it just like, hey, we want to keep it broad because we want to encourage creativity, or is it a no, we know that these are beneficial to the chain, therefore this is the type of thing we're looking for?
We don't have like specific categories that we're looking for. Like anybody can apply with any idea. In fact, we're looking for like things that are new and weird and different. You know, we've obviously got right now NFTs are hot on ApeChain. The Shadows technology is like a new primitive that is sort of ripe for experimentation. So folks that want to, you know, try new things with NFTs, try new things with Shadows. That's somewhere that like we're really excited to receive applications, and we think there's a lot of cool shit that people can do. But we're open to anything. You know, you can bring an application for any category, and you know we'll read it, we'll take it, we'll review it, and we'll be happy to meet with you.
Awesome. I think similar question, you know, you walked us through a pretty detailed process there, Jay, as well. And I'm curious, like, are there things that you, let me ask it differently. Is there a certain type of thing that you would say runs to the top of the list, like after going through the application where you're like, yes, we need more of insert thing here? Or is it just, again, do you keep it wide open blue sky, but you want people to have the ability to be creative?
It's pretty blue sky. As long as it fits within, you know, ApeChain and it makes sense, we're definitely open to hearing that. But just as what Bam had said, you know, NFTs are there, and ApeChain has really brought back that excitement. So leaning into that, like outside of the things that we already have, right? Like not that there's a necessary need for more NFT launch pads. If you can add a unique twist to it, that's a whole different story, right? And so like it's just leveraging what we know is working is obviously a good way to stand out, but then being innovative. Like we're really looking to fund cool, fun shit that people can, you know, engage with on a regular basis.
Awesome. I guess I don't know, Cap or Laura, if you have anything else, because I know we gotta get to our final judge round here. But I am like the thing I would ask is, you know, I've been kind of doing this all day with various people, and then I'll kind of hand it to them for any final thoughts. But like, if you were giving, because again, part of the point of this is, you know, for anybody who hasn't been listening in all day, is we want to give all the tools and opportunities you have to build on ApeChain, the launch pads, how to go D2C. You know, we have a funding competition, all of networking with the right people. If you were to give one tip to somebody who says, I have an idea, I just need funding and I know it's there, and I'll start with you with Bam, what is the one tip you would give them to say, okay, this is where you start to make sure you give yourself the best chance to succeed?
If it's an early idea, I would say reach out to Swamp Roots, you know, jump into Thank Ape, and, you know, use that as a, you know, sort of proof of concept. you'll get like a decent sized grant and a decent sized proposal. And then, from that point, come and talk to us, put an application in with us. After you've had proof of concept and you've built out your idea, then bring it over to us.
I know you're going to go to Jay for some question. Before we move on, Wabam, is there anything, let's say it's not funding, but I want to plug in for support. We didn't really highlight any of those other open campus, any of those other initiatives, any of those you want to shout out here before we move on? Like, I just need business support. I need startup support, or this is my first venture. I don't even know what to do. I've been really impressed. I haven't personally went through any of those programs yet, other than the Built by ApeCoin with ThankApe, but I talked to several friends who are getting a lot of value out of those programs. Yeah, is there any of those that you want to hit on?
Yeah, I mean, the APU is doing great work educating folks. It's a fantastic program. We're actually in the process of bringing on a partner success manager, and this person will be a great touch point for folks who are looking for support, that maybe isn't in the form of just a grant or funding. So once they're up and running and that's rolled out, that'll be another great touch point. But yeah, I think APU, ThankApe, Banana Bill, and don't be afraid to DM people. I read my DMs, Cam, Juan, other folks on the Ape Chain team, Spencer. If you have an idea and you just want to chat, or you want support that isn't necessarily through an arduous grant approval process, just hit us up in our DMs. We're all available.
Appreciate it very much. So, Jay, anything we didn't hit on today that you wanted to make sure you share before we let you guys get out of here?
Not in particular that I can think of, just that, be prepared, get ready to articulate your vision, like in depth, really understand what you're trying to build, the vision, the execution, all of that, all of those little variables, dial that in. And when we open up our application, submit it. Also try, because this is feedback we've heard from various partners actually, is try to avoid using, I know we all love ChatGPT and using AI, and it's a very easy thing to copy and paste the application and be like, okay, what would this ecosystem need? And then it just spits out this AI version of what your vision is. It's very obvious. Like, we see right through that. I think what's most impactful in an application is hearing from the founder's mind and their voice, like what that really is. AI is not going to be able to articulate it as well as the person that has that vision can. So be wary on AI and using that within the application, maybe to help grammar or something. But for the most part, speak in your own voice. Like that, it's very important that we understand your vision as deeply as possible. That's one of my biggest key advices outside of being able to articulate that vision.
I love that one. I love that advice because we're all about using technology, using AI. And yet, because we use it so much, we also come hyper aware of when something just sounds like, come on, you just wrote me so many paragraphs that you didn't write. And now I have to read them. And I know you didn't write them. So I can imagine for the application process how that could be exhausting. And maybe someone that took the time to articulate it in their own words, it's going to now stick out even more. So I think even from that perspective, it's like, I get it that you were trying to make, that someone might be trying to make it fancier. And it's not that it's an issue to use AI, but it is an issue when they're articulating the whole idea for you. And now we're lost in, was this AI's idea or was this your original idea that you're trying to enhance? And maybe write in a different format. So I love that. And I think that it's going to help a lot of people, and hopefully that they tuned in. Once you start getting these applications, you're going to be able to tell like who's paying attention, who's listening to your advice at the end of the day.
It's a great tip. I see it all the time. It's like, it's one thing if you write something and have AI as an editor because you have typos. Hand up, that's me. It finds my typos all the time. And sometimes misses them anyway. It's another thing if you get a prompt and then you edit it your own way. But if you just copy and paste, it is at least in current state, super obvious. And I think people maybe don't realize that, not just because it has a lot of M dashes and not just because it has certain things, but like it is just super obvious. So don't be that guy, right? Just go in and bring your own ideas, bring your own thoughts. And, you know, these are two incredible opportunities that you have in the two people that we have on stage right now who are helping continue to grow the ape ecosystem as we're hoping to do today. And I think I'm really glad this was sort of our final panel before we did the startup competition, because this sort of closes the loop on all the things we talked about of networking, distribution, D2C, you know, how to get yourself set up, all these great conversations there. And then boom, here we are with the funding aspect, which I think a lot of people struggle with. But thank you both for your leadership and your help here. Your like the funding is the fuel, sort of jet fuel that gets added to the fire of innovation around here. And I think it's important to have really good, responsible people leading it. So thank you, Wabam, and thank you, Jay.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for having us.
I wanted to say one last thing, that the accountability that you guys are giving to the builders, where yes, there is funding, yes, there is ways of getting the support and adding this gasoline that the Gargo was speaking on, but also the accountability, the KPIs, and all these, you know, methods that now are going to make this something more sustainable, and encourage the people that want to build something long lasting to stick around and to come up with their own ideas. So thank you for doing that, and can't wait to see what's next.
Preach, Laura. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for pinch hitting today, Wabam. Appreciate that, and always appreciate Jay for everything he does.
Yeah, and thanks for APECON. I've really enjoyed it today, and hope it's the first of many. I hope everyone's enjoyed tuning in. And on behalf of our soon-to-be winner here, thank you for supporting and funding APECON today. Greatly appreciated.
Thanks for hosting this. You guys are doing a great job. Yeah, take care.
Awesome.
All right, the time has come, Steve. We can bring it. Do you want to introduce our judges? We've got several guest judges in queue here, and then we will pull up our participants one by one. This will be a little more in depth. Some might have it's not required. There's no requirements. They're not required to have a pitch deck or a product demo, but it is optional. So if they'd like to present through a pitch deck or do a product demo, I do know at least one of our judges has a hard out at 3:30. So I think we have plenty of time with just the 5 finalists, Steve, to get through this, but we'll be cognizant of that time. And we want to be sure we give everyone, you know, close to about the same amount of time, but we'll make sure if our judges have, you know, any additional questions, we'll get those answered. And do we have a volunteer? Do we want to pick on someone? Steve, I'll let you introduce the judges. Then I guess if anyone wants to volunteer to go first, you can nominate yourself in the chat. If not, we may have to draw straws or something here in a bit. But do you mind taking us through some quick intros?
Sure. No, this is about as
right back. I just need a quick stream drop and I'll be back. But yeah,
do a mobile stream drop. Yeah, there you go. We have we have a phenomenal group of judges here. I'm actually going to let them introduce themselves. Also, hilarious seeing Funky roll up in the straight chain and hodl hat was ready. Funky is the most Bitcoin maxi non-maxi I've ever met, where it's like, it's this paradox of somebody who, like, if you talk to him for 10 minutes, you're like, this guy's obsessed. It's Bitcoin maxi, but he's actually an ecosystem explorer. So similar to our other judge, Outer Lumen. So let's actually go Outer Lumen down to Raheem. I know Raheem was here earlier. We'll let him introduce himself again in a second, because, you know, if there are people who weren't listening, but I'm going to start with my sister from another Mr. Outer Lumen. GM, thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me. Does this microphone work?
Yeah.
Amazing. Good.
Sure.
I brought the fancy things out for my brother's Cap and Steve. I had to. Thanks for having me. Yeah, my background. Geez. Okay. Well, I used to work for Hashmask as a creative director. Then I worked as a UX designer for Yuga Labs, brought out Cam for Legends of the Mara. And now I work for the Taproot Wizards as an illusionist. So I switched chains, but ape forever. So I'm here to help out with any way I can.
Yeah. Also just one of the my favorite person to talk to about insights, and like true story. Like my wife will say, like when Outer Lumen says we should hop on a call, she's like, budget 2 hours, because you guys are going to say you're going to do a 15-minute call, and then it's going to be a 2-hour call. So always the deep convos. Funky, also practically my brother, if you change one letter in our last name, because we have the same. How many people? Last name Kaczynski for me. Funky's got one letter separation at the beginning there, but give your background a little bit.
Thanks so much, Steve. Yeah, I had to come dressed as my character for my AI action figure because they said it went hard. So I just had to show up looking like this. But yeah, hey everybody. My real name is Ryan Hazinski, as Steve said, just that one letter difference with the H versus the K. I am the head of protocol partnerships for an enterprise grade institutional focused infrastructure provider. We're SOC 2 certified, run only fully owned bare metal called Global Stake. Met Steve and Cap, of course, try and listen to their show while I'm at the gym. I'm a regular panelist on Modern Market. You know, Raheem, I knew it was going to make him laugh as soon as he came on screen and saw me dressed this way. I'm glad that I put a smile on this man's face. And so hopefully putting smiles on everybody's face. But thank you for inviting me. This is really I'm looking forward to this. I used to be a 20-year classroom teacher in high school. So I was used to evaluating, you know, presentations and stuff like that. It's been a minute because I've been out of the classroom for 5 years, but looking forward to doing this and learning more about the incredible community that involves ApeDAO. So thanks for letting me be here.
Right on. And by the way, we'll go to Raheem in a second. We mentioned one of the common ties here is Modern Market. I mean, Funky, I think I first heard talking on Modern Market. I'm like, I like this guy. And Raheem as well, often on there as well. B-Check and Legendary were our first round of judges. They listened to about 25 pitches and narrowed them down to 5, which you're getting today. Raheem, for people who missed your background earlier during the network panel, if you don't mind giving that as an overview, and then Cap, Laura, I'll let you all kick it off and pick a group to go.
GM, everybody. I cranked up the AC in Dubai so I could match hoodies with you guys and stuff. But super awesome to be here. I am basically the co-founder and president for ArtStyle, an IRL community based out of Dubai. We actually announced our clubhouse, Web3 Soho House, if you will, just today. I worked with a lot of...
I know I can't. Sorry for the interruption. I'm excited to actually talk to you about this and for another time. But congrats, because I saw that go out today, and it definitely popped my timeline. Pumped about it.
Yeah, can't wait to tell you guys about it. So let me just finish this off. And so I do like a lot of angel investing myself across DeFi, NFTs, gaming ecosystems, protocol level. I also work with like a lot of VCs and hedge funds in Dubai. So I feel like I've been on every aspect of this as an investor, as a consumer. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see what we end up cooking today. And yeah, let's kick it off.
Right on. I'll let you pick a team, Cap, Laura, whoever wants to pick a team. But I will say, how about this, knowing that our time frame and what we're looking at? Let's say basically, teams come up, try and sort of like you have a little bit of a longer presentation. If you want to use a visual, you're welcome to. Let's call it 3 to 5 minutes for the pitch, and then have a Q&A session with the judges. Let them sort of get their bearings about everything, to make sure that they are, able to really evaluate those. As a reminder to people, and similar categories from earlier: clarity, ApeCoin ecosystem value. Does it grow the adoption of ApeCoin or utility of ApeCoin? Originality and execution readiness are sort of the things that the final five will be judging on. One of them picked from these group will win. Obviously, I now feel that pressure of I wish everyone was a winner, of course, but should be a fun one. So maybe say 3 to 5 minute pitch max. Q&A session for another 3 to 5 minutes. That'll give sort of 10 minutes a team. That'll get us right at that mark to make sure at most everybody's getting out of here on time with their hard stop. So I'll hand it over to y'all to start picking and swinging teams.
So
and Von Front, I know after 2:30 would be the time for him, because I know he's got a thing.
Yep. And he went first earlier, so I was going to not put him on the spot again. Just in order on my screen, we're going to go One Sky Collective, Oscar, with Dot Protocol. That should put us past 2:30. We can go Vanga, Zoe, and then Zards to wrap things up. But One Sky Collective, if you're good to kick things off, give me a quick wave and we'll pull you up here in a second. Awesome. So yeah, we'll kick off with One Sky Collective. And also to all of our finalists here, again, no obligation, but if you'd like to, either a brand account or your personal account, if you'd like it up on the audio spaces stage, just throw in a request so we can see you and we'll pull you up there as well. You're just going to make sure you leave that muted and keep your audio on, your mic on the presentation here. But with that, we'll bring up our first competitor here, One Sky Collective. Welcome back. Congratulations to making it to the finals. And as Steve mentioned, you'll have 5 to 7 minutes or so for your pitch, your presentation. It doesn't have to be that long either. Really take as much time as you like. This is semi-informal. We want you to have fun and really just want to get the information out there. So our judges will ask you some questions afterwards. We'll probably, Steve, I think that's a good idea. Try to keep it all in to about 10 minutes for each individual. And That way we'll make sure we get in and out before our judges need to get out of here at 3:30. Sound good?
No problem at all.
All you. And I guess you can do just audio if you want. I can put on some light background music if you'd prefer.
No, I'm perfectly fine. Yeah, I think with my accent, the less background noise, the better.
I'm a little jealous of the accent, but
everyone is. Well, I'll bring it started. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank you so much for having me here. I'm super excited to get through to the final 5. My team and I have worked so hard to get here. So what I'll do is tell you a little bit what we're doing, why we're doing it, and how we're going about it, and also what we hope to bring to APECON. I come from a health promotion background, and I was an advisor for the Faculty of Sport and Exercise Medicine. And my approach to getting people more active was not to blame them for activity or blame them for obesity, but try and guide them into ways in which they could nudge themselves into being more active. And when I realised I get more involved in sustainability, and I realised that on one hand I was very good, I recycled my plastic, I drank a water bottle, I did many things, but I also fly to the USA every single year, which counteracts what I'm doing. I noticed that the messaging in the climate community was quite harsh at times and quite blame-driven and very crisis-driven, and that we were telling people how bad things are, how bad things are becoming. And what research shows is that people don't actually react positively to that. They tend to think there's no point in doing anything because it doesn't really matter. And what we're doing in One Sky, our app, is showing that yes, it does matter. Whether you are eating vegan, flexitarian, or vegetarian meals, if you are switching off your computer and that pesky microwave clock at the end of the night, which actually costs you about $20 a year if you don't shut it off. If you do these actions as an individual, you might think it's nothing, but collectively, if tens, hundreds, if millions of us do this, we make a huge impact. And that's what we'll do in the platform. We'll give people the opportunity to tell us what they want to do, how they're doing it, how often they're doing it. We'll give them points and badges for reaching milestones. The points they can then transfer into planting trees, into repurposing plastic. And I say repurposing plastic intentionally. We are not recycling plastic. We've got a partner in Indonesia who pays locals to collect the plastic, work in a factory, to break it down and remake new products. Our rationale is that we can turn the tap off by getting people to change behaviours, but we also want to help mop up the mess by monetising plastic waste so that local communities are less likely to throw it into rivers, which then go to the ocean. So it's really important we do that. And how we do that financially is our income streams. One of our main income streams is NFTs. We're using them to raise funds. Users, when they buy them, can see how many trees that NFT plants. They can see how much plastic it repurposes. Our NFTs will not be AI driven. They will be by actual artists and National Geographic and Time magazine photographers. We want to only showcase some of the best natural world art that there is. We also have advertising. It's called a view to plant. So it's a cringy name, apologies for that. But basically, viewers will be tracked watching adverts from sustainable brands and sustainable organisations and conservation organisations. And then the money we receive from our advertisers will then obviously help fund operations and what we do. We also realise that some of the competition, and we do have competition, I won't lie about that, what they tend to do is only have an online presence, which can be quite disengaging for some people. So what we're building into our app is a more in real life events where we will help enable people to arrange beach cleans, park cleans, to go on plogging activities. For those that don't know, plogging is when you go for a run and you carry a waste picker and a bag at the same time, and you pick up waste as you run. So we'll organise all these sort of things, interwork challenges as well as part of the platform. But the most important thing we're doing is trying to make it a fun environment with repetitive actions that people can actually enjoy and get into the habit of doing so. We have unashamedly taken practices from other apps like Duolingo. So we'll give people the points for streaks for logging in. We'll send them reminders, notifications. We're planning quite an expansive app, and this is why we've got a team of 25 designers and developers, all volunteers, I might add, because we're a non-profit. We're trying to put as much money into doing the good aspects that we can. So what I'd like to do now is kind of just show you some of the designs that we have for the app. And without Lumen being here, I'm a little bit scared, but I'll do so anyway. So if you just allow me to present my screen for a second.
Yeah, do you have it? Is it saying you can or no?
I should be able to, hopefully.
Yeah, you should be able to. If it's giving you any issues, let me know.
I will do. Tell me if you can see this okay.
Oh, there you go.
There we go. So this is basically you'll notice that our palette is very, very soft palette colours, very gentle colours in design. And this is actually intentional. And it's because research showed us that the demographics more likely to adopt such an app and to adopt sustainable practices are Gen Z, millennial females. Not to say that the young men in other age groups won't get involved, but our target research has shown this is the kind of audience we're looking for. You can see here, we have a kind of basic dashboard giving people what they can do, modules they can log into for logging their water bottles. One of our partners is an organisation in the UK called City for Sea. They basically have an app, which is a map that shows you where you can refill your water bottles for free. They've got 500,000 users, and as a partner, they're going to be referring those users to us. You then see Vampire Power. This is one of my favourites. These are the little items that we basically leave on all night long, not realising just how much energy they're using and how much they're costing us. So basically, users will be able to click onto each app that they're closing off, and they'll get points. Same with the meals. We recognise that reducing meat is very important, but we don't differentiate between those who reduce and those who remove, because if I'm someone who eats 10 steaks a week and reduce it to 2, I've made a huge impact. And we don't want to blame people for what they're not doing, but instead encourage them for what they are doing. I'll just end that now. We're also building community pages so that people can create groups, create challenges, join groups. We feel this interaction is important because other research we have has showed us that individually people would rather work in tandem with others. So basically our plans, the future, I mentioned in the pitch, I'm a sustainability champion for the UK government and UK government departments. I'm in talks with them for us to use the app within their departments. The UK government has a pledge for net zero, and we've realised that staff have to play a role in this. We've tried other apps. I got the feedback from all those apps, and I've essentially built the app around their requirements. A little bit cheating, but it made sense to build something that I know that a target market absolutely want. How are we going to enhance the ape chain? Well, basically, it's through transactions and through users using the chain. Every user will eventually have a soul-bound NFT, which shows their impact and their achievements all in the one NFT. That's something we'll do for version 2. But in the interim period, it'll be through selling NFTs. I will add as well, one of our other partners and co-founders is the chair of the World Calisthenics Organization, who are a sporting organisation based in Los Angeles, but have got athletes all around the world. These athletes have audiences not in the millions, not in the tens of millions, but the hundreds of millions. And we will have them as backing us and supporting us online. We're really excited what the future holds, and I hope that you'll see the potential we have, not only for bringing users to ApeChain, but for doing a lot of good in the world.
Great. Judges, I don't know if you want to go in a particular order, but feel free to fire off questions.
Sure, I can start. Thank you for the presentation. That was really insightful. I heard you speak earlier. I didn't catch everyone, but I did hear yours. One of the questions that I have, if you don't mind, talk me through kind of the user journey if I was to open that app right now, because I think the part that I'm missing and I cannot picture in my mind is how National Geographic artists' NFTs are then connected to me as a user of your app, changing my behaviors and getting those rewards. I think if you don't mind just kind of shedding some light a little bit and kind of clarifying what that looks like, that would be super helpful, because I think I'm missing that connection.
Yeah, certainly. Obviously, we have different modules within the app. Some of the modules will be about users registering their activities, such as refilling their bottles, also logging their meals, their activities. One of the things we're planning is tracking people's journeys on foot and bike, etc. Other modules, however, will also be about affiliate sales. So we're going to have a kind of e-commerce page where the points to use can be converted into discounts on sustainable products from sustainable brands. The NFTs will fit in that kind of module where it will be a purchase, almost like a donation to the work. But what we're doing, rather than just a donation and saying thank you for donation, we're saying thank you for donation, and here's a very collectible piece of art. So you'll see many organisations will have donation pages on their apps, but what we'll see it is rather than donation to do it, we'll put it for an NFT. Another reason for using NFTs, because not everything has to be on chain. Another reason for using NFTs is gatekeepers. We want to be able to then sell merchandise with the artist's work on t-shirts, tote bags, all sustainable, not made from plastic or polyesters or anything like that, and to encourage people to buy more sustainable clothing. So the actual flow, the process, the customer will come in and they'll be given a first time they log in, there'll be a kind of guide to each page as they open it up, explaining to them the rationale for what they're doing, why they're doing, how they do it. And then the tabs, they'll have different tabs. They'll have tabs for the activities. There's also things that are kind of one-offs. So we're partnered with Refill app. So there'll be a page where they can sign up for that. They'll be able to sign up for Vinted, which is a second-hand platform. If they can join their local vegan or vegetarian group, they get points for these things. So what we have is like a activity boards of different things they can do, and buying the NFTs and supporting work that's happening at ground level is one of those options.
Okay, got it. Yeah, no, that's super helpful. So really the kind of ape chain is just one part of this bigger picture and bigger app that you've created.
Yeah, because what we feel is I've always believed in ninja activities where you get people on chain by not telling them they're on chain, not making it super obvious they're on chain. You give them a Web2 experience, but with Web3 technology, because let's be honest, the general public, they're not ready for Web3, the UX and UI, although UX UI isn't up to standard of Web2. So we have to give the customers what they will actually use. And this is my thing. At the moment, we're using points, but there's a future when we can use tokens. But once again, my research showed that as soon as you mention a crypto token, the general public just weren't interested.
I'll defer to the other co-judges here. I'm sure they have questions as well.
Yeah, thanks so much. I'll just jump in. 2 quick questions. First and foremost, I just love the initiative that you're taking. I taught AP Human Geography for many, many years, talked about the concept of global, think globally, act locally. So this is kind of really what you're doing, and I love that aspect of it. You mentioned that you're working with the UK government, and so this kind of speaks to the readiness of you to roll this out and so on and so forth. Do you have MOUs with them? How formal is this relationship? And then are you also scouting out other partnerships with other governments in other locales? That's question 1. And then two, well, I'll pause there and let you answer that real quick.
Yes, certainly. I'm a great believer in using my network to my advantage. I am a civil servant. I'm a sustainability for the UK. I'm a sustainability champion for the UK government. So the talks at the moment are informal. However, they shared with me their research on the apps they used. Some of the developers have designed a carbon footprint calculator, and they're talking about allowing us to integrate it into our app to save us from having to build one ourselves or to locate one in open source. So the talks are very early stages, and it's with one department, the Department for Work and Pensions, which has 80,000 staff. However, I'm confident that should we convert that department into a full contract, it's the next step is then networking with all the civil servants, sustainability champions, and getting us in other departments as well. So the DWP are the kind of the test platform, the test stage. We capture them, that then opens up the other departments.
Awesome. And then my second question really just revolves around usage of the app. Over time, we often see users don't really stay. You know, they'll try something because it's new, they like doing it. You'll always have your power users, for instance, who are going to continue to use the app and be, you know, show great fidelity to logging their activities. But what are you doing or thinking about how to keep people, like the stickiness of the app? Because this might not be something, to your point in the very beginning of your presentation, talked about how many people don't go out of their way to do these good things, although certainly they do have clearly an impact when there's a lot of people doing it. Have you guys thought about the sustainability of keeping people on the app once you get them to sign up, and you know, maybe some of those incentives long term that's going to encourage that?
Yes, one of the things that inspired me to do this was actually as a user of competitor apps. There's an app. What a lot of the things you're doing, I'll be honest, are not unique, but it's how we're doing it. It makes a difference. Some of the apps would have a single focus. You go in, you watch a video, they plant a tree, and that's it. Now, it's no matter how strong-willed you are, that gets boring after a while every single day. And as much as I love planting trees, I stopped doing it, and I hate myself for doing it. But the apps did interest me. So as I mentioned before, we're copying tactics used by apps like Duolingo, where we're giving streak rewards, where we are sending notifications to people to remind them to log in, etc. But we also realise that although giving people the option to plant trees and repurpose plastic is very good, some people want other things. So once we actually grow, we'll have raffles where people can win discount prizes, etc. from similar platforms. We're actually in talks with a gaming company to build a small game within the app as well, because people like that tap stuff. And that's something we're planning. We're also looking in the future for IoT, so we can actually connect to people's energy systems in their homes and track how much energy they've actually reduced and stuff. AI to verify meals. At the moment, we're based it on trust, a lot of it in trust. Thankfully, I share the beliefs of some of your earlier speakers who believes that inherently most people are good. You always get people who will game the system. You can't avoid that, but most people will do the right thing for the right reasons. So we are. This is I had an argument, not an argument, discussion with my developer team leader who wants to ship fast and get the MVP out and get feedback. And from a UI UX point of view, that makes sense to get feedback from users. But I realise this is version 1. It's not a minimum viable product. We have to deliver full value to the customers that we're first going to use. And from then, we can then evolve and develop.
Thanks so much.
Go ahead. I was going to say maybe time for one more question. Raheem, if you had any for...
Yeah, just a very quick one. Have you thought about, you have like the refillable water bottles, because right now the two revenue models that you mentioned where you're obviously like raising money through the NFTs and essentially like the ad revenue. Have you thought about like from the get-go, like you mentioned that there's like they're collecting points. Have you thought about like selling your own bottles with the IP that you have, that you get a boost on points with your account? Same thing with the meals model, that maybe you could partner with like certain restaurants and be like, okay, you're a vegan restaurant, that maybe if they use a code that we generate every day or whatever, that we get like a cart and you guys get a cart, because that way you'll have like a lot of cash flow coming into your ecosystem and you're not just like reliant on ad revenues.
Yes, to be honest, we've in the future we've thought of several monetization schemes. For the water bottle, we've looked at the sourcing water bottles, basically print on demand, etc., and putting on our own labels, etc., using NFTs at the bottom as opposed to NFTs, where they can scan that and log their refills automatically. We're also, this is something for the future, our partner Sector-C are partners with two supermarkets in the UK, Sainsbury's and Marks and Spencer's. And what they do is they basically work the refillable pastas, rices, the detergents, that sort of stuff. So our plan in the future is hopefully to work with them. One of our other partners has a contract with Starbucks, and our goal was eventually to tie in with them. He's quite high level contacts, so we're hoping to utilise that. So when people go into Starbucks or Costa or anywhere else and use their reusable cups, they can automatically scan our app and get the points, etc. For the monetization of the meals, we spoke to another app called Fork Ranger, and we're looking at working with them. They're an app that actually people sign in and they give you the menus for vegetarian meals and the shopping list, etc. So we've got a lot of things that we're looking at for the future. But for the kind of the first phase, we're basically looking at what the DWP asked for.
Right on. Well, judges,
thank you.
Judges, give a think through your scores, what you thought about this one. I know you're going to have 4 more to compare it to in these pitches, but thanks for the coming up and bearing your heart out in front of everybody. This is not an easy thing to do, and we talked about it earlier. Actually, B-Check mentioned it, and I think we were talking about it offline. It was like, this is a hard thing to do. The 90-second pitch followed by this pitch is very difficult on the spot like this, especially in a virtual format. So really good job conveying your ideas, your thoughts, and everything, and appreciate you taking the time today.
Thank you so much. It's a project I'm so passionate about. So thank you for the opportunity, and good luck to everyone who follows me.
Thank you, and good luck as well. And regardless of the outcome of this competition, thank you for doing what you're doing and being passionate about something. We need more people doing good in this world, and crypto at large has a reputation problem, a PR problem from all the scammers and grifters. And I said it earlier, but I think there's a hell of a lot more good, great people in this space that mean well than the bad people. We just need more stories like this. We need more consumer products that get the word. They don't know it's tech or crypto until they figure out later, like, wow, I was wrong about this space that entire time. So
yeah, believe it or not, this all started. I asked a question on Twitter and I said, why do you all hate crypto? Because I've lost so many followers from my previous life because of my involvement in the blockchain. And I was overwhelmed with responses. It's a scam. It's a Ponzi. It's a scam by scammers for scammers. The blockchains use up so much electricity. It's bad for the environment. They rip off the work of artists, copying artists and selling their work. So, but a lot of the motivation behind what I'm doing is to show that the blockchain can be for good. And also, I've got a lot of friends who are artists who are struggling at the moment because of the bear market. And I saw this as a way of putting that digital art into other people's hands without promoting it as a pump and dump meme coin or a trying to get rich of an NFT. I just thought to me to be a better way to use NFTs rather than a way to enrich people. Let's enrich the planet and let's make it a better place.
Absolutely. I think that this group of people just are a beautiful example of that, and everyone building here in this space and partaking or just participating. I think that, that's what we're trying to do, right? Like that the bad news don't get the best of us, but then there's so many more good in this space. So thank you. And like Cap said, I think that, everyone that participated today is already a winner somehow. So thank you. And yeah, let's go on with the next one. Are we ready?
Thank you.
Thanks again. Good luck, and we will be in touch. We're going to bring up Oscar with.
Hi.
Welcome back. Congratulations on making it to the finals. And the
Thanks
floor.
Can I share my screen?
Absolutely. Go ahead. If you have any trouble, let us know. But yeah, you should be able to share.
Thanks. Well, here we are. First, I will recap the pitch a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah, Dot Protocol. What we are doing with Dot Protocol is unlocking liquidity for the autonomous economy. Like, we are seeing that the assets are no longer for the people. 90% of the people don't own any asset. So actually, will goes even worse because of artificial intelligence, because all the things we envision that will be managed by AI agents in the future. So the ownership is like will be really relevant, because right now you work for get earnings, but the future is about the ownership of the revenues that the machines are making. So that's why we are thinking and developing and implementing a DeFi layer into the physical infrastructure. So what we are trying to do with Dot Protocol is allowing anyone to have a percentage of a share of a physical infrastructure that are already decentralized, because the idea is that if you interact with infrastructure, for example, by paying to electricity in a EV charger station, or using a decentralized Wi-Fi architecture, or using a decentralized GPO, so you can invest and get a percentage of the future revenue that infrastructure will generate in the future. So that's allow anyone to get a percentage of that infrastructure. So how it works is like we have a platform. Actually, we have like two platforms, but one platform is where you can create and tokenize the device. Right now, we're working with Deepin device because it's easier. And in that platform, you create custom rules for the distribution of profit. So, for example, this device will generate a certain amount of money based on the historical data. So it will be distributing the earnings one per month, for example. So you can invest in a 10% of that future revenue, and it works similar to when you invest in a DeFi protocol, because you put stablecoin and you receive API. Here is like the same, but the difference with the current DeFi status is that you are investing actually in the infrastructure. So your money is received that rewards for every earning that machine generate goes to your wallet, and until the expiration of the contract. And what we have right now, we have this is the platform where you can create those smart contracts. And actually, for what we are thinking on Ape, for example, I create one. It's like, for example, you can create a different kind of mechanism for distributing rewards among for example, if you launch a specific NFT or a token in the Ape ecosystem, so you can link that token into this concept that we call profit pool. It's like the system where you distribute that earnings from a specific infrastructure. In this case, it's like, for example, imagine that Ape have a judge or a service that you are making money with that. So everyone can invest in the future revenue of that infrastructure, like the judge. And with this system, you can distribute to among all the current holders of that token or your investors. So, for example, in this case, we have, for example, an EV charger. So you can buy a participation of a percentage of the EV charger, and the stakeholder receive a participation regarding that the current amount of tokens they hold right now. For example, this account holds 50%, so he will receive 50% of the revenues that that device will generate or infrastructure generates. So that's like this platform is like for making this kind of in a simple way those contracts, because it works like a studio. And what we're working right now is the consumer app that is looking like this. It's like if you want only invest, for example, in a percentage of a decentralized infrastructure, you can do it in an easy way. Just put the amount and selecting the type of infrastructure you want to invest, and here it will be displayed all the asset regarding your selection. So for example, if you want to invest in Wi-Fi networks, or you want to invest in EV chargers or solar panels or whatever, the centralized infrastructure we have available in the platform, it will be here, so you will have the possibility to invest in those yields. So the cool part here is like all this will be linked, because right now, for example, anyone can create a distribution pool and promise that you will distribute the future revenues, because like here is like you are creating an escrow contract with distribution rules, so anyone can do it and promise whatever they want. But the cool idea and what make us different is that we're trying to solve this problem using agents and a mechanism for doing this. So the idea is that the infrastructure that you want to connect into this escrow distribution system is linked in a hardware way. So for example, in the case of the solar panels, in the inverter, we have a software that runs into that, and all the money that receive the solar panel goes directly into crypto. So when it's in crypto in a non-ROM system connected with the fiat account, we can pass that money into an agent that runs into a trusted executor environment. So the administrator of the infrastructure uh, doesn't have the private key of the account. So the idea is that the money of the infrastructure goes directly into the wallet of the agent wallet, and the administrator can't touch that money. So it depends on the rules of that of the agent, how to proceed with that money. So that ensures that if you create the system of distribution, it ensures that your percentage is protected, because the administrator of the infrastructure uh, was is not able to withdraw the money that goes to the private account. So that's like the mechanism we're building right now. But right now in the platform, you can create those profit pools where you can define different kind of rules of distribution, and could serve like a airdrop mechanism as well, or could serve like to engage the community with a specific type of investment you want to make. For example, like the use case I mentioned before, like for example, create a buying a yacht for services, and so everyone can invest, and the holders of a specific token receive a percentage of the future revenue of that. You can do it in the platform, but that process, that use case is like trusted, because obviously your community need to trust you in order to put money into a promise. That's what we're trying to solve with this kind of tools, like building the agents, building other kind of stuff. It's like top protocol about.
Very, very interesting. Appreciate you sharing. We'll turn it over to the judges. Outer went first last time. Maybe we'll go in reverse order. If I think Raheem's still up there, unless we lost him on our. Are you done sharing, or did you want? Is other things you wanted to share on screen?
Yes, I forgot about that. Here's like it's like when you combine the agent tech and the deepin devices, because here you have deepin devices that are connected into the dot protocol architecture, and those devices are depositing the money into the distribution smart contract. So, for example, if you invested into this EV charger, this EV charger will be distribute your percentage to your account. So here you can see the agent that is called Dobby, and the agent is managing right now six chargers. And if you hold a token of those chargers, you will receive revenues. That's like, and here's the architecture, but this part is like more technical. It's like for showing how the rack of the agent works.
Very interesting. Let's go Funky first, and then Outer, if you have any questions for Oscar.
Thanks so much, Cap. Yeah, I mean, this is really cool. I probably have too many questions to ask in the limited time that I actually have, so I'm just going to stick to them. It's an important one, I think. First and foremost, do you already have partnerships in place for like helium, for instance, or these solar power panel providers or the East charging stations? Do you already have those partnerships in place? And two, would there be any sort of geofencing, or is this completely decentralized where anybody could invest and come along and just do this and make some kind of passive income?
Yes, we're working on partnership. We have right now one partnership with a EV charger company, and we're working. We're trying to make a partnership with Blink in Miami. We're based on Miami actually, and we're working on that. But it's like we have finished. We're right now we're in a pre-seed stage, so we're building, finishing the MVP, all the stuff, put all together, and we're working on that right now. But right now, actually, we're trying to make the partnership with Helium, with other deepin providers here in Miami. We want to be in touch as soon as possible with Borderless Capital, because they have invested a lot in deepin devices and deepin startups. So we want to talk with them. We're making some partnership, but it's like we're in finishing all the tech right now. And in regarding your second question, everyone can invest in those assets. So let me show you, because we're working on this dashboard, because right now when you go to jobprotocol.com and go to the platform, it's like it's difficult to understand, because it was conceived for a technical guy. But what we are working right now is like this platform that this platform will list all available opportunities in deepin, so everyone could get into this platform and invest. So seeing the information, the financial information about the asset, and those values are calculated based on the blockchain information. So, for example, if you have the EV charger depositing the revenues, the EV charger needs to deposit into the blockchain, so you can see all the information and calculate in real time the yield. So that's the idea. It's like linking the deepin device into the token, because otherwise it's like, for example, right now I have a lot of for example, there is a lot of RW based projects and deepin projects that are more like in order to participate in the decentralized physical infrastructure economy, you need to buy their token. For example, if you want to buy, I don't know, participate in an RWA project, it's like buy my token. But what we're trying to solve is like investing directly into the asset that actually is making the money. So that's the difference. It's like here you invest directly into a specific hardware and to a specific physical infrastructure that is like for you it's great because, for example, if you use the local infrastructure that you have in your community, like a automatic laundry machine, a automatic coffee shop, or I don't know, in the future automated shops, or wherever that is running using agents. Probably right now in the future will be a lot of infrastructure that will be automated. So if you are with this kind of tools, it will be easy for anyone to get a percentage of that, because it's like what we envision. We envision that the future is about to secure the ownership of what you consume, because obviously all will be automated, all will be running by AI agents. And so it's like how do empower people to get revenues of that automated economy, because most of the people will be useless in this kind of economy. So with those tools, even we're working in a concept that probably in the future is like wherever you buy or you use a service, you get a percentage of the future revenue of that service. For example, if you go to in the simple use case, like charge your vehicle, your electric vehicle, so only for charging your vehicle with that EV station, you get a percentage of the future revenue. It's like the cashback that we have right now, but better. It's like a better version of the cashback because it's about holding ownership regarding the future revenues, and also you require less compliance because it's not like the ownership of the things, it's about the ownership of the revenues. So makes more sense for the people actually, because you're what for the people is about the how get this ownership makes sense to me, so in an economic way. So makes sense because you will receive a future revenue of that infrastructure.
Right on. Outer Lumen, Raheem, any other further questions that you had?
I just had a quick question on the legal side of things, because you mentioned that, like, for me, the Ape Chain, the NFTs on Ape Chain piqued my interest. But like, I understand you're giving out revenue to NFT holders. I know Funky touched on the geo blocking thing, but I'm just like making sure, would that be considered as a security? How would like you tackle on that front? Also,
Yes,
sorry for losing my connection, but I heard the entire thing. I made sure I had another device. Sorry about that.
Yes, about the legal compliance, it's different because what we're doing here is like we're not tokenizing the real, like the physical ownership of the thing. So the ownership, the papers that, for example, that EV charger is mine or yours, it remains into the original owner. So the administrator or the company that hold those assets will be the legal owner of the asset. But the difference is that the revenues that that asset produce are decentralized. So that's why we call this concept like the DeFi layer of deepin ecosystem, because it's a different concept. It's like you are not tokenizing the legal ownership. So you with this concept you don't have the ownership problem that most of RWA's projects have, because you are only tokenizing the future revenues of the asset. So require less compliance, less barriers. Actually, the current legislation about this is like the same as meme coins. It's like holding an FT with royalties. So doesn't care that kind of system, because are based on trust. That's why because if you, for example, you buy a percentage of the example that I showed, the ape judge, for example, if you buy the 10% of the future revenue of that service, you need to trust the company that will deposit the earnings of the service. But what we are really hard working right now to solve is like be sure that you have all the technical connections that makes that process automatically. Like, for example, your fiat account, where you receive your payments, are linked with the agent. So all the money, when you receive for example, in your Stripe account, your Stripe account is automated, so all the money goes directly into a non-run system, then goes into in crypto, for example, in Ape, then goes to a wallet. The wallet is running into a TE, so anyone, even the administrator, can manage the private key on that. So it's like we're trying really hard to making all the pieces that for this kind of services be trustless. Because right now, promising the future revenue is like, yeah, you need to trust the person who built the project. But we are trying to create here is like to create the tools for anyone to connect their account or connect a specific account or a specific, for example, in the case of dipping, it's easier because in all of the dipping devices you set up a reward address. So that reward address is like actually for our system is the profit pool address. So all the rewards goes directly into that address that already have all the distribution rules. So as long as that address isn't changed, and if with our system, because what we're doing also is like creating plugins for example, helium devices, EV chargers providers that wants to decentralize their EV chargers. So it will be set up in the hardware. So it will be really difficult to change that. So that's like what we are trying to do.
Perfect. Thank you, Oscar. Just for the sake of time, let's wrap it up. I think that we got like a really good picture of what you're trying to build. Thank you to all the judges for their questions. And Cap, who do we have next coming up?
We've got coming up to talk Vanga. Oscar, thank you so much, and good luck. Well done.
I appreciate you.
GM, hello again, and the floor is yours, sir.
Awesome, thank you. So I may or may not be able to share here. If not, no big deal.
Yes. You can share.
Yeah. Oh no, sorry, Mike. No, I'm having an issue on my side.
Got it.
No big deal. So hey everybody, Von Front here. So I started Vanga based on the idea that there's a way to show people the benefits of being on chain without having to teach them about being on chain. I think mass onboarding happens to the blockchain when people actually don't realize they're using the blockchain. So instead of doing this with JPEGs or tokens, I decided to do this with clothes. Why clothes? Well, first, everyone wears clothes, most everybody, meaning we aren't having to teach them something new. There's also, it's a very large market that really hasn't been disrupted in some time. If I just look at the athleisure market alone, right? Think, hoodies, leggings, sweatshirts, pullovers, things like that. That is roughly a $660 billion, industry globally. And most brands are still, stuck at selling better looks, better fabrics, and that's all. And that's where they stop. Separately, the industries where their customers are participating are bleeding engagement. So one of the industries that we're targeting, actually, I'll get into this a little bit, for example, are gyms and fitness studios. So in the US alone, there's some roughly 150,000 gyms currently. But if you look at their engagement, about 50% of their members actually don't show up after 6 months. So you have this industry that hasn't been disrupted really in a long time, and an industry that needs disrupting. And you have a very common customer in basically people that are wearing, in this case, athleisure wear as the common denominator. Most of these gyms are small, independently owned, and so they don't have the tools to build their own kind of retain loyalty and engagement platforms that some of the larger chains would have. So that's where we come in. So Vonga aims to solve this by driving engagement, providing this platform to these locations through a revenue driving source that allows them to sell clothes from their studios and get the benefit of the engagement on the back end. So real quick, what is Vonga actually? So Vonga, we are premium clothing focused on athleisure right now with NFC chips embedded in every single one of our items. So basically, customer comes in, takes their phone, taps it to their to the chip. This actually provides access to a digital platform where they can unlock rewards, discounts, whatever other perks that we can put into the platform. No wallet, no kind of technology barrier, just tap and go. So for a customer, it's clothes that they're going to want to wear anyway. We do focus on we said premium athleisure. We do focus on actually making high quality clothes that even if there was no tech side, they would want to wear anyway. To these gyms and studios, like I said, it's a revenue producing plug and play loyalty engine that kind of turns something they're already trying to sell and grow their revenue from into a re-engagement tool. How we differentiate ourselves from other clothing brands, like I said, most clothing brands are stopping at the sale. Once I've sold you the clothes, mission complete. That's really where our relationship with our customers starts, because we get to have that ongoing loyalty that's enabled by the tech that we're kind of embedding in each one of our items. It doesn't require the studios to change systems, so we're not a traditional loyalty platform where they now have to go integrate something into an existing system. All they have to do is really carry our clothes, and we can kind of help manage everything on the back end. And as I've said before, unlike a traditional loyalty and rewards program that you're going to have to pay for, this is actually a revenue generating loyalty and rewards program that comes along with the clothing that they're able to provide to their members. So through all this, our goal is to create a new category that we're calling Where to Earn. So when it comes to the ape ecosystem, we look at this in two different ways. So in terms of ape chain, everything that we're doing is on chain, right? Every scan, every reward, every visit we're going to be recording it on chain. So trying to, it allows us to collect that data, really deeply understand our customer, and then benefits Ape Chain, because now we're going to have more people that probably don't even know about Ape Chain, may not even know about the blockchain. We're going to have a way to onboard them onto Ape Chain. This means that we're now tying real world behavior to on-chain activity, which is something that we haven't seen many customer, kind of consumer apps do, and we haven't seen many real world brands do. Our goal isn't to stop there, though. It's not just to bring them on chain once and, claim a digital twin of their clothing. Our goal is to create this to be an engagement platform. So, partnering with these studios, partnering with these retailers to create campaigns where they are coming back every day, every week, every month, interacting with our brand. It'll drive from a chain standpoint, daily transactions, daily users. From our standpoint, we now get to be top of mind with our customers on each and every day and understand their behavior at a deeper level than most brands, because everything is on chain and we have that kind of full customer picture that we're able to create. Over time, our goal is to kind of start to embed ApeCoin into this as well, where you can earn, spend, unlock value through campaigns with ApeCoin. I do say over time, because as I opened up with, the best way to onboard people into a blockchain is to not let them know they're on the blockchain. So we want to be really, really clever of how we do that over time. But we do see a path forward that does allow us to eventually start to feather this in and introduce them to the concept of being on chain. So we look at this really, it's, call it a Trojan horse, call it a bridge, but really it's trying to turn close into this connection point between people and kind of an on-chain environment that allows ApeChain not just to be an online network, but a network that's in real life too. So I mentioned we're starting in fitness, but there are multiple use cases that we're exploring. Think, pro shops at golf courses, merch stores at sporting events or concerts, restaurants, or even just more traditional retail. Really any place where we can find an intersection of clothing being sold and a need for that business to drive deeper customer engagement. So we think there's going to be a lot of opportunities where we can find that intersection. We're not just building a clothing brand, right? We see this more as I'll call it a human-friendly on-ramp to the blockchain that isn't just on your computer, but it's in your closet, it's walking to your gym, it's on the street. So we are already moving. Our e-commerce platform is up. The first iteration of our tech is live, continues to evolve. We're right now on track with our fall selling season to be in at least 8 locations, hopefully more by the time the selling season's over, and expecting that to grow going into the spring. And, I'll end with, I mentioned that, we're building a bridge that seeks to connect real life behavior to on-chain value. So I'll close with asking, who's ready to cross that bridge with us?
Look at the Shark Tank-like ending, judges.
You read my mind.
Any questions, judges?
I'll jump in. Yeah, just because an ignorance question from the tech side. So first and foremost, the NFC chip, I mean, how does it work insofar? Like, I mean, obviously you're going to wash these clothes, right? I mean, is it something where it's going to be waterproof, where it's not going to get damaged? Or does it just matter for that first time and then it's going to be connected to you somehow with the phone? So kind of was curious about that. And then if you already have suppliers and, how's the build out already coming along?
Yeah, so we've worked with a couple different chip manufacturers. They are waterproof. This shirt particularly has probably been washed, I don't know, a dozen or so times. They're heat proof. We've actually tested them up to 800 degrees in like a screen printer just to double check. And those worked out just fine. So if anyone knows of a reason to heat clothes beyond 800 degrees, let me know. From a supplier standpoint, we're currently working with IYK from a chip manufacturer. We have talked to others as well, just from, I always like to have backups. But I said, we've worked with a couple of these manufacturers. And so I talk about the initial iteration of our tech. Right now, we're trying to leverage as much of the external platforms as we can, really to figure out what are the models that fit with the customer base that we're looking at. And so once that model is fit, then we'll make the decision of, do we continue to build on somebody else's platform? Do we go build our own platform? Depending on how our needs match up with the capabilities of the vendors that we're using.
Awesome.
From a clothing standpoint, I work very closely with Clubhouse Archives and James Costa. For those of you who don't know James, he was the kind of mastermind behind the ApeFest Lisbon merch as well. We have a network of suppliers. Actually, tariffs are not going to be a huge issue for us because our network is pretty global. In case anyone was wondering, I wonder every day. And so we're able to continue to source no matter what's happening in the macro environment. We're going to have the ability to source our clothing, source our chips, and get it into our customers.
And a quick follow-up: how would the data get to the blockchain eventually when this does go to ApeChain?
Yeah, so right now our smart contracts that we're building are on ApeChain. Every time right now that you're scanning, that mints a new NFT onto ApeChain from a claim standpoint. As we seek to build additional engagement, so think of things like POAPs for whether you are, hey, I went to the gym on Monday, you can grab a POAP for Monday, I grab another one for Tuesday, things like that. We're talking to a couple gaming companies as well, even just to have, not intense games, think like Wordle level of complexity, but again, more ways to engage the brand, to engage the customers with the brand, more ways to have fun activations for our retail partners that just kind of keep us in top of mind in a very lightweight way that isn't going to ask them to do a whole lot, because we know kind of changing consumer behavior is one of the hardest things you can do. We're not going to look to do a really heavy lift up front. We're going to look to do a series of light lifts, and hopefully over time that starts to nudge people more in our direction.
Can we ask?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure. Thanks for the presentation. This is super cool. I was trying to paint a picture in mind of if this is a B2C or a B2B venture, or if this is both. Because it sounds like you're selling the merchandise directly to customers, right? And then they benefit from a bunch of various partners that you have and some of the perks that they have. But I also saw this as like because I think in every city that any of us are in, there is like a lot of independent businesses that would probably really benefit from having some of their brand on it, and then that like loyalty retention that happens every time you go to your local mom and pop grocery store or whatever else that you do. So I wondered if that's something that you've explored in kind of that B2B avenue, where you're really empowering not so much a global scale thing, but something where the rewards are so obvious for these repeat customers that could be wearing that merchandise.
Yeah, great question. So we started off thinking this was going to be primarily a D2C type of method. I think as we've gone through our own kind of evolution and finding product market fit, B2B is actually growing as a place where we're getting a lot of traction. So I talked about those 8 locations, right? It's not because of, any strong kind of, D2C campaign. It's really because they see the benefit of how they can leverage the apparel in their location and the tech that comes with it to drive their underlying business, right? Whether it's a fitness studio, a yoga studio, a gym, those are the areas that we've really started to hit some traction with early on. So I expect at the beginning, we'll probably be more B2B, if I'm being completely honest. Over time, we do want to grow the D2C standpoint. Well, obviously easier to scale that standpoint, better margins in that area from a business standpoint. But we're not going strictly one way or the other. We're kind of letting the market come to us a little bit, understanding where we have that product market fit at this early on, and then we'll look to scale accordingly.
Right on.
Yeah, well, my question was very similar to Art Illumin, so I wouldn't repeat myself. But I want to give you flowers. I love the bit about customer engagement and keeping that loyalty after people buy clothes. That I used to work in the fashion industry, and that just like straight up doesn't exist. And the idea of collecting co-ops, especially in like places like concerts, and the concept of super fans and building that out based on like the merch or the clothing that you wear is something I'm like super passionate about. So I just wanted to give you your flowers for that.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it.
When you were presenting, I wrote down, usually people want discounts to buy clothing, but in your case, people get discounts for wearing the clothing.
Yeah, we'll do a little of both. So there's some very traditional marketing campaigns, marketing tactics that we'll take as well. But yeah, we are trying to do something different that you don't really see in a lot of places, and that's one of the fun things that the blockchain allows us to do. That, to be honest, most other brands aren't taking advantage of. So I enjoy being small and scrappy and doing something a little different.
Right on. Well, thanks, Von Frunten. Appreciate it. Always good hearing and talking. And even on the just, kind of tech didn't cooperate with you today, but you powered through and it was awesome. So appreciate you jumping in and giving a really cohesive pitch as well.
You.
So thank you, sir.
Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, thank you. Well done. All the pitches have been great so far. Up next, we have So how do I pronounce the name correctly, Laura? I should let you take this one so I don't butcher it one more time. Zoe, welcome back. Congratulations, and looking forward to hearing more about Gamify.
Thank you, guys. Really big shout out also to 10Cape. I've heard earlier Jay-Z was talking about introverts, and the fact that we brought the transactions like roughly 1 million transaction on chain was mind-blowing also for us. So I really loved also UCAP pinned the tweet we made on our official account. And today I would like to deep dive a little bit more on Gamify, which is a product powered by introverts. And it's a sort of evolution, if we want to say, of introverts into prediction market. So there is a huge wagering component. Let me share a presentation. Okay. Let me know if you can see my screen.
It should pop up if you use the present and pick a screen. And if it doesn't, oh, yeah, there you go. You're good.
Okay, perfect. So I would love to deep dive on what we are doing to gamify this biggest unspoken Web3 narrative. Basically, Web3 is a PvP market, right? And what we want to bring back to the space, since everyone is kind of competing for resources, right? For liquidity, mind share, and everything. What we want to give back to the space as a solution, it is a sort of battlefield, literally, where communities are deciding who deserves the most and the best all these resources. And we do that through entertainment. So we have a gameplay where people play with their resources, with their time. And on top of that, we have prediction pools. So they play with liquidity, and on a side, also social activities. So basically for ApeChain, we are building the following cases, but just the sky's the limit. At the beginning, we would like to introduce Orange versus Aqua. I would make a demo just real quick. And also, we would love to bring together in competition all the NFT collection, but also all the memes, or anyone who wants to start a competition using ApeCoin inside the wagering pools. And in a long-term vision, we would like to bring all these over in other side. So this is just an example about how big it can become a competition, because a lot of times people are asking how it can become. It can become as a NFT battle royale like these, as a bracket tournament, or it can be a one-on-one, community gameplay. So it's really up to the communities participating what they would like to do. At the beginning, we will run competition by our own, but in the future you will see a button, and I will show you also in the demo, where communities autonomously can start their own tournaments. We are already in partnership with multiple communities, more than 30 on ApeChain, and we are bringing over ApeChain more than 35 communities so far, for enlarging the ecosystem, bringing more volume, more users, transactions, and so on and so forth. So let me share again my screen, and I can show you a demo, because the product is ready and it's working. And there we go. Let me know again if you can see my screen. I'm not sure if you guys can see that.
You're live now.
Oh yes. Okay, perfect. So basically, this is how it looks like. It's a really degen platform. So there is a huge aspect related to speculation, if we want to use that word. And you literally go big or go broke. So people are watching at the beginning a section of all competitions. For example, Orange versus Aqua, as I was mentioning earlier, but also they can participate not just in the game, but also in the wagering pools. So basically, anyone can join one of the investment pools, and each pool can have also a threshold, so we can make fair all the competitions. And once the pools are arriving to a certain threshold, the game can start. I will make you an example. So here we will have an overview of the leaderboard and of the competition with all the active players, with their relative scores. And when we go to play, the pools get into the full degen mode. We called it like that because they get locked. You cannot stake or unstake anymore your ape coins inside the game. And it's up to the communities in game. I play with Aqua because I'm Aqua. And it's up to the communities in game deciding who's the winning pool. So the winning pool will then get merged with the losing pool, and then all the money, like all the liquid money, will be redistributed inside the winners. So inside the leaderboard, based on the best performers of that specific community that won. So yeah, this is basically it. I'm not a great fighter when I'm speaking, but yeah. And what we would like to do, it's like, especially for other side, is implementing the wagering part, because for sure on other side there will be other games, and our long-term vision is also to bring this tool not just on on our games, but also on other games. So anyone can use that using APECON, and we will bring more utilities to the coin and also more utilities to the existing communities, because we are really well connected to the ecosystem, and bringing new communities makes new people falling in love with the existing NFT collection. And so people will buy new NFTs on ApeChain, and everything will be really fun, immersive, and entertaining. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Let's go to the judges. Oh, go ahead, Cap. Sorry.
Going the same way. So many of these I feel are building for more than just themselves, and whether it's collaborations or actually building tools and ecosystems for others, that's been my big takeaway of the day, is really is a chain of collaboration. And yeah, go ahead, judges. So feel free to fire away. Funky, you got any questions for Zoe?
No, I'm still mesmerized by actually seeing the actual gameplay. Like, I mean, I can't believe that. Was that in real time, or was that actually? So I guess my question would be, would it work that quickly even if it were on chain, or is it just like the settlement happens on chain? Because normally we are used to blockchain games being very slow and clunky and whatnot, and that seemed like incredibly responsive. So just kind of curious about what's under the hood.
So yes, this is a good question, because we worked on that for over more than 1 year to make it performing it good. First of all, the game per se is not on chain. So we are having servers with different geographical zones, so people get connected in similar geographical zones, so it's lagging as less as possible. And that's really important, because in the past, there were people in America and people in Europe not being able to have, a stable gameplay. So that was a really good point. And what we do, it is to read your wallet. We have, you can connect your wallet at the beginning, and we are reading all your assets. So if you are having an NFT belonging to a specific community in the competition, you can have a multiplier in your score. Or if you want, for example, have a multiplier coming from our own collections from, the platform, we will just read your wallet, and, we will understand which are the assets that you can use in game to compete and, score higher and higher and scale the leaderboard. And, the game is performing so well also because, first of all, we fell in love with the models of Rida. And I really have to shout out for Rida, because he made an incredible job. I remember in 2023, we had a side event during Ape Fest in Hong Kong in the Soho House. And we were probably the first people trying to make so many 3D models of apes, just because we wanted to have a competition live inside the event, where we were in collaboration with Animoca and some other games. And it was extremely difficult to make that level of quality for a model with high performance in game, because it needed really a lot of vertex polygons. I'm not getting too much technical in this stuff, because it's really difficult to understand, but Rida made all the assets for the apes game ready. So everything is really performing well. And what we would like to do, it is to, at the moment, we are avatarizing some of the collections that are in need for an avatar in game, for example, some NFT collection on ApeChain. But I would really like to address anyone who needs a 3D asset to Rida, because really whatever he did was really, improving also the quality of the game, like the performance. And yeah, it's more than 1 year that we are testing this gameplay. So yeah, it's really performing well, and everything is live. So you can choose a PvP battle between, people that are inside the game. You will see the people inside the game once you join the competition, but it's random. So you cannot pick Raim, for example, and decide just because you're orange and he's aqua, whatever, it's really random. And whenever there is nobody inside your server, you can also fight against AI. So it's a PvE, but you score less points compared to have a PvP battle.
Very cool.
So that looks super awesome. Thank you for showing that. Yeah, like that gameplay, like definitely mesmerized me. as well. I love the fact that you're bringing other communities outside of ApeChain. I think that's kind of nice to see people being onboarded. I want to pick your brain about, I think, especially because you mentioned you have like servers in different parts of the world based on your geographic reason to basically reduce latency. Of course, running gaming ecosystem, running servers is an expensive overhead cost. Considering business models like this are based on attention as well, because you are kind of building like that wagering ecosystem that like, okay, you have the aqua versus orange battles, but obviously like the more you'll do over time, you'll have to come up with like different battles to engage different people. So it's like, it's not like you can make a business model, like you can make a product and you don't have to keep iterating it. So I think one of the things that Web3 struggles with a lot are business models. A lot of products just don't have that. How are you, like, I'm curious to know, because I understand your business model is based on volume, I guess.
So basically, we are getting 5% on the pools of investments. So it's basically for each competition, we are, keeping 5% of both, which is basically 10% of the losing pool. Because anyway, when you lose everything, you don't care, So we first take our, fees, and then the rest that is contained in the losing pool has been transferred into the winning pool, and then that pool is redistributed among the winners. But there are so many parallel business revenue streams. I was these days I was in so many spaces because of the launch of the Formula Ape, and a lot of people were like brainstorming live with me in the spaces. That was really cool. And so really the sky is the limit, because a lot of people were suggesting really smart ways to monetize everything.
Very cool. Well, look, thank you very much. Awesome, another awesome pitch. I mean, I know we have one more coming in. We have Zards coming in, and great guy, gonna obviously knock it out of the park just like everybody else has before. But thanks for doing this, because I feel like these 5 pitches are just restoring my faith in humanity on chain at the most important time, when I've been feeling like so despondent over like there's no interesting stuff going on. And then I have 5 just stone cold killers come in with like real products and real cool uses of the blockchain. So appreciate that very much.
You didn't mint a bunch of content coins, Steve?
No, there hasn't been a single content coin pitched to me today. Not one.
That word has to be banned from this.
Yeah. It's a pump fun coin, but with a bigger picture. Huh? All right. Let's thank you, so
well done, Zoe. Yes.
Yeah, well done. And let's bring up Zards to bring us home. And then what we'll end up doing here afterwards is we will clear the room in totality, let the judges use the private room, discuss. When our winner is announced, we can maybe bring them back on. So if you're listening and you win, maybe pop back on as a yay hooray. We can talk about that a little bit, but
it'll just take 60 seconds. Yeah, we'll when we say discuss, we can keep the video live. We'll just discuss in the private chat, and then if our winner wants to jump back in, you're welcome to. But no,
yeah. So one of the potential winners here, somebody again, hair respects hair. Zards, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you. No, I was just going to say a little backstory to this. So I was introduced to Pitch Deck about 4 hours ago, so this is going to be so much fun. But yeah, no, I wanted to say that I've been sort of in the NFT space for about 3 years. I've been on Ethereum. I've experienced that whole sort of like process of being on that chain. And I'd never experienced anything like I have on ApeChain before. So this is, as a builder, I felt like I've never been more welcome, supported, and free to sort of build. And I think Zards for me is the perfect example of what ApeChain has allowed me to do as a builder. So I wanted to do a little share screen with you here on my very innocent pitch deck here. So I'm just going to share this with you guys. Hopefully this works. Okay. Here we go. Right, so here we go. Hopefully, can you guys see that okay?
Yes, you're live now.
You can see that. Brilliant. Okay. Right, so yes, if this will let me do. Okay, here we go. Oh, I need to go back now. Told you I was new to this. Okay, so just the quick facts that we were talking about earlier on today. Obviously, Zydes sold out 5,000 in 20 minutes. We were the top 6 winner for Ape Chain Spotlight. We have a fully built up DApp, and this was the first physical and digital tie-in book for Ape Chain. We also noticed some areas that we wanted to sort of fill the gap for Web3, especially on Ape Chain, and we noticed that the NFT space needed deeper storytelling and world building. Ape Chain lacked a narrative-driven flagship project. We needed to have something that sort of filled the gap for the growing demand for play to earn and mixed media. And lastly, we wanted to have something where there was organic onboarding from Web 2 to Web 3. Now, this sort of screen here I'm showing you now, it just shows you some of those basic areas that we've covered. So we have our DApp, which is on our website. Hopefully you guys can you see this screen here now? Sorry.
Yeah, coming through clear.
Brilliant. Okay, so this is our main website. These are the 3 main areas that we wanted to focus on for our holders. So we got our inventory checker, our training, which is soft staking, and then our prize wheel. So going back to our little page here, this is where we're focusing on the utility. Utility was the #1 thing that we wanted for our holders. We wanted people to have something to do. Once they've got their NFT, what can I do with that NFT? So we wanted to create an experience that was immersive for our holders. So you come to our site, you can check your inventory, you can see what Zydes you hold. So if I just show you this here real quick. So this is your inventory. It will load which Zydes you're holding, give you information on which guild they're part of. If you've got a complete guild set, which is all 13 of the guilds that we have. So it's a really sort of in-depth area to sort of build out your collection and see what you've got so far. Going back to our little pitch deck here, we also created our guild guide here for everyone, so everyone can see which guilds there are to collect, and obviously, as I say, if you have all 13, you have multipliers within our collection too. We had a map, which is, again, building out that lore. We've got lore scrolls here at the bottom, and also little visuals of some of these areas as well from our map, just to sort of bring things to life a little bit more. We also didn't believe in having any follow-up collections for Zydes, so we are introducing things like, for example, potions. This provides actual meaningful utility built on top of the existing collection, so nothing stagnates. It's always has an ability to move the project forward. That's coming very soon in Q2, and you'll be able to use Zydes tokens for that. Going back to that deck as well, last but not least, we wanted to show what Zydes is offering outside of the NFTs. So obviously we've got our storytelling through the book on Amazon. We've got our Discord, which we're going to be involving games and more sort of user interactivity there. We've got the metaverse, which I'm going to talk about a little bit more in a second, which is for the other side. We're going to be having our other side build out. And then this summer, we're going to be releasing our MMO game called Zydes Dungeons. And that's going to loop in things like the magic points and also the Zydes tokens as well. But it's going to be a world that you can spawn into. It's going to start off really small to start off with. And users can sort of see each other. They can, cast spells on things. They can have little areas where you can have treasure hunts and solve problems together and start using spells as well. So that's really cool. And then last but not least, we've got rewards, which you're obviously getting through our training portal. So talking about training, I just want to open that up real quick. So here we are here, just showing you the Zydes training. So you look at the Zyde that you have, you click on it, you select the training time frame that you want. So it's either 7 days, 14 days, 30 days, or 90 days. And then you click on that, and then you start training your Zyde that way. So you just click on it and then click on Start a Zydes training. Then down at the bottom here, you'll see all of your staking history, and it will show you when you started, as well as any multipliers that you may have picked up along the way. So if you have all 13 guilds, for example, all 13 staffs, you'll get a 4 times multiplier on your Zydes tokens and your MP, which is magic points. Then I wanted to show you here, when you have your magic points, they get fused to the metadata, as you can see down here. And that actually increases the rarity of your Zyde. So by having an actionable event for your holders, for them to actually come onto your site, for them to stake their Zards and put them through a period of training. You create that actionable event that rewards them not only in tokens, but also in magic points as well, which will increase their rarity. Last but not least, we have the prize wheel. So again, going back to that last section here on our website, the prize wheel, this is a exclusive for 8chain projects. It's a way of being able to showcase small projects and large projects, and also give a use case for our holders to have to use their Zards tokens. So obviously you can see here up at the top, it'll show you your Zards token balance, and you can actually use that for free to spin the wheel and essentially use your Zards tokens. So here are just some of the projects that we're working with at the moment, obviously, but I just think it's a great way to support projects on 8chain and projects that have maybe helped you out along the way as well. Last but not least,
Zards, I think we might be lagging on. I think we might be lagging on your deck.
Oh no. Okay. Whereabouts are you at the moment? What's it showing?
Current screen is beyond the Zards NFTs.
Beyond the Zards NFTs.
Oh. Discord, Metaverse, MMO game, and rewards.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, right. You're quite a bit. You're quite a bit back then. Apologies. Okay. I'm gonna actually stop the screen sharing for now. Sorry. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to go back. I'm going to do this the old school way. Okay. Can you see me okay now? All good?
All good.
Yeah, okay, brilliant. Okay, cool. All right. I'm going to do this old school. Right. So we have the staking platform, which is training. We have the prize wheel, which supports 8chain projects. What we are also going to be doing this summer after the game launch, which is going to be that MMO style game that I told you about, is we're going to be tying in the other side to our storytelling. Now, I told you about our book, and this is the actual book. This is the Zards Stories. It's called The Time of Shadows. We have an onboarding section in this for people who are from Web 2. So if you go to Amazon, type in Zards or The Time of Shadows, you'll actually see this book. There's QR codes on the back here to onboard you onto marketplaces. There is even a section at the back of the book which thanks our holders. So you've got that whole section there, which shows you some of our holders and a little thank you to those people. And it's a great way of being able to onboard people from Web 2 into Web 3 in a really sort of relaxed manner. We have a detailed area at the back that tells you about marketplaces, about wallets, how to get set up into Web 3 essentially. So that's what we're doing with that. Going back to the other side, book 2 of this is going to be exploring the other side. We're going to have the Zards discovering a portal, which is going to lead into our other side land, which is the Shadowland. And we're going to be meaningfully writing that into the Zards lore. And then this is where the mixed media comes into it. We're going to be having adventures in the other side, live storytelling with our holders. And there's going to be treasure hunts in our other side land as well. So what we're essentially doing is creating a mixed media experience through the NFTs, through the storytelling in the books, and then through the gamification of our own game and also into the other side as well. So that's a little sort of 101 on what we've got planned coming up into this summer.
Right on. Judges, feel free to jump in with questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. That looks super awesome. I'm a big fan of like storytelling. I feel like that's something the space needs a lot more. So nice to see that book was already out. So one of my questions was that I want to ask, because you mentioned on your deck that you are doing your token in Q2 of this year. So I'm considering you guys are building the MMO game. You guys have the staking ecosystem that you guys are building, the other side integration. It's refreshing and interesting at the same time to hear you guys building out an ecosystem way later and launching the token before. So in terms of like in the future, like are you guys looking to like fundraise? Is this like, are you going to like do it like an equity for the IP? Like I'm curious to know, because you guys have taken like a slightly different approach that we've seen in the last like a year or two. So I'm curious to see from a business point of view, how are you looking at like that?
Yep. Oh, no, we're not going to be raising any funds whatsoever. What we made from our initial mint, which was 5.8, which was essentially $5 mint back in November. We have got that money and we've put that aside for the build out of our game. Everything else has been done off my own back through learning things myself. It's mainly it's a very small team. It's myself, it's my dev, I have a community lead, Luigi, and then I have my kids as well who help come up with some ideas. It's very much a sort of family project in that way as well. A lot of people from ETH know me as Pixelsaurus, so I've got 3 years from that experience with that I've brought over to ApeChain, and why we've also had a lot of support from the ApeChain community because of them knowing me from Ethereum. So yeah, what we've essentially done is with that token, which is already out there, it's a utility token. I always said that we never want to add a pool to that token because we want to bring 100% of the value from within our community and within our ecosystem. So, and again, that's recyclable. So when you sweep Zards, you get tokens. When you train your Zards, you get tokens. When you spend your tokens on the prize wheel, those tokens go straight back into the token pool, and we start all over again. So it's a way of being able to just continually look after the ecosystem. As for the game, that's the great idea. The great thing behind that is that we're building it out slowly. So we're going to start off with a small map. If you guys are familiar with Pixels Online, it's going to be kind of similar to that, but we're obviously going to be in a sort of cave environment with lots of different diverse environments within that. And we're going to start off small, and we're going to be very honest with that, because I don't want to be coming out with a fully fledged game. We want to say this is how we're going to start off small, and we're going to grow and evolve with our holders. And I think there's some honesty in that I personally love, and I'm looking forward to sort of growing that with our holders.
You sort of anticipated my questions, Zards, insofar as I was going to ask about the timeline for the game development, like when it would be out and so on and so forth. You kind of already addressed that. So thanks. It really looks interesting. And you also kind of answered, like, because I thought it looked very cute, right? And just like, but knowing that your kids are involved, like, that's really cool. Like it's a great family project to build out something like this. And I'm sure they're learning a lot about blockchain in the process.
Thanks. Yeah, they are. Yeah, and look, hands up. I'm a kid myself, basically. I'm 45 years old this year, and I've never grown up. I'm into Lego. I'm into all the stuff I loved as a kid, and this project is genuinely a labor of love for me. So everything that you see, all of the ideas have come through growing up, not growing up, and just loving things from my childhood. So that's what it's about, basically. It's about having fun and also having an escape for you guys, for families, for kids, for degens. It can be literally anything to everyone. And I know that's a bold statement to make, but it really can. It's family friendly, and it's an escape that you can have after you've had a long day at work. That's the dream.
Love that. Well, look, here's what we're going to do next. I really appreciate you, Zards, for coming up, and, again, appreciate you. You're another one who shows up every day, and we appreciate your insights, and you have a warm zest for life, which I think is awesome, for sure. But
thanks.
That said, we're going to do this. We're going to remove everybody except the judges and the hosts. So don't be offended when we kick you out of the room, because what we're going to do is let the judges use the private chat to chat things out. We've gotten some insight from Outer Lumen that we can add. And what we'll do is Laura and I will do a little recap while Raheem and Funky talk it out in the private chat. So Zards, I'm going to remove you from stage, and then I'm going to start kicking people from the room again. Although kick from studio, not ban from studio. Got to make sure that I do it correctly, because I don't want to ban anybody. So we're gonna kick from studio one at a time, and just kind of keep it a nice, clean studio backstage. Thank you to everybody who has been in the green room and helped us test this out on our sort of maiden voyage here. And thanks to the judges as well for, frankly, helping us get through this. I know you stayed longer than asked, and Raheem's done double duty. So you guys are the best. So go ahead and use the private chat it out there, figure it out, and kind of talk it through there. We'll keep an eye on that. Take your time while we do the recap, so the two of you can kind of talk things out. We've gotten some insights from Outer Lumen, and in fact, I can even share those with you in the chat if you want, as you go. But I'll kind of kick off, and then I'll go, Laura, get your thoughts, Cap, get your thoughts. Look, while they discuss the winner and chat it out, I said it earlier. One, ton of learnings today to do this again in the future, but really happy with how it all went down. Garga was pretty awesome, on the opening keynote. Really enjoyed all of the panels And I just think the 90-second pitches were electric. I personally very much enjoyed this portion because I feel like I've been a little despondent about things being built on chain, what's getting attention, and I don't know. I guess give me your take on this, Laura. But I felt like we got to see real builders and get this life breathed into the ecosystem across Ape Chain, which felt really, really awesome.
100%. I think that many times the ongoing question that I get when I go to events or when we speak about the ecosystem is like, do these things have to be built in chain? Like, what are the perks? Like, what do we need this? And sure, we want more people to build, but to build what? Oh, something that you like, something that resonates with you, something that finds a solution to a problem. And today we had such a variety of answers to that question that it's not just coming from my own, right? Like, and I don't know. I think it expanded my view on how to use the chain, how to implement like different ideas, different solutions, and also like the impact that you could create in whatever aspect and realm you are currently in or that you have been intrigued for a long time. So I don't know. I like I said, I'm like, it sounds so cliche, and I'm like, I caught myself like every time I've been wanting to say that today, but it's the reality. It's the opportunity of just coming on here, even if it's like the 90-second pitch, even if it's top 5, it's already a foot in the door. It's like if someone didn't get to be here with us today for APECON and like they listen to the replay, they see they watch the replay, they might resonate with one of these ideas and they might make it a reality. And maybe a few months from now we'll go back and like, oh, remember when that was just an idea that was sparking up, and now like you said at the beginning, now they're creating a brand new idea, but this is how they connected initially. So all these potentials just inspire me, and yeah, and I'm grateful for the judges as well for asking all these very great questions and really being into their pitches, because it is a lot of information. It is a long day, and to have like the same energy throughout and the same engagement and excitement, it's great. So thank you.
Cap, any recap thoughts as the judges kind of deliberate a little bit? Shared some Outer Lumens insights, and I know they are. It's it went pretty well when they are agonizing over the ultimate result, which I feel in my soul. I get it. And I totally understand because it's hard when you have one winner and you have 5 really good pitches who have gone throughout the day, who answered all the questions, who worked really hard to kind of dive it in. So just, it's a difficult thing and a difficult task for sure from them. But Cap, any thoughts while they further agonize?
Yeah, really enjoyed the day. I have a lot of thoughts and things I think that went really well, things we could do a little differently next time. And appreciate everyone who tuned in, appreciate everyone who participated today, powered through any technical challenges, and truly a brilliant and public day for us. So thank you all very much for the support. Big thanks to our sponsors one last time. Our ThankApe really making this entire day possible. Their Swamp Roots initiative, I can't speak highly enough about it. The ThankApe program in general, and Thrive. If you've not yet set up a Thrive account, a ThankApe account, do so as soon as possible. The next ThankApe season or the Swamp Roots initiative is not live yet, but it sounds like it's coming very soon. And I would say this, even if because I've submitted a lot of grants and applications that we've not got before, but I think every one that I've submitted has helped me do better the next time. And this is a team that'll give you feedback. This is a team that will, I think there's, even if you don't secure funding, there's a lot of benefits that can come out of this ecosystem and the processes. Some of the other support systems that were mentioned today. I kind of like you said earlier, there's like a restored faith in this space, that it's not just a giant degen casino. There is actually a lot more being built than today's iteration of a meme coin launchpad, and get really excited to think that while we've been here for several years, it's also a reminder of how early we really are when you hear a lot of these ideas and things. It's like inevitably, like some of the, like, it's going to be the way forward with some things. It's just, we're going to have connected clothing. Like, it's just, this sort of stuff it really does seem inevitable. Every one of our pitches today, for the most part, it's just, there was so many that are really improving upon something that exists in the world today, and not just slapping it on chain to slap it on chain to secure funding or community or something. Like really some exciting stuff happening. And but that said, they're all at ground floor, right? Like the tech really has advanced leaps and bounds in the last few years in terms of being consumer friendly, where the tech can be hidden. And that was kind of to sum it up in a nutshell, I feel like reminded how much of still really a ground floor situation it is for most industries building on chain. And just gets me really excited to be here and excited to build with an incredible group of people. We said it a few times today, but the people of Web3, the people of crypto, the people of this ape ecosystem really are incredible individuals. And the crypto at large has a PR issue, has a reputation challenge. It's eye-opening to me how really different it is when you get to know the people that are actually here, and grateful for all of you. So shout out to once again to Thank Ape, as well as G's for contributing the G's on Ape, Primate Markets for their unrevealed NFTs, Imlo on the one of ones, and the Ape Chain intern for those dangs on Ape. Really appreciate that, and congrats again to all those winners, and as well as all of our participants, whether you are a finalist or the would-be winner here. Big congrats on showing up today, and I'm sure you made an impression on someone. So that would be my last closing words, and I'll hand it back to you, Steve. Is make sure you connect with someone, follow a new person, shoot into DM, leave today with a new relationship, and that'll be a win in my book. If a few people leave here with a new connection, do share, let us know, reach back out to Steve, Laura, myself, and if you end up, a connection you made today turns into be your next co-founder, I would love to know that down the road, and we'll be rooting for you for sure.
Yeah.
Before you announce, can I just say something real quick, Steve, before you announce the winner? I just want to say something about the ape community, because I am so impressed. I do not own an ape. I'll never forget watching Elio Trades the first week of June back in 2021, and he was talking about how apes are going to be hot, and he was in the community and everything else. And this was like when they were 1 ETH. It's a huge regret. But having just gone to NFT Paris, and I didn't really think the event was all that great, and I missed seeing you guys, which really bummed me out. I did see Raheem. But the booth, like the area where the ape community was so vibrant. And so like you could just get a sense of the community, how collaborative it is, how much people support one another. As a classroom teacher, I used to try and build a very similar culture among my students, like that everybody was all working toward a greater goal. I very much get that sense out of Ape DAO. I think you guys, hats off to both of you, and Laura, I'm sure you've been here all day. Like we are now 8 hours into a live stream. I do a lot of meetings at work all day. It is exhausting to be staring at a camera for this long. And so you guys should be commended for what you've done today. And I'm just really grateful that you got me involved. And so I just wanted to say thank you. I keep pushing back a meeting that was supposed to happen at 3. I'm really DMing the guy. I'm like, hey, I'm so sorry, bro. Like, I'll meet you at 4. And now we're past 4. But I just wanted to jump in and say that, and hats off to all the finalists. You guys had some really incredible pitches. Do not be deterred by the fact if you were not selected as the winner. I think you all have amazing products that really are going to blossom in the months and years ahead, especially with a community like this ape community supporting each other. So I just had to say that before we, close this out and announce the winner. So, and thank you again for allowing me to be part of this today. I really appreciate both of you guys.
Appreciate you very much as well. Super appreciate you. And Raheem, same, super appreciate you as well. Y'all are your friends, your people that I enjoy and admire in the space. And so just being able to share the space with you guys today has been really awesome for me personally. I'll say, and gave you a very tough task of judging 5 and we'll say this, we're about to announce the winner. I mean, I can tell you, chatting it through, it was very, very close. Not just saying this, like this discussion point was so difficult. And I kind of mentioned them agonizing in the chat, the amount of comments, the amount of discussion we were having in there until it finally netted out by, I believe Funky used the term by a nose, right? Like just like the horse racing term by a nose, like that's how close it was. So really, everyone did quite well. But without further ado, the winner of the grant, thank you, Thank Ape, thank you everybody at Ape Chain, is Vanga. Vanga and Von Frunten ended up taking it home by a hair. So Von Frunten, you're welcome to jump back in the room if you want. We're more than happy to add you to the stage. Congratulations. Welcome. Like I said, welcome to jump back in if you want to make it, Von Frunten. If you can't, totally cool. I know it's been a long day. But while we get Von Frunten to go up here, Raheem, real quick, want to throw it to you. Any parting thoughts, as well as, any thoughts on you want to comment a little bit on what you were saying, maybe even in the chat about Vanga, how they barely edged it out, and your thoughts of what you really like there?
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Like, I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Like, if you think about it, like, the diversity of everyone's pitches were like so insane. We had like, building like fashion ecosystems. You had like IP. We had like game dope protocol, something like you don't hear about every day. I think like being in the space, you don't often come like across like new ideas. So thank you. Like, I mean this from the bottom of my heart, and I want to echo what Steve was saying. I think like, in some ways, like, I want all of us to realize that we are pioneering the Web3 space. Like, every single one of you, whatever you're building, whatever struggles that you have, it's going to revolutionize what happens in the future, what happens with ownership. And I hope all of us, we are proud of every single thing that you're doing, regardless of whether you win or you don't. You guys are doing an amazing job. It was super, super difficult. It was quite hard. But I guess sometimes these things can be a bit tricky and unfair, but like super grateful for everyone. Vonga, hats off to you, and excited to see everything that you do, as well as everyone.
Von Frunten, awesome to see you up here. Really glad. Actually, shout out Laura at telling us to extricate ourselves from the voting process because you're a friend, and it would have looked really. If I did it, it might have looked kind of weird. But
I'm gonna go grab my Vonga pullover now.
Yeah, these guys obviously liked it as well. Any thoughts? I know we put you through the ringer today. You had a great 90-second pitch. It was super tight. We put you on the spot. You went first. Not an easy place to be. You came through in the afternoon. Couldn't do the screen share because of some technical issues on the StreamYard end, but you were able to still deliver a very thoughtful and compelling pitch. Any thoughts on the competition in the day?
Gosh, a lot of gratitude right now. Thank you. This whole process, I mean, it's funny. There's been DMs of those of us who are all part of this, like going on in the background of like people who are pitching, people who are like, audience members. I just want to say, like, Steve, Cap, Laura, thank you for this whole process. Like the winning has been, I'll process that here probably over the next couple hours here and maybe even longer. But I think the whole process of getting the story together, getting like it was a sharpening the saw kind of experience for a lot of us out here. So I just want to say, like, incredibly well done, how it was structured, how it was organized, going through all this. Thank you for that. Raheem, Funky, thank you both. Really appreciated you coming in to help out with this. I'll echo a little bit, see, I think what you and Laura were saying earlier of like, I probably came out of this more inspired than anything by listening to everybody else. To see all the really just cool, diverse use cases of blockchain, cool things that people are building. I want to play that video game too. Like, there were just so many cool things, and like it's the thing that wowed me about blockchain back in 2021 when I really started getting involved in NFTs. I love seeing that people are building. It's not the stuff that hits the timeline. It's not the stuff that gets the views on X, but it's the thing that inspired me to get into the space. It's the thing that inspires me to stay in the space, and I just walk away from this day inspired and grateful.
What a day! What a day!
And thank Ape.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the kind words, and hearing you share that, like, that's makes the whole day worthwhile. Like, to hear that, hopefully a few others took similar inspiration, and you've got a few extra thousand Ape to help build Vonga now. But I really was hopeful that would be we all were hopeful that would be like just a cherry on top, and not why people came today. And I truly mean that. I hope everyone else that whether they participated or just tuned in felt it was worth your while. And we will probably at some point, I should have had that's one feedback for future, Steve. We should have grabbed a survey for those to knock out for us, just a quick one to wrap up, meaning like what we could even do better next time, what they would like to see and what they really liked. But stay tuned for that. Maybe we'll do something on coffee. But truly, thank you for the kind words, and really appreciate everyone who participated today. I too leave inspired, and big shout out to thank Gabe for making it all possible.
Yeah, Laura, any thoughts before we let everyone get out of here?
Just appreciating each and every one of you and like everyone that made this possible, like not only our sponsor Thank You, but everyone that participated. I to be honest, just like I've said at the beginning, we had no idea how many people would apply. You know, we're like, okay, we'll see, and if not, we'll have to promote more, and we'll have to like encourage people to do it. Like, we're not really sure, and we didn't even have to do that. So just like the
We were expecting like on like Spaces tours, like we were planning like a few people trickling in.
It's like a marketing campaign. I'm like, we need to show up. We need to tell people to apply, why they should care about this, and the fact that so many people with concrete ideas and like how great their pitches were, right? How great, how prepared they came. That's also, it was hard. I was like, should we have interviews before this or just go live and see what people put out there? So there's a lot of things in the background that obviously not everyone is going to know, but because we were there building this out, there's a lot of things that, yes, we could improve, but also a lot of thought and a lot of heart put into making this happen. And hopefully that show throughout our conversations, throughout, you know, how I can't believe it's been 8 hours. Like, I'm like, okay, thank you for reminding us, but I'm like, it's been 8 hours of live streaming. I think this is the longest live stream I've ever done in my life. And like I said, I was like, somehow I have energy. I was like, somehow I'm like happy and excited. And, you know, sometimes I'm on a video call for 2 hours and I'm like drained. I'm like, okay, that's it. Oh my God, I can't do this anymore. But here, being with friends, being with people that overall, like, I feel like the word for today is inspire each other and uplift each other. It's in our power to lift those voices up, and that not only the bad stories or the scammy stories or whatnot are the ones that fill our timeline. Like, what we engage with is what gets the views. So for us to be more conscious of like little decisions that we make every day, let's empower those creators, those builders that we resonate with, and why are we engaging with that? You know, why is this tweet triggering me to reply? And then why, when someone that I really admire and care for, I'm like, whatever, you know, I don't need to engage with this. So just some things that came to mind. And congrats on winning. Oh my God, it's very exciting, and I'm really glad that we weren't the ones judging this. I think like if one takeaway from this is like, yes, I was like, as host, we shouldn't be the one judging, because I was having a hard time, like, just every time that, like I said, I was like, I took a bunch of notes, like if I was judging myself, I'm like, I all over the place. I was like, this would have been a really, really, really difficult position. And yeah, so thank you to the judges for taking this task so seriously, and we appreciate how kind and, you know, caring you have been throughout.
Yeah, thanks to everybody. Cap, I have the Coffee with Cap and outro because we didn't make a custom one for anything like this, so that's the way we can play ourselves out. I will say, if you're on stage right now, do us a favor, hang out, and you can close the window, but the StreamYard, I think, needs to get your recordings on, so we don't want to lose that in case we want to repurpose anything later. So you can just leave it on the side, mute it, get off stage, it'll be fine, but the StreamYard will have the recording going through.
You can mute your mic and your video, just don't close the browser until the recording stops. It'll show in like the bottom right corner there. Once it's 100%, then you can shut down the browser. And also, I know there was a handful of individuals and teams that didn't make it through today, whether it was studio was capped and you couldn't get in, and then, or you had to take a call or a meeting. My apologies. We did our best to get everyone through. For anyone that didn't, we'll figure something out. If we need to do a bridge version of this on Coffee with Captain someday to let you all get a pitch, we won't have the 5008, but that was logistically it was a challenge, and I know, you know, everyone had some different challenges out there. But yeah, if anyone really wanted to pitch and just didn't get a chance to for whatever reason, reach out to me. We'll figure something out for you. And for everyone that did pitch, presented, and showed up, I mean, we've had, I don't even know the total counts, well over 10,000 at this point. There's, you know, almost pushing 5,000 on the main video stream, and I saw that was restreamed by several accounts. That was maybe the most surprising thing today. There was several accounts. I saw Blue Eyed Queen still popping on my X, and several others out there were restreaming the feed. So thank you so much for the extra eyeballs. Greatly appreciate it. And And he even powered through a Spaces rug. It's been a while since we had a Spaces rug, but I guess 8 hours is pushing the envelope a little bit. So, and I heard there was a Twitter update or something that I don't know if that's true or not, but someone said there was a Twitter update that an X update that might have caused that. But nevertheless, we powered through it and didn't lose video. So we'll take that as a dub. And congrats again to Von Frunten. Congrats to all the other finalists, all the presenters. And, I will look forward to running this back in some form at some point again in the future. So had a blast.
Yeah, we'll let everybody get out and on with their day though. 8 hours. It's a long one. Appreciate everyone coming through this morning. Mesh, special shout out to Mesh. Was there when he GMing at 8 a.m. this morning when Coffee with Captain kicked off. Was there just a couple minutes ago congratulating Vanga. Real MVPs right there. Appreciate everyone coming through this morning. Capita, we'll try to, hopefully we'll do this again sometime. If people liked it, give good feedback. To let ThankApe you liked it. Let Garga know you liked it. Let, Bored Apes, let them know you liked it because we'd love to do it again sometime. But we'll let everybody sail off into what is the rest of their day. Appreciate everyone coming through today. We will talk to everybody. Cap and I will talk to everybody bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern time. See you in a few hours. Have a wonderful, wonderful day, everybody.
Thanks for tuning into Coffee with Captain, powered by APECON. We hope you enjoyed the show, and remember, nothing we discussed today is financial advice. Until next time, keep exploring, stay curious, and we'll see you soon. Have a great day.
Welcome to the future.